Teams are an integral part of Lean Six Sigma implementation. Typically, within a Lean Six Sigma implementation, activities are going to be performed as a team. Therefore, the team is a very important aspect to the success of the implementation. When you create your teams, typically you will be putting together a cross-functional team. By having these cross-functional teams, you bring in different aspects of the business, and therefore, you will be better able to fulfill your organizational goals. In addition, you can help empower each individual on the team to be involved in your process improvement efforts. There are 4 key types of Six Sigma projects. These projects could be a Six Sigma DMAIC project, a Design for Six Sigma project, a Plan, Do, Check, Act, or a Lean Kaizen or Kaizen Blitz. The 4 most common types of teams in Six Sigma projects are process improvement, quality, ad hoc, and self-managed or agile teams. However, no matter what type of team you have, it's important for the success of your project to have good teamwork. The first type of team is a process improvement team. Process improvement teams focus on improving specific business processes. The goals of these teams is to have immediate results. Because of this, process improvement teams typically concentrate on solutions that are easy to implement. This way, the team can guarantee that they can achieve quick and immediate results. The second type of team is quality teams. The purpose of a quality team is to improve internal efficiencies that impact the output, because this is what the customer is expecting. There are 2 key possible activities that quality teams work on. These include improving a particular process or drafting a quality plan for an organization or functional department. The next type of team is an ad hoc team. The purpose of an ad hoc team is to complete a project within very defined or specific requirements. An ad hoc team focuses on a key defined goal. Therefore, they have a very specific requirement and a limited lifespan. Typically, ad hoc teams are interdepartmental, cross-functional, or deal with very specific stakeholders. The last type of team is self-managed teams or agile teams. Self-managed teams lead their own efforts and manage their own projects. Therefore, these teams require a high degree of collaboration but minimal direction from management. In self-managed teams, the team leaders focus on guiding rather than directing the team. There are various stages of team development. This is because project dynamics are going to change over time, and they're also going to change over the lifespan of the projects. As a team develops, the team members become more familiar with one another, which allows them to start working more closely together toward a common goal. Also, the nature of the project work itself might change as the project progresses, which will make a difference in the team development. One of the key aspects for making sure that you have good performance within your team is to have good leadership. Good leadership helps to improve your team's performance over time. If you consider the challenges of managing team dynamics, there are 2 key areas within the manager's responsibilities. The first one is managing people, and the second one is managing the overall team performance. There are several key stages with team development, which include forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning, and recognition. The first phase of team evolution involves forming. This is the stage where the team is brought together and where the team leader provides very specific direction and delegates the roles and responsibilities to the rest of the team members. In the forming stage, the team is in the very initial stages of determining and understanding what the focus of the project is. As the team starts to understand what they're going to be working on, some conflict may arise because people may have specific interests in what the project should entail. In this phase, the team leader needs to coach and mentor each of the team members to make sure that they are working together well. The forming stage is also a highly creative stage within the process. The team starts to truly understand what the problem is and work toward finding a solution. So it's important to allow people to be creative during this phase, but also to remain proactive as a team. In the storming phase, team members might start testing their boundaries, but they're also learning how to communicate with each other. Within Six Sigma projects, teams are typically made up of people from diverse backgrounds. Therefore, their styles of communication are going to be different, which can lead to confusion or issues that can cause conflict. The next stage, forming, begins once team members have started to understand what the problem is, and they've learned how to communicate with each other. The norming stage is where relationships really start to gel. and team members start working together nicely on the processes. The team members can understand other members' working styles and can reach consensus on the process they need to work on. It's important for the team leader to really promote team activity and participation to get everyone working together toward that common goal. Once everyone starts norming and really working together nicely, this is where the team moves on to the performing stage. This is the most productive stage within team evolution because the team members are now unified. They are effectively communicating with each other and working toward the common goal. In addition, this stage is one in which the team leader takes on more of a supervisory role and stands aside to let the team work together toward the process improvement efforts. The next stage is adjourning. This is the end of the project, where the team is dissolved because it has accomplished the project goals. When you reach this phase of the project, you may be faced with two possibilities. You might have team members who are reluctant to let go of the project, or you might have team members who have lost interest before they completed all of their activities or tasks. Therefore, it's important to make sure you're wrapping up the project and closing up any loose ends at this stage of team evolution. The final stage in team evolution is recognition. Once the team has accomplished the project's goals, it's important to recognize their contributions. During this stage, the team leader gives feedback and the team celebrates their accomplishments. Keep in mind that good recognition provides positive reinforcement to the team and also emphasizes what's really important to the organization. So include those aspects when you recognize your team and their successes. Within Six Sigma, there is an organizational hierarchy, and different roles exist within that hierarchy. Each one of these roles has a very unique responsibility in the Six Sigma deployment. The organizational hierarchy sits at the high level of the organization with the executive team and the champion. These are the individuals that provide vision for the organization. Next, the Master Black Belt works with the champion to select projects. Master Black Belts also mentor the Black Belts who are actively involved in leading the Six Sigma projects. Further down in the hierarchy, there are Green Belts. At this level, process improvements are occurring within the Green Belts' jobs. Then finally, at the bottom of the hierarchy are the Yellow Belts. These are the individuals who are participating in the team and have a general understanding of Six Sigma. Within the hierarchy, the Master Black Belt, and Green Belt are professional designations. The executive leadership and the champions are made up by the Chief Executive Officer, or CEO, and other top executives in the organization. So now, let's explore each of these roles, starting with the executive leadership and champions. Executive leadership is responsible for the vision and the implementation of Six Sigma. As Six Sigma projects are implemented, the executive leadership's role is to make sure that those projects are going to help the organization achieve its long-term strategic vision. Champions are essentially the power brokers. These are the individuals who help secure any necessary resources and oftentimes sponsor the improvement projects. The champions also work between executive leadership and the Master Black Belt to ensure that the project aligns with organizational goals. Therefore, champions need to fully understand the corporate culture. Typically, the executive leadership and the champions will have a general understanding of what Six Sigma is, and their roles to link Six Sigma to the long-term vision in the organizational goals. The Master Black Belts are the consultants to the team members. They work as a conduit between the champion and the Black Belt to make sure that appropriate projects are being selected. In addition, Master Black Belts are generally responsible for training and mentoring the Black Belts, so it's important that they have a full and thorough understanding of Six Sigma. In comparison to Master Black Belts, the Black Belts are the project managers leading the Six Sigma projects. They are typically the team leaders for any of the Six Sigma initiatives. In addition, they have a role in mentoring the Green Belts. Within the Six Sigma hierarchy, there are several levels that provide mentorship. The Master Black Belt mentors the Black Belt, who in turn mentors the Green Belt. Therefore, the Black Belt plays an important role as well as in disseminating the Six Sigma knowledge throughout the entire organization. The bottom levels of the hierarchy are comprised of the Green Belts and the Yellow Belts. The Green Belts also operate as team leaders, but they're typically working on projects that are directly related to their job functions. In addition, they're using process improvement tools within the context of their projects. Finally, the Yellow Belts have basic Six Sigma training and are actively involved in the projects with the Green Belts and the Black Belts. Apart from the main hierarchical roles in Six Sigma, including the executive, champion, master black belt, green belt, and yellow belt, there are several other types of roles on a Six Sigma team that are equally important. They are the sponsor, process owner, coach, facilitator, and team members. Each of these roles has a very specific and individual responsibility. However, depending on the size of the teams, some of the different roles might actually be combined. The first Six Sigma team role is the sponsor. Typically in Six Sigma initiatives, there are executive sponsors that are responsible for the strategic direction of the projects. They ensure that the business case is accurately articulated, and that the project plan is developed in such a way that it meets that business case. Therefore, sponsors are directly linked to the strategic direction of the project and the business case. The sponsor could be a functional manager or external customer. Regardless of who plays the role of the sponsor, it's important to make sure it's someone that's the recipient of the benefit of the project. In addition, sponsors often act as a conduit to making sure you have the necessary resources for your project. If you have a spot in your project where you need maintenance help or additional resources, the sponsor is the person that would help you make sure you have those resources. The second Six Sigma team role is the process owner. Process owner is typically a functional manager. This is a person who works directly with the team and who acts as a source of functional expertise for them. When the project team is working on improving a process owner is fully involved in the process, with an understanding of the project's requirements and baseline. Process owner also works closely with employees who are responsible for implementing the improvement. It's vital for the process owner to have buy-in for the project, because once the team has completed the project, process owner is the person who will own the process. Therefore, you want to make sure that you have the appropriate buy-in to ensure that those changes are sustained in the future. The third Six Sigma team role is the coach. The coach helps ensure that the team understands the tools and the methodologies being used. In some organizations, the Master Black Belt could fulfill this role. The coach is essentially the expert that is assigned to the task of helping the team with any queries or solving any problems. For example, if you're having issues with setting up a design of experiments or a hypothesis test, the coach would be a person who has knowledge of the tools and methodologies to coach and mentor the team to make sure that they are using the tools and methodologies correctly. The fourth Six Sigma team role is the facilitator. The facilitator acts as the quality advisor to make sure the team is meeting the project requirements. This person also helps to keep the team members focused on the task at hand. Facilitators are individuals that help facilitate discussions and meetings to make sure that everyone stays focused on the core problem that you're trying to solve. In addition, facilitators observe the team performance. They would be knowledgeable of the different stages of team development and could use that knowledge to understand the team performance and help facilitate better communications to move the team in the right direction. The facilitator would also help in recommending the necessary improvements so that the team can function better and the project can move along efficiently. The fifth and final Six Sigma team role is the team member. This is someone who is directly involved with the team and who helps carry out the work of the project. Each team member would typically fulfill a different function within the team and would have specific roles and responsibilities assigned to make sure that the appropriate tasks are being completed on a timely basis. Typically, the team leader would report directly to the project leader or to a functional manager. This allows for the responsibilities to be addressed in a timely manner and helps promote good communication within the team. As you form teams for your Six Sigma projects, it's important that you understand that there will be conflict within the team at some point. There is no such thing as a perfect team, and that's why it's important to understand some of the common causes for team and interpersonal conflict. For example, the team could be dealing with stressful working conditions. With Six Sigma, you're targeting very aggressive goals, and this stress may cause some conflict within your team. In addition, you are bringing people together from various backgrounds, which may result in conflicts as personalities clash. You may also be dealing with communication styles that are different, or with different values and perspectives. So this topic will cover how to handle team challenges caused by interpersonal issues, which include team members who are overbearing, dominant, reluctant, feuding, and discounting. Let's explore the characteristics of overbearing team members and some great solutions for dealing with this issue on your Six Sigma team. Overbearing team members are the team members that have a disproportionate amount of influence or authority. They are typically the team members that discount the contributions or suggestions of others, and that leads to other team members not necessarily wanting to participate, as they feel their opinions are put down or ignored. Another common characteristic of overbearing team members is that they shut down discussions that aren't related to their area of expertise, because they want to control most of the discussion. So what are you supposed to do if you encounter an overbearer? Well, one great way to mitigate this situation is to establish ground rules for participation. For example, you could establish a ground rule that all team members must let other team members finish talking when sharing ideas. You can also reinforce the rights of every group member. For example, you can establish and reinforce the idea that every group member has the right to participate in the discussion and share their ideas without anyone discounting them. You can also handle the situation by giving outlets to those overbearing participants. Besides overbearing team members, you may also face team members that are dominant. Dominant team members take up an excessive amount of time. They generally talk too much, focus on trivial issues, inhibit the participation of other team members, and are constantly trying to put the focus on themselves and their ideas. When you understand who your dominant team members are, you can then implement appropriate solutions. Just like with overbearing team members, an effective solution is to establish ground rules to balance discussion participation. Perhaps you only give so much time to each person to speak so that the discussion can move along. You can give everyone equal opportunity to share their feedback and ideas, using balanced dialogue techniques such as round robins and gatekeeping. In addition, you could appoint a moderator to the discussion to keep track of time and monitor floor time for each member of the team. Another great solution to deal with dominant team members is to channel their energy where their strengths are. For example, if you've got a dominant team member who has amazing organization skills, let that team member handle particular tasks that require that skill to keep them productive and engaged. Reluctant team members are another team challenge. These are the team members that might be intimidated, insecure, resentful, or even hostile. They're holding back the necessary information that you need for your project. Perhaps it's a team member unwilling to voice disagreement, or someone who feels powerless to affect change. Some of the solutions to deal with reluctant team members include encouraging and rewarding participation. You want to get these reluctant team members more involved in the discussion, and you can do that by using some balanced dialogue techniques to make sure that they participate in discussion and team activities. It's important to remember that reluctance may be a result of something as simple as not being comfortable speaking in a group setting. If someone's insecure or a little bit intimidated, it might also be useful to provide that person with the option of communicating by email or phone. Feuding is another interpersonal issue that can cause challenges for your Six Sigma team. This is when you have a disagreement or a clash between two strong, unbending personalities. It's sometimes difficult to even know where this disagreement comes from. Have you ever heard the expression, "They just rubbed me the wrong way"? It could be a power struggle, or it could be a personal history that you're not aware of. Regardless of the cause, feuding within a team causes other team members to feel pressure to take sides, and it may even cause team members to just not say anything at all and become withdrawn to avoid the conflict. So what can you do when you're experiencing feuding in your team? Well, developing ground rules once again is a very successful technique for dealing with this type of issue. For example, you could set ground rules about minimum interpersonal behavior toward team members. As a team, it's important to discuss the conflict and explore some common ground so that the team can be successful. One way to move forward is to have people describe how the feud is affecting the team and its cohesion. Hopefully, these two personalities that are conflicting can see the negative impact that they're causing and can move past their own interpersonal issues for the greater good of the team and the project. Finally, another common challenge within teams is discounting members. Discounting happens when one team member dismisses the contribution of another. This behavior could be passive, for example, as in one team member ignoring another completely. Or it could be active, as when a team member is openly ridiculing the other team member. You can handle discounting by supporting the discounted team member and focusing on what they contribute to the team. You should also address the behavior directly with the discounter, but you should do so in a private setting. It's typically best to pull them aside and talk to them one-on-one. Finally, you can alleviate discounting behavior by providing team training on active listening, so team members learn how to appreciate and take into account other team members' contributions and points of view. Have you ever been in a team with no conflict? Though it may sound great on the surface, having no conflict within your team is actually bad for your project. When there is a lack of dissent, there is most likely excessive team cohesiveness, which is an important team challenge to be aware of so that you can handle it. So what's wrong with a team in which there's no disagreement? Well, it can be a sign that you're not asking the right questions and that you're not challenging things. Too much cooperation may result in poor decisions. Why? Because assumptions aren't being challenged. You want to make sure that you're driving decisions from data, and also that you're making informed decisions. Therefore, if you have insufficient data and you're not challenging those assumptions, then you might be just going along with the status quo. You may also be ignoring the customer's perspective. You lose the importance of playing the devil's advocate. For a Six Sigma project to be successful, you have to be able to ask those hard questions. You need to bring challenges to the light so that you can address them. You need to get relevant and varying perspectives to ensure that the project is headed in the right direction. There are 4 key concepts that can play a part in creating a lack of dissent in a team environment. These are groupthink, acceptance of opinions as facts, rush to accomplishment, and attribution. In groupthink, there is a desire within the team for cohesion, and this desire dominates over the individual will and the creativity of the team members. This can result in data or evidence being ignored. You want to make sure that you're not so focused on getting along and not hurting others' feelings that you forget to ask the right questions. When you look at groupthink, one issue you might find is that the data or the evidence might be ignored. You really want to challenge the team to come up with alternative approaches and solutions. So you're going after very aggressive solutions to really push the envelope. To do that, you need to encourage critical thinking and reward individuality. Acceptance of opinion as facts is the desire to accept the opinions of others as fact rather than seeking evidence. Accepting opinions as fact can lead to serious miscalculations. To avoid this, encourage the team to be objective and critical when dealing with opinions and assertions. Additionally, ensure that the decisions made by the team are based on data. Rush to accomplishment occurs when the desire for results supersedes the team's sensitivity to alternative courses of action. This can happen when the team feels pressure to make progress. To help avoid rush to accomplishment, emphasize that quality takes patience and allow enough time in the agenda to accomplish tasks. Finally, make sure the team leader is not exerting pressure on the team members to rush to accomplishments. Attribution results when conclusions are formed based on inference rather than facts. Attribution can be dangerous when gathering requirements for the project and can lead to poor decisions. To help avoid attribution, ask attributors to paraphrase the information and require that the conclusions the team establishes be based on verified sources and data. Team meetings are essential for Six Sigma projects, so it's important to understand what can go right and what can go wrong during these meetings. This topic will cover issues you may encounter in meetings, such as floundering, digression, and tangents, as well as their characteristics and some effective solutions in case they do happen. When a team is floundering, it can't make progress. Floundering is characterized by false starts, circular discussions, procrastination, and an inability to make decisions. For example, have you ever been in a meeting where the conversation just keeps circling around the same topic, with no resolution? This is typical of floundering. So how do you overcome floundering? Solutions to floundering include providing the data, support, or resources the team needs to move the project forward. Adjust the team's responsibilities, clarify expectations, and open channels of communication. Digression occurs when a subject that isn't on the agenda is discussed. This is a tactic used mostly by dominant team members. Digression is characterized by veering off topic and distracting other team members with chatter. While it can be a challenge, digression can be overcome relatively easily. One way to help solve digression is to control participants without inhibiting their energy or enthusiasm. Another way is to obtain full team agreement on the need for limits and focus during discussions. Tangents are another team meeting challenge, and they are also known as offsides. Tangents typically occur because the meeting lacks a clear purpose, the agenda is too loose, or there's nobody really in charge. To avoid tangents, set a clear objective for the meeting, and use a moderator to curtail tangents and keep the team on track. Also, record deviations so that they can be addressed at a later time. This way, team members will feel that their contributions are valuable, but will also understand that some of the issues that are being brought up may need to be discussed at a later time. There are several common Six Sigma team tools that can help Six Sigma teams reach decisions or solve problems on a project. These include brainstorming, the nominal group technique, and multivoting. The power of these three tools comes from the energy they draw from the team dynamic. These tools are influenced by the rational and social forces from the team members. The purpose of these common tools is to generate a large pool of new and creative ideas, and then separate out the vital few items from that large pool of ideas. This topic will focus on brainstorming as a common Six Sigma team tool. Brainstorming is used when you're trying to generate ideas, and it uses freedom and creativity to develop a large number of ideas and solutions to problems. The key to brainstorming is unlocking the creativity from the team. Brainstorming is based on the premise that the quality of ideas breeds the quality. To achieve this goal, brainstorming requires that participants defer judgment. What this means is that team members that are involved should be free to express themselves, without worrying about criticism from other team members or feeling pressure to self-censor their ideas. You want those ideas to be as free-flowing as possible. The brainstorming process includes 7 steps: identification, information, speculation, suspension, evaluation, analysis, and presentation. In the first 2 steps, identification and information, the problem or opportunity is identified and the goal for the session is established. The team is also provided with background data and criteria relevant to the issue during these steps. During the speculation step, a pool of ideas is generated. In order for this to happen, you need to allow for a free flow of ideas from the team without evaluation or criticism. Even wild or impractical suggestions should be encouraged. The brainstorming session facilitator can ensure that all team members participate and that all the ideas are recorded. In the suspension step, team members take a break to let ideas settle. During the evaluation step, the team establishes acceptability criteria, and the ideas generated by the team are ranked. The lowest ranked ideas are eliminated. During the analysis step, top suggestions are checked against data and requirements. And finally, during the presentation step, a report is generated. This report is then presented to the customer, the principal stakeholder, or any other relevant decision maker to receive final approval. Another Six Sigma tool you can use during your Six Sigma projects is the nominal group technique. Nominal group technique is a methodology that uses a more structured format than brainstorming. The term nominal is used because individuals involved in this team have minimal interactions, and so they're really only a group in name. The nominal group technique begins with the facilitator presenting a problem or topic. Group members then write down ideas on paper, but with little or no interaction among team members. This provides an opportunity for less self-censorship than with brainstorming, and also ensures that the negative group dynamics won't inhibit the sharing of ideas. There are several steps within the nominal group technique. The first step in the process is where the facilitator presents the problem or the topic that the group should be working on. It's useful for the facilitator to do this with an open-ended question, such as, "What are some of the ways you can improve the process?" The group then has a brief discussion so everyone understands the issue and the goal for the session. During the second step of the nominal group technique, team members work privately and are given enough time for thoughtful reflection to write down their ideas. During the third step of nominal group technique, members take turns sharing one idea at a time, round-robin style. All the ideas presented by the team members are then recorded on a flip chart or whiteboard. Team members can also spend some time during this step asking questions for clarification. During the fourth step of the nominal group technique, each idea is given a letter or number, and members score or vote on these ideas. Members select their favorite ideas, then rank the ideas on their own list in order of preference, and award each idea points. During the fifth and final step of the nominal group technique, the points for each idea are tabulated, and then the team ranks the ideas based on votes. Another Six Sigma team tool that's a convergent thinking tool to help prioritize options is multivoting. Multivoting helps the team take multiple votes to rank or narrow down a list of ideas, options, or solutions. Multivoting starts with the team generating a list of ideas. Similar ideas are then grouped by affinity and placed into groups. You're looking for the natural groupings here. Each group is then assigned a number so that it can be easily identified. Based on the groups, each participant then gets to choose 1/3 of the items that they determine are the most important, and then cast votes for each item. Similar to nominal group technique, the team then eliminates the items with the least number of votes, and then this process is repeated until a specific number of ideas is reached. For example, the team might determine they want to only work on the top 5 ideas. Multivoting, while similar to the nominal group technique, differs in that the voting is done as a group, whereas in nominal group technique it is done in private. Also, while nominal group technique is useful for a smaller list of ideas, multivoting is particularly effective for use with large groups of ideas or long lists of choices. What's beneficial about both multivoting and nominal group technique is that you are driving toward consensus because each team member is participating in the process. Effective communication in a team is a challenge. In a team, there are members that will differ in professional experience, status, propensity to take tasks, cultural background, personality, how they respond to rewards and incentives, and also how they interact with other people. As the team leader, it's important that you balance the individual nature of team members with the appropriate delivery mechanism to make sure that the team members are effectively communicating and that they're able to convey messages appropriately. When you think about how you're going to convey your messages, you need to consider that team members need the right information at the right time. Communication is an art. It's an art of providing information in order to achieve a clear vision and a shared meaning. Humans communicate all the time, but you want to make sure that the communication in your team is being carried out in a meaningful way. Remember that the lack of clarity is one of the primary causes of frustration and ineffectiveness within your team. Communicating within the team and communicating with various stakeholders are both important. Examples of communication include sharing the Lean Six Sigma vision, educating stakeholders about the Lean Six Sigma subject matter content, and sharing and discussing the results of the business diagnostic. Additional examples include reporting on progress, conducting reviews, designing an ongoing awareness plan, and publicizing successes. There are several types of communication that are used on a team. One-way communication happens when information is relayed from the sender to the receiver without the expectation of a response, or with the expectation of a delayed response. Email is an example of one-way delayed feedback between sender and receiver. Memos and announcements are one-way communications methods, where no response is expected. Other examples of one-way communication include progress reports, talk mail, status updates, and review feedback. One-way communication should be used when the information doesn't require an immediate response, and when the communication isn't urgent, confidential, or sensitive in nature. It's useful to impart targeted, specific, or explicit knowledge, such as that in progress reports, updates, meeting minutes, memos, faxes, and media messages. An advantage of one-way communication is that it's timely and easy to use. A disadvantage is that while you can confirm your message was sent, You can't confirm that it was read and understood by your stakeholders. Two-way communication is a method in which both parties transmit information. The telephone is one method that strictly utilizes two-way communication. Interactive communication involves a multi-directional message stream. Those involved in the communication can react and respond to each other in real time. Interactive communication is appropriate when an immediate response is required and when the information is sensitive or likely to be misinterpreted. It's also beneficial for brainstorming, feedback, and creative collaboration. Examples of two-way communication include face-to-face meetings, video conferencing, phone calls, and instant message chats. There are several common communication tools that are important to understand, as you'll use them in Six Sigma initiatives. Each is best used in specific situations. Written one-way communication, such as email, is best suited for messages that are casual and not time-sensitive. It is ideal for information that is factual and short, such as announcements of events or status reports. Using email indicates to the receiver that the message is information-based, routine, and uncomplicated. Tools for voice and video technologies, such as the telephone or Skype, use two-way communication. These tools are appropriate for urgent or complex issues that need to be analyzed. It is useful for clarification of issues, for issues that do not require documentation, and for issues that require a speedy reply. Using the telephone indicates to the receiver that the message is important on a personal basis. Meetings are another common communication tool. Sensitive, tacit, collaborative, or complicated communication is best dealt with in person. Conveying an emotion, handling a delicate situation, and testing a reaction are all better done face-to-face. Meeting in person indicates to the receiver that the message is important, requires commitment, and is potentially influential. There are several factors to consider when choosing an appropriate communication tool. The first consideration is the volume of the information. If you have to convey a lot of information, then one-way communication may be the most appropriate tool to use. Imagine trying to deliver the contents of a quarterly performance summary in a face-to-face or group setting. Being able to read a report would allow your audience to digest the information much more easily. Another consideration is the complexity of the message. Richer forms of communication offer multiple methods of assessing complex information. For example, your audience members may need to rely on your words as well as nonverbal communication skills such as tone, inflection, and body language to get a full meaning of your message. If there is a good chance your message may be misinterpreted by your audience, it should be delivered in a setting that allows for rapid feedback to confirm understanding. You should also consider the nature of the message. Any message that is confidential in nature for which you require immediate feedback should be in a two-way setting, via a face-to-face meeting or video conference if co-location is not possible. Finally, you need to factor in the degree of collaboration required. Meetings are the best tool for cases where team collaboration is required. There are times when technology can present a barrier to effective decision-making. In those cases, a meeting would be your best option. Organizational communication is necessary to meet the information needs of project stakeholders. A key aspect of organizational communication is identifying internal customers versus external customers. Stakeholders require timely communication that includes just the right amount of information. Having this information will allow stakeholders the opportunities to provide feedback and input. There are three types of organizational communication: top-down, bottom-up, and horizontal. This topic will explore each of these three types of communication in more detail. Top-down communication is used to influence through information. It reminds employees about vision, strategies, objectives, policies, and developments. It is also used to deliver performance feedback. One of the major functions of top-down communication is to achieve influence through information. Lower-level personnel need to know what those in higher levels are doing and to be regularly reminded of key policies, strategies, objectives, and technical developments. Special importance should be placed on feedback and information on performance results. Sharing such information helps minimize the spread of rumors and inaccuracies regarding higher-level intentions. It also creates a sense of security and involvement among receivers who believe that they know the whole story. Unfortunately, a lack of adequate downward communication is often cited as a management failure. On the issue of corporate downsizing, for example, one survey showed that 64% of employees did not believe what management said, 61% felt uninformed about company plans, and 54% complained that decisions were not well explained. Bottom-up communication, also known as upward communication, keeps upper managers aware of progress, performance, problems, and suggestions for improvement. This type of communication is important for employees to believe the door is really open. Upward communication keeps higher levels informed about what lower-level workers are doing, what their problems are, what suggestions they have for improvements, and how they feel about the organization and their jobs. Upward communication has historically been a problem in organizations due to lower-level employees filtering information that goes up, leaving many higher-level organizational managers in the dark about what's really happening in the organization. Horizontal communication, also known as peer-to-peer or lateral communication, is important for collaboration. Workers must communicate across functional boundaries. This is achieved through cross-departmental committees, teams, and task forces. Today's customer-sensitive organizations need timely and accurate feedback and product information. To serve customer needs, they must get the right information and get it fast enough into the hands of the workers. Furthermore, inside the organization, people must be willing and able to communicate across departmental or functional boundaries and to listen to one another's needs as internal customers. So let's now explore an example of each of these organizational communication strategies and how they relate to Six Sigma. Top-down communication involves the executive team providing the information on the strategic long-term goals of the organization. Executives then share that information through the organization to help select appropriate Six Sigma projects and to make sure that there's a linkage between the continuous improvement projects and the vision of the organization. Bottom-up communication includes progress reports from the Six Sigma team to project sponsors and the executive management team about what's happening within the team and the progress that they're making. This could also be the Six Sigma team asking for resources if they need help with their Six Sigma projects. Horizontal communication could be as simple as team members talking to each other and providing each other status updates. Other examples of horizontal communication include the Six Sigma team presenting their status updates in town hall or company-wide meetings, or people being able to share the best practices from one process within the organization to other similar processes. The Six Sigma methodology consists of the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, or DMAIC methodology. Within the measure stage of the DMAIC methodology, you're going to assess the current state. You're gathering your baseline information and gathering understanding about how your process currently operates. In order to do that, it's important to map your processes to fully understand all of the steps involved, if there's any interdepartmental activities, and also who's involved in the process. In addition, in the measure phase, you're going to start gathering your data. Once you gather your data, you can use that information to further analyze your processes. Within the measure phase, one of the key tools is process modeling. Process modeling is used to make sure that you thoroughly understand all of the different steps, aspects, and individuals involved in a process. Process modeling involves making a visual model of the process. This is very useful in a Six Sigma project because it gets all of the various team members involved in understanding the process the same way. In addition, process modeling is performed so that you can understand the current behavior of your process and how that compares to your desired behavior. By understanding the current versus the desired behavior, you can perform a gap analysis to identify key areas for process improvement in later steps. There are three key types of process modeling results. There are descriptive results, prescriptive results, and explanatory results. Descriptive results involves having the information that traces what actually happened. This is where you're getting your baseline information to understand what your current process is and how it's operating, so you can see the process as is. Prescriptive results involve trying to understand and really define how the process should run, so you're looking more at the future to understand ideally how the process should run. It's more of your should-be state. Explanatory results involve adding the finite details of your process. You're illustrating the who, when, where, and why, and these are the details of the process that you can use to further improve your process and how it operates. If you should consider a process such as a loan application, you can go through the process and trace the actual steps that are in it. You can start with the loan applicant applying for the loan and how the loan application goes to a specific individual at the bank or lending institution. And that would provide the descriptive process modeling. When you talk about the perspective, you can further identify how that process should run and start prescribing process improvements. In terms of the explanatory results of the loan application process, you can add in those fine details of who, when, where, and why. You can add in the information such as who is applying for the loan and who is approving the loan at various steps of the process. Where is that happening, and at what step in the process is that happening? And why do specific steps occur? Process modeling is important in Lean and Six Sigma process improvement efforts because it's used to model and analyze an existing process. It then can be used to evaluate that existing process to identify areas for improvement. You can use process modeling to determine whether you have the right people involved in the process, whether they're involved at the right time, or if you have too many people involved or too many handoffs. In addition, you're trying to look for any type of barrier that may be hampering process flow. These are the main types of questions that you'll be asking when you model your process. You can then use your process map flowchart to further understand your processes. This process will cover the 4 types of information obtained by examining process models. The first type of information or evaluation is your process flow. As a team effort, it's important to go through and document your process flow. Understand how your process currently operates. In this example, you start with a process where you produce a product. You review the process. You have decisions within your process where you determine if that product is good or bad, and then, based on that, whether or not you ship a product if it's good, or you rework the product if it's not. When you start to examine your process flow diagrams, you can use this information to evaluate your process. One of the ways you can evaluate your process is by looking for rework loops. The second type of information you look for when analyzing process models. If you have something that doesn't go right within your process, the rework loops are where you have to rework or modify that product or process. In this example, there's a decision within your process. If the product is good, then it can move forward to one of 2 different processes. However, if it's bad, then the process has to go down and be reworked, and then check to see if it's good or not. It's important to understand where this is happening within your process because these are the defects within your process. You can use Six Sigma to improve the quality of your products and services. For example, you could be machining a shaft for an automobile. If the diameter of the bearing assembly is too large, you might have to go through and scrap the product. If it's too small, if it's an undersized inner diameter, you can go back and you can rework the process. But then you have to check to see if the product is good at that point. All of this rework is taking extra time, money, and resources to improve what was performed incorrectly initially, rather than focusing your efforts on being more proactive. Rework loops are another type of information you look for when process modeling. For example, these could be products waiting in queue. Whenever you have something waiting in queue, or you're stopping production for lengthy deliberations to determine what that next course of action should be, this causes a process delay. When you have these steps within your process, you're interrupting the flow, and you're delaying the lead time for when the product should reach your customer. For example, if you're trying to change an internal payroll process, but you're waiting for someone to give the go-ahead, and finally that person tells you it's okay to move forward with the step. That's a delay within your process. That increases the overall lead time for that step. The fourth and final type of improvement you want to gain from process modeling is opportunities for improvement. When you go through and identify the various steps within your process, you also want to identify where there is waste in the process. Waste in the process are things that you want to eliminate, such as lengthy delays and rework queues. These are all non-value-added activities that further delay the time from when the customer places the order of the product to the time the customer receives the product. This topic will explore process maps, including 4 common types of process maps. A process map is a series of symbols and lines that show the flow of activities within a process. When you draw a process map, it shows the process boundaries. So this really scopes the process from where the process starts to where it ends. You can also use the process map to show different functional boundaries. In addition, you can show interactions between steps and how they're related. Conversely, you can also use the process map to show any disconnects within your process. As you draw your process map, you need to include all value-added and non-value-added activities. As you analyze your process, you can use the various steps included to identify what's non-value-adding within your process and eliminate that. You can also identify where there are bottlenecks within your process. Finally, you can use the process map to show the inputs into your system, whether it's information, applications, or materials that are used within your processes, as well as the system outputs, such as finished goods, services, or tasks. One of the highest level types of process maps is the responsibility matrix. It is used to analyze a process by looking at the steps within the process and who really owns those processes. There are 4 key levels of responsibility within the responsibility matrix. They include responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed, which is why the responsibility matrix is also commonly known as a RACI chart. This chart is used to show the various individuals that are involved within a process, the process itself, and then who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. By identifying those 4 different levels of responsibility, you will also be able to provide good communication within the process, as well as align ownership from the different aspects of your process. Another type of process map is the top-down chart. It's very similar to the RACI matrix, but it provides a little bit more information about the process. This example explores a simple sales process of establishing a contact through writing the proposal and creating the contract. You then take that information and describe the processes within each step as a linear sequence. You also include the sub-steps of each process underneath. Another type of process map is the functional deployment map, also known as a swim lane diagram. The functional deployment map depicts the information from the responsibility matrix and the top-down chart, as well as additional information. Here, you're capturing the functional information by each functional department. You map the steps within the process as you go through each step and show any changes in the process. Anytime the flow crosses one of the swim lanes or functional barriers, you're showing the handoffs and where those occur within your processes. This tool is useful because it does capture those handoffs between each of the departments. It also helps show some of the complexity within the process, because the nature of the handoffs and any potential information that could be lost, as well as any type of miscommunication due to changes within those barriers. The final type of process map is the workflow diagram. It's used to depict the various movements of individuals involved within the process. Sometimes this is also called the spaghetti diagram. In this process map, you go through each step, from step 1, 2, 3, and so on. But here you also capture the movement from each department to different floors, as the stairs present in this example. So the workflow diagram adds another dimension to the process map. Rather than showing it looks like a nice clean linear process sometimes, this captures all of the additional movement that's required to flow through a process. The process map is made up of a variety of symbols, and each of those symbols has a very distinct meaning. This topic will present the different process map symbols and what each of those symbols represents. The first common symbol is an oval. It represents the start or the stop of a process. Within your process, you'll have several steps or operations, and each of these steps is represented by a rectangle. Typically, within each of these steps, you would also include text that describes what's happening within that step or that operation. A diamond is used to depict a decision that has to be made within that step of the process. A circle is used to depict inspection or review steps during the process. Delays within your process are indicated by the D shape. And if there's an input or output within your process, they are represented by a parallelogram. Once you have the various process mapping symbols placed in order, a flow line is placed between each step to indicate process flow. Besides the common process map symbols previously explored, There are several other less commonly used process mapping symbols that you'll see in Six Sigma process maps. One is using an arrow to indicate transportation or handling. An arrow with a jagged line represents transmission. A rectangle with rounded edges indicates an alternative process. If there's a measurement within the process, it's represented by a square. An upside-down triangle represents storage. A trapezoid is used for representing manual operation, whereas sub-processes are represented by a rectangle with inside lines at both ends. One thing to note is that different organizations or industries may vary in how they use symbols. In addition, there are so many possible symbols that can be used, and some are used less commonly than others. So it's always a good idea to include the legend or a symbol key within your process maps. This will make it much easier for others to understand your process flow maps. Once you've identified what your process is and what the steps are, you need to start putting the pieces of your map together. It's a process similar to putting the pieces of a puzzle together. You need to go through and make sure that your team has correctly identified all of the possible steps within the process. As a team, you should examine the symbols from beginning to end as you walk through and follow the actual process. That way, you can make sure that you're validating that you've truly captured what the process is. You can also suggest any other activities that need to be included to make sure you're capturing everything that's happening at each step. This topic will examine how to actually create a process map. Before starting to create a process map, there are several elements that are required to make sure you have the information that you'll need. The first piece of information is who is involved. You need to understand who is involved within the process, because those are potential people that you will interview and work with to fully understand how the process operates. The next aspects are the whats. Those are the steps and activities that are involved within the process. You also need to know the when. Once you have the steps and activities, you'll need to sequence those steps and activities based on the proper order of the process. The final information involves the where. You need to know where these things happen, where inputs come from, and where outputs go. So let's assume you've got your preliminary information, the who, what, when, and where. Now it's time to actually start compiling the process map, which includes 4 steps. The first step is to define your process boundaries. You need to know what steps fall within your process scope. Essentially, you're asking, where does your process start and where does your process end? So let's explore a brief scenario to understand how these steps would occur. Let's start by assuming that you're a Six Sigma Green Belt. A refining company is asking you to document the process currently being used to deliver refined gasoline to service stations. The management at the refining company wants to maximize the usefulness of the on-road time of delivery trucks by optimizing the delivery routes by service station locations, and also the consumption rates. The first step you take is to meet with others on the project team. These could be people who schedule the deliveries, people that process the orders and from each service station, or others that calculate the amount of gasoline per delivery vehicle. By doing this, you're able to discover that the service stations measure their average selling rates, and their regular refills are scheduled based on the output rate of the gasoline. Service stations can also make emergency requests if they're selling greater than expected amounts of fuel. So based on this information, you should confer with those involved in the process to determine where the process should begin and where it should end. So you would begin mapping, creating your map of the delivery process, by defining what those process boundaries are using this information. At this point, you can determine that the process begins where the service station is low on gasoline, and they send an order to the refinery. This process ends when the delivery vehicle returns to the refinery. Anything between those 2 steps is a process that you're going to investigate, and those are the steps that you need to understand. Once you've determined all the steps that are involved, you're ready for step 2, which is to list those steps in order. This is typically done by consulting with those involved. You want them to go through and analyze each of those steps to put them in an appropriate process order. To do this, you could start at the high level. Define what those major tasks are and any decision points within the process. Once you have those high-level major tasks, then you can further break those steps down. This is commonly done using sticky notes, so that you can move the processes around and add in finer detail. Using this information, you can then create a process map with symbols, which is step 3. Now, this can be done with flowcharting software if you become more proficient with it, but otherwise it can also be done by hand. Continuing with your scenario, the team starts creating the process map by looking at the first 3 steps. The process map starts with the beginning of the process, and that's when the station is low on gasoline. A parallelogram is used to represent an output. This is the station sending an order to the refinery for more gasoline. And then the rectangle is used to represent the order being dispatched to the refinery's delivery system. The next steps of the process are defined next. You have an input of the refinery receiving the order, and that's represented by a parallelogram. This step leads to a fuel truck being filled at the refinery. There's a separate process for filling the fuel trucks, and that's represented by a rectangle with 2 vertical lines on the ends to represent the predefined sub-process. The next step in the scenario process is represented by a half oval, or the D shape, and this is indicating there's a delay in the process as the truck drives to the station. Filling the station tanks is another predefined sub-process. Therefore, it's being represented by a rectangle with 2 vertical lines on the ends. Finally, the last 3 steps within the process start with a decision. The diamond is used to indicate there's a choice being made depending on whether or not the truck is empty. If it is empty, the process ends with the truck returning to the refinery, and for that the word yes would be written next to that line that connects to that decision. The word no would be written next to the line that connects to a decision if the truck is not empty. And the next step is represented by a parallelogram, which indicates that the delivery agent retrieves the information about the next order to be filled. This step is connected to the half oval previously drawn, which represents the delay where the truck drives to the station. The process continues in this manner until the truck is empty and needs to return to the refinery. So once you've created the process map, there's one more step in the process, and that is to verify the map. This is done by sharing it with your relevant stakeholders. These are the people that need to understand the map and those that need to carry out the steps. You want to make sure this is done so that you can make the necessary corrections. You should have stakeholders review the process map, identifying any areas that are not clear or where additional information is needed. Once that's done, you can implement any necessary tweaks to finalize your process map. The purpose of mapping a process is to model and analyze the process. You can use the process map to evaluate your existing process and identify areas of improvement. And you'd want to look for good flow, opportunities for improvement, delays, and rework loops. Let's explore an example scenario. Let's say you have delays within your process when the truck driver is driving to the station. You also have a rework loop that you want to try to avoid. When you examine opportunities for improvement, you can eliminate that rework loop by making several changes within the process. For example, perhaps you could fulfill multiple orders at once by keeping the delivery going until the truck is empty. This removes that decision and data loop and helps streamline your process and drive that improvement. Now, let's examine another example of how to analyze a process map. Let's consider a process where you're creating a casting mold using green sand. The process that you're considering is a sand mueller. The sand mueller takes in several components. First, it has the clay that comes into the system. It has water, and it has sand. There are 3 aspects that are placed into the machine that performs the mulling, and so this would be a rectangle. Once these 3 ingredients are mixed together, there's a decision. The decision is when the green sand is tested to see if it has the right composition. If it does not have the right composition, this is broken down and sent back to the mulling machine. If it does have the right composition, yes, it goes on to the next step of the process, which is where the casting molds are created. Note that when we have a no, it creates a rework loop and a delay. Since rework and delays are forms of waste, the team would note this as an obvious improvement opportunity. An ideal process would be improved to eliminate the need for the rework loop in the future. Within Lean Six Sigma, it's important to understand the concept of documenting the procedures and steps of a process. In other words, the need for process documentation. Written procedures are important because they help workers and employees to understand what they need to do. By having work instructions in place, you can ensure that everybody's following the same process, and therefore you can reduce variations within your process. By doing this, you will also ensure that your results are repeatable. In addition, it's also important to preserve the knowledge of the best practices and further drive these best practices by documenting those in your processes. In manufacturing and operations, process documentation could be the operation sheets that provide the technical specifications for the products that are being produced. For a service organization, such as a call center, the process documentation could be the specific scripts when a customer calls with a certain issue. The International Organization for Standardization, or ISO 9000, provides requirements for documentations and actions. ISO is a system that takes into account various aspects of quality management and known standards. These standards are used to provide guidance and tools for organizations that want to make sure that their products and services consistently meet the customer's requirements. They also drive process and continuous improvement. Written procedures are used to describe a process at a general level, at a high level. It's important that they reflect the organization's quality standards so that the individuals that are reading them understand when quality inspections are in place, and what happens if a product or service does not meet those quality standards. Written procedures are owned by the people responsible for that process. These people are also responsible for making sure that the written procedures are available, and that they're also updated timely when changes are made to the process. There are several elements of written procedures that are important to know and include. First, it's important to provide a purpose and a scope for what the procedure is covering. Terms and definitions should also be included, so any terminology not commonly known to potential readers is clear. For example, an operational definition would be provided so that anyone reading that procedural document would understand it. Written procedures should also include any necessary documentation about the procedure itself, as well as methods and responsibilities of the procedures. Training should also be included. Training could include how to use measurement devices and how to properly record quality data and actions to take if defects are discovered. For example, training for performing quality checks should include a verification that the employee can do the task accurately and be repeatable. Finally, written procedures should also include pertinent review information as part of document control, outlining any changes, updates, or modifications, including by whom and when. In Six Sigma, work instructions are a very common form of process documentation. Work instructions are a little bit different from written procedures because they provide a specific description of the process, including the sub-processes, and they include much more detail. They might include technical drawings, specifications, safety reminders, and tips. Work instructions are typically written and used by the people who are actually performing the task. Since they provide such specific information on how to perform that process, typically a copy of the work instructions are provided in the work area, so that they're easily accessible to the people that are performing that specific work. It's important to understand the difference between written procedures and work instructions, so let's examine an example of each. First of all, they differ in terms of the degree of detail. When you compare an example of conducting a 250-hour maintenance of ore hauling trucks, the written procedures provide a very high-level, outline-type summary. You start with performing running checks, shutdown and lockout, deactivate the fire suppression system, checking the cooling, lube, and fuel systems, and so on. When you look at how that translates into the work instructions, there's much more information, in a much more granular and detailed manner. If you consider just step 1 in the written procedures, performing a running check, and break that down into finer details, as work instructions, you would have inspection, override, low idle, dynamic RPM, box interlock, and so on. It's important to note that the written procedures and work instructions complement each other because they should relate to each other, but each performs a very unique function. The written procedures are high level, while work instructions get down to the very specific sub-steps that are required for each of the steps within the written procedures. Probability is a measure of the likelihood of an outcome, and it's mathematically represented by a capital P. Typically, the concepts of probability are provided with some simple examples, such as tossing a coin or rolling a die. When you toss a coin, your chances of getting heads are 1 out of 2 because your options are heads or tails. When you roll a die once, your chance of getting a 6 is 1 out of 6. When you think about probability, it's typically expressed as a decimal or a percentage. For example, when you think about quality, you're typically talking about defects. There are several concepts used in Six Sigma to deal with probability. The first concept is inferential statistics. During the measure stage of the process, you make inferences from the sampled data about your population. You will also use concepts such as confidence intervals during the measure and analyze stages to understand your process quantitatively. Tools such as design of experiments will be used during the improve stage. You'll also use estimation and predictions for decision-making in the analyze and improve stages. Finally, in the control stage, you'll use tools such as control charts that are also based off of probability concepts. Now, there are several important rules to understand when talking about probability. Since you're talking about a percentage, all of your probabilities will be between 0 and 1, with both values being inclusive. The sum of all the probabilities within a sample space will be equal to 1. The probability that an event cannot occur equals 0, and the probability that an event must occur equals 1. So when you think about that, the probability of an event not occurring equals 1 minus the probability of that event occurring. There are also several key terms that are used in calculating the probability. The first is sample space, which is a set of all possible outcomes of an experiment. An event is a set of outcomes in that experiment. There are two kinds of events: simple events and compound events. The simple event is defined as a single outcome of the performed experiment, or an event that cannot be broken down anymore. Compound events use a bit more sophisticated probability and are divided into mutually exclusive events, dependent events, and independent events. When talking about the complement probability of events, those events can only have two outcomes. They either happen or they do not happen. There are two alternatives in the formula. There's the probability of the event not happening, which is equal to 1 minus the probability of the event happening. Then, thinking back to the rules of probability, the probability of the event happening plus the probability of the event not happening must be equal to 1. For example, if you think about the probability of not getting heads in a coin toss, you're 50% likely to get heads, then you're also 50% likely to get tails. This topic will explore the probability formula and how to use it for calculating probability for both simple and mutually exclusive events. The probability of event A equals the number of ways that A could occur divided by the number of all possible outcomes. For example, if you explore the probability of getting tails in a coin toss, there's only one way to get a tail. Therefore, the numerator is 1. But there are two possible outcomes, heads or tails. So the denominator is 2, and that makes the probability of event A to be 0.5, or 50%. When you look at the probability of rolling a 3 on a single-sided die, the probability is 1 out of 6, or 0.167, or 16.7%. If you think about the probability of rolling an even number, then that would be a 2, a 4, or a 6. Therefore, your probability when you have the numerator is now 3, because there are 3 possible outcomes, but the denominator is still 6, and therefore your probability is 0.5, or 50%. Now let's talk a little bit more about what mutually exclusive events are. For example, when you flip a coin, it lands either on heads or tails, but you can never have both. Therefore, they are mutually exclusive. In a Six Sigma context, you can have a product that's either defective or not defective, but a product can't cross both of those boundaries. Therefore, you can represent it with a Venn diagram, where these two events do not overlap. When you talk about two events being mutually exclusive, but you're looking for the probability of A or B occurring, you can add that probability of A and B together. For example, based on historical data, you know that the probability of obtaining no defectives in a sample of 100 items is 0.1. That's your event A. And the probability of obtaining one defective item in the sample is 0.15. So that's your event B. If you want to know the probability of obtaining not more than one defective item in the sample of 100, that means you could either expect 0 defectives or 1 defective. And since there are mutually exclusive events, you're looking at both events, where you have no defectives and exactly one defect in this example. Therefore, you can add the values of 0.10 and 0.15 and get 0.25, or 25%. This topic will discuss how to calculate the probability of independent and dependent events. The probability of calculating two events, A and B, that are independent is determined by multiplying the probability of A times the probability of B. So let's explore an example to see how this calculation works. Let's consider a jar that contains 4 red jelly beans and 8 black jelly beans. If you select 2 jelly beans at one time from the jar, and as you select each one, you replace it immediately after it's selected, you want to know what the probability is of you selecting one red and then one black jelly bean. Each selection of a jelly bean is independent because you're returning back to the original state. There are no dependent factors on your next jelly bean selection. It's important to note here that you're drawing 2 jelly beans from your jar, one at a time. So when you talk about the probability of the first event, since you have 4 red jelly beans out of the 12 total jelly beans, the probability of selecting a red jelly bean is 0.333, or 33%. When you talk about event B, you're looking for the probability that you select a black jelly bean. 8 of the 12 jelly beans are black, and so that gives you a probability of 0.667. The probability of A and B is then calculated by multiplying the 0.333 times 0.667, and that gives you 0.222, or 22.2%. It's important to note that if you are drawing 2 jelly beans from the jar at once, but not putting the first one back in the jar, these would become dependent events, and you would have a totally different outcome. So you need to understand the difference between the event with replacement and without replacement. In this example, you performed the event with replacement, since you were putting the drawn jelly bean back into the jar immediately after it was selected. Each selection was independent. Now, let's explore dependent events. When you talk about the probability of dependent events, the probability of A and B is calculated as the probability of A times the probability of B given A. So let's talk about an example of this to see how this calculation works. Let's explore the probability of pulling 2 cards out of a deck and getting 2 aces. In this example, you're pulling 2 cards from the deck one after another, and you're not replacing the cards back. So the probability that the first card will be an ace is 4 out of 52, since that's 4 aces in a deck of 52 cards. This gives you a probability of 0.0769. Now, when you calculate the probability of the second card also being an ace, since the first card was an ace, your numerator changes to 3, since there's only 3 aces left in the deck. Since you have not replaced the card, you're down to 51 out of the 52 cards, and therefore your probability changes to 0.0588. The probability of both cards being aces is then calculated by multiplying the 0.0769 times 0.0588, and that gives you 0.0045, or 0.45%. Now, let's explore an example from a Six Sigma perspective. Suppose you're checking the quality of a shipment of bottles. You know that historically the supplier has a defect rate of 8%. You're selecting 2 bottles at random from a sample of 100, and pulling them one after another and testing them. You want to know what the probability is that the first bottle would be defective, and that the second one will be defect-free. So you're going to use the probabilities based on this being a dependent event. You calculate the probability of an A and B, which will equal to the probability of A times the probability of B given A. The probability that the first bottle will be defective is 8%, so this value will be 8 out of 100. Since you have pulled these two together without a replacement, the probability of B given A, in other words, the probability that the second bottle will not be defective, is 100 minus 8, or 92. You're now down to 99 bottles because you didn't do replacement. This gives you a value of 0.0800 times 0.9293. When you multiply these two values together, you get a value of 0.0743, or 7.43%. This topic will explore the addition rule for mutually exclusive events. Mutually exclusive events are two events that cannot overlap. For example, if you look at event A and event B, there's no overlap between these two events. Therefore, when you talk about the probability of event A or event B happening, you could add the probability of A plus the probability of B. For example, if you have a 0.02 probability of rain and a 0.06 probability of snow, if you wanted to know what the probability of it raining or snowing is, and since these are two mutually exclusive events, you would add the probabilities together. The probability of rain or snow would be 0.8, or 80%. Okay, now let's explore an example of calculating the probability for three mutually exclusive events. Let's say there's a transportation company that wants to know if regulating its buses to a maximum speed of 65 miles per hour would be fuel efficient. Probabilities have been established for the average speed the company's buses currently travel. The probability that a bus is traveling between 66 and 69.99 miles per hour is 0.141. Between 70 and 74.99 is 0.87, and above 75 is 0.007. What is the probability that a bus is traveling faster than 65 miles per hour? Buses can only travel within one speed interval, so these events are mutually exclusive. The formula used to find the probability of mutually exclusive events is P, a function of A or B or C, equals P times A plus P times B plus P times C. Because of the number of buses traveling faster than 65 miles per hour, all three probabilities are included in the calculation. P times A or B or C equals P times 0.141 plus P times 0.087 plus P times 0.007, which is 0.235. So, to our original question about the probability of a bus traveling faster than 65 miles per hour, the result is 23.5%. Now, let's talk about the addition rule where there are non-mutually exclusive events. When you have non-mutually exclusive events, you have overlap in the areas between two events. If you were to use the same formula for your calculations, you would essentially be counting the overlap area twice, and therefore your calculation would change. When you're figuring out the probability of A or B, you add the probability of A plus a probability of B. But you're subtracting out that intersection of the two to essentially make sure that you don't double count that area. If you look at it from the perspective of the Venn diagram, if you look at the probability of A with union B, it's the probability of A plus the probability of B minus where you have the intersection of A and B. Again, to make sure that you don't overlap twice. So let's use an example to apply this. A call center has an issue with its service recovery process. So the team leader is recommending that a new primary and a secondary screening procedure be used to screen for those potential issues. Based on the sample data, it's found that the primary screening procedure works in 86 out of 100 cases, while the secondary procedure works in 62 out of 100 cases. Both procedures can be applied simultaneously, and therefore you have to use the addition rule for non-exclusive events. When you do that, you find your probability of A plus the probability of B. but you have to subtract out the intersection of both, so that you're not double counting the overlap. Your probability of A was 86%. For B, it was 62%. And then the intersection is 0.860 times 0.620. When you multiply both values, you end up with 0.1480. Then you subtract the 0.533, which is the product of both probabilities, and you get to 0.947, or 94.7 as a result. What this means is that these procedures together can effectively screen for all of the potential issues 94.7% of the time. If you have three non-mutually exclusive events, you can see how the formula changes slightly. In this case, since you have three events, you're looking for the probability of A or B or C. You would add together the probabilities of A, B, and C, and you would have to take into account any overlaps between those areas. Therefore, you've got to consider all the different variable combinations. You could have the overlap between A and B, A and C, B and C, and between A, B, and C. A similar change to the formula would work for 4, 5, and 6, and so on non-mutually exclusive events. This topic will explore the multiplication rule. When using the multiplication rule, you're trying to determine the probability of more than one event occurring at a time. For example, the probability of event A and the probability of event B both occurring. When you're exploring the probability of event A and event B occurring, you calculate this by multiplying the probability of A times the probability of B. So let's take a minute to explore an example with two independent events. The probability that the sirens at a hydroelectric facility would fail was tested, and the result was 0.02. The probability that the sirens at the nearest town would fail was tested as well, and the result was 0.03. These are two independent events, but you'd like to note the probability of the sirens in both locations failing. To calculate that, you multiply 0.02 times 0.03. And that gives you the probability of the sirens failing in both locations as 0.0006, or 0.06%. So, now let's explore the multiplication rule as it applies to dependent events, with an example to illustrate the calculation. You have a wholesale grocery store that's inspecting a new shipment of 200 crates of tomatoes. Unknown to the management at the location, 2 of those 200 crates are defective. What is the probability of randomly selecting the 2 defective crates from the lot of 200? This probability can be found using the multiplication rule for dependent events. You first determine the probability of A and B, which is expressed as the probability of A times the probability of B, given A. Event A is defined as picking the first defective crate, and event B is defined as selecting the second defective crate. Because the first crate picked is not going to be returned to the lot, these events are dependent. The occurrence of A affects event B by reducing the sample size from which event B is going to be drawn. So your probability of event A is going to be those 2 defective crates out of the 200 that were shipped, since whatever crate is pulled first is not going to be returned. Now you're looking at one defect out of the remaining items, which is 199. And that gives you 0.01 times 0.005, which results in 0.00005, or 0.005%. Let's now explore how this would apply if there are 3 independent events. With 3 independent events, you would be looking for the probability that A, B, and C all occur. To do this, you would multiply the probability of A times the probability of B times the probability of C. To calculate the probability of A, B, and C occurring, if you have dependent events, you would multiply the probability of A times the probability of B, given A times the probability of C, given A and B. Let's apply this. In the first example, you have the probability of 3 independent events. Assume that you have a standard 52-card deck. You want to calculate the probability of dealing 3 8s in a row, but you're going to return the cards to the deck and shuffle those between each draw. The calculation would be the probability of A and B and C. These are independent events, so you're going to multiply the probability of A times the probability of B times the probability of C. Since you return the card that you draw and then shuffle the deck again, you have 4 out of 52 cards. Since there's 4 8s in a deck of 52 cards, and you're replacing them each time, you multiply 4 divided by 52 times 4 divided by 52 times 4 divided by 52. And that gives you a value of 0.00046, or 0.046%. So the probability of drawing 8 3 times in a row is 0.00046, or 0.046%. But what if you have 3 dependent events? Now you decide you're not going to return the cards to the deck between each draw. So you still have a standard 52 card deck, and you're going to calculate the probability of A and B and C. Since you're not returning the card to the deck, you're going to multiply the probability of A times the probability of B given A times the probability of C given A and B. On the first draw, you'll have 4 out of 52 possible cards. In the second draw, you'll now have 3 out of 51 cards, since you haven't replaced the first card you drew. In the third draw, you'll have 2 out of 50, since you haven't replaced that other card, and that gives you a value of 0.00018, or 0.018%. This means that your probability of drawing 3 8s in a row is 0.00018, or 0.018%. Within the concept of probability, it's important to understand the concept of permutations. Permutations are all the possible ways that you could do something. For example, if you have 1 red circle, 1 green circle, and 1 blue circle, and you wanted to calculate all the different combinations that you could have with these 3 circles, you would use the permutations formula. Permutations could also be used when you're considering possible combinations for a safe, or determining how many access codes can be created for a security system from a certain number of digits. When using permutation, you're representing a set of objects in which the position or order is important. So it's vital for you to understand the order of the steps for the mathematical formulations. The formula for permutation equals n factorial over n minus r times factorial. In the formula, np is the number of permutations, n is the size of the larger group, r is the size of the smaller subgroup, and the exclamation mark is a mathematical symbol for factorial. If you have n factorial, that is calculated by multiplying n times n minus 1 times n minus 2 times n minus 3 until you get to the value of 1. If you want to calculate 4 factorial, you multiply 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which gives you a value of 24. If you want to calculate 6 factorial, you multiply 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which gives you a value of 720. Now let's use factorials in an example. You know that after work you need to exercise, cook dinner, and phone a friend, but you only have time to do 2 of these things. In this case, your n is going to equal those 3 activities that you have available, but r is equal to the 2 possibilities that you know you can get done. You use this information to calculate the number of different ways you could arrange your schedule. In this example, the order of the activities is important, so you want to calculate a permutation. Since you have 3 activities, you would use 3 factorial divided by 3 minus 2 factorial, and that would give you 3 times 2 times 1, or 1 or 6 divided by 1, which gives you the value of 6 different possible combinations. Now, let's explore another example and link this back to Six Sigma. A Six Sigma team needs to select a team member, a coach, and a facilitator out of its 10 members. Assuming all of the possible candidates have similar skill sets and an equal chance of being selected, but considering that the same person cannot hold more than one office, in how many ways can the team select those office bearers out of its members? Order is important here as you need to select one of each, hence the need to apply the permutation formula. For this formula, you're going to have n equals 10 because you have 10 team members, and r equals 3 because you have 3 positions you're trying to fill. You're going to calculate your number of permutations, which is going to be equal to n factorial divided by n minus r factorial. This is going to be equal to your 10 factorial divided by 10 minus 3 factorial, and this equals to 10 factorial divided by 7 factorial, which gives you a value of 720 different possible combinations. An important concept in probability is combinations. If you're familiar with permutations, you know that order matters. You can think of the P in permutations standing for picky. The difference between permutation and combinations lies in the fact that order doesn't matter when you're dealing with combinations. So if you think about an example, you have 3 cards, a king, an ace, and a 7. You can say that it's equal to an ace, a 7, and a king because the combinations don't matter to each other. Now, when you look at the formula for a combination, it's similar to the calculation for permutations, but now you're dividing by the r factorial because the combinations don't matter. The combinations formula tells you how many ways you can select n objects, taking them in groups of r objects at a time. In the combinations formula, you have the symbol for the number of combinations. You also have the permutations. N is still the size of the larger group. R is still the size of the smaller subgroup, and then you have the factorial symbol. So let's think about an example. Let's say you wanted to do 3 things when you get home from work: exercise, cook dinner, and phone a friend. Now, you decide that the order in which you carry out these activities doesn't matter, that as long as you do 2 of these 3 things, you'll be fine. Of these activities, exercising and then cooking dinner is the same as cooking dinner and then exercising. The order of these 2 activities doesn't matter to you. You can calculate the number of combinations by using n factorial. You have 3 possible things you want to do. So this could be represented as 3 times 2 times 1, which equals 6. You then have r factorials, which you can do 2 combinations of 2 times 1. And then your n minus r is your 3 minus 2. So this gives you your 6 divided by 2 times 1, or 3 possible combinations for the activities. Now let's think about another example of calculating a combination. Suppose you're going to calculate the probability of getting exactly 3 heads in 5 flips of a coin using combinations. There's no order necessary, so you can apply the combination formula here. In this example, you're trying to find 3 heads in 5 flips of the coin. 5 factorial equals 120, made up of 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, r explanation point times n minus r explanation point equals 3 factorial times 5 minus 3 factorial, or 6 times 2. So the equation would be represented as 120 divided by 6 times 2, or 120 divided by 12, which equals 10 possible combinations. Statistical distributions and probability distributions mean the same thing. They're just 2 different terms. When you talk about probability distributions, these are a listing of the outcomes of an experiment, and probability distributions are used to link each outcome from that experiment to a probability of its occurrence. Within Six Sigma, productivity distributions are very useful in data analysis and decision-making. You can use probability distributions to answer questions such as, what is a probability that a specific product would be defective? Or, how likely is it that there will be so many defectives per million parts? Your ultimate objective within Six Sigma is to have good data analysis, because this leads to better information about the population and better decision-making. However, it's important to understand that a data collection exercise may deliver a dataset that does not fit a commonly known distribution. And this is where you will need to fit a known statistical distribution to a dataset, and have what's really more part art and part science. Probability distributions are used frequently within Six Sigma projects, particularly in the measure, analyze, and control phases, where tools such as statistical process control and defect probability determination is calculated. When you're using sampling for determining your population parameters, you could use tools such as hypothesis testing, confidence intervals, and predictive analysis. Statistical distributions are used to model these sets of data to simulate observations about similar or larger populations. This is where you typically use samples to infer information about that larger population. It's important you're able to choose the appropriate distribution so that you are representing and describing the data. You need to be able to, as Six Sigma professionals, understand the behavior of probability distributions so that you can determine the appropriate probability values within a given range. This will help provide information on the variation you're trying to address in a specific process or product. Random variables are the outcome of an experiment. As an outcome, they would have numerical values, which can be continuous or discrete, and the range would typically be represented as a probability distribution as shown in the three processes in the graph. Six Sigma practitioners use these process-specific random variables for the statistical test to generate probability distribution to predict the probability of certain events occurring. Inferences can be made about the sample data, even if it's not a considerable amount of data, but knowing the probabilities of that known distribution is helpful for the Six Sigma practitioner for decision-making. When you talk about random variables, these could be continuous variables or discrete variables. Continuous variables are variables where you have a range of possible outcomes. Typically, if you think about a variable and you can divide it by 2, and the resulting number is still feasible, it's probably a continuous variable. Examples of continuous variables include time, height, weight, temperature, and cost. When you refer to discrete variables, these are variables that are more mutually exclusive. They would answer a yes or no question. You could have a range of different colors to choose from. Or when you think about sizes, you can have small, medium, or large. When it comes to gender, you would have either male or female. You could have pass or fail or yes or no as options. There are many types of distribution. This topic will explore normal distribution. It's commonly called the bell-shaped curve due to the shape of the distribution, and it's also called the Gaussian probability curve. The normal distribution is defined by two key parameters, the mean, or mu, and the standard deviation, or sigma. With the standard normal distribution, the z distribution, there's a standard deviation of 1 and a mean of 0. Most of the values are clustered around the mean. It also has a single peak, so it's unimodal. The distribution is also symmetric around the mean. Another key characteristic of the normal distribution is that it has the same mean, median, and mode. And also the tails of the distribution extend to infinity in both directions. Within Six Sigma, the normal distribution is by far the most popular and commonly used distribution because a significant number of natural and man-made systems can be modeled by using this distribution. The normal distributions are described by both the mean, where the peak of the density occurs, and the standard deviation, or sigma, or the spread. Now let's explore how changing the mean in the standard deviation changes the shape of the bell curve. So, typically, you're starting out with a distribution that is centered on the target. And if you look at changes to the distribution with these three distributions, the mean is all 0. However, the standard deviation changes, and you can see how the shape of the distribution flattens out as the variation or standard deviation increases. Now, if you look at a standard deviation that stays constant, the change in the mean of your process changes how the process shifts to the left or to the right. If you look at the distribution with the blue line, the mean is at -2. Now, within the normal distribution, you can equate the spread of the distribution to your different values of Six Sigma as well. If you have a standard deviation that is plus or minus 1 standard deviation, this means that you are accounting for 68.26% of the data. If you look at plus or minus 2 standard deviations, you're capturing 95.44% of the data. And this is because of how the density around the mean of the distribution is represented. And if you look at plus or minus 3 standard deviations, you are capturing 99.7% of the distribution. and the remainder of what's left in these tails of the distribution that extends out to infinity. This topic will explore standard normal distribution and how to calculate probabilities from z-scores. Now, let's focus on your standard normal distribution. Keep in mind that your standard normal distribution has a mean of 0 and a standard deviation of 1. It's also commonly referred to as the z-distribution and is linked to your z-scores. Any normal distribution can be converted into this, and then you're going to take the areas under the curve and assign those probabilities based on a table. As part of this probability, you're going to use z-scores. And z-scores are calculated by subtracting the mean from the data point and dividing by your standard deviation. Now, it's important to understand that mu and sigma in the formula represent population parameters of which sample data points are an estimate. So let's explore how this is calculated using an example. If you're analyzing the time it takes to produce a computer chip, the mean time for a manufacturer is 150 seconds, and the standard deviation is 30. You want to determine the likelihood of a chip taking longer than 165 seconds to produce. Using this formula, you subtract the mean 150 seconds from 165 and divide by 30, which is the standard deviation, and get a z-value score of 0.50. Now, it's important to recognize that this is a z-score. It's not a probability. To determine the probability, you need a standard normal distribution table. The standard normal distribution table is used to determine those probabilities. When you review the standard normal distribution table, these are cumulative probability values. In other words, they include all the values that are negative or on the left of 0 or mean. Now, let's examine this a bit more. If you're trying to understand the area and the probability on the bell curve, you can look at the distribution plot. What you're trying to do is equate values with that probability. For example, if you're trying to find the probability of getting values greater than 2, then that value would equate to 0.2275. Or if you're trying to find the probability of getting values for z that are less than -1, you would have a value of 0.1587. Now, if you're trying to get the probability of getting values for z that are less than or equal to -1, when you look at the 1 value on your chart, you have a value of 0.8413. 1 minus the 0.8413 is 0.1587, or 15.87%. Now let's talk a bit more about how you determine the probability of a value falling between two random values using the z-score. The first step is to calculate the z-scores and then determine the probability that's associated with each of those. Then you're going to subtract the lower value from the higher value. You're still going to use the same z-score calculation to calculate these. Now let's take a minute to explore an example. Let's say you're analyzing the time it takes to produce a certain computer chip. The mean time to manufacture the chip is 150 seconds, and the standard deviation is 30. You want to know if the time it takes to produce the chip will fall between 140 and 170 seconds. To do this, you'll have to calculate each z-score. You start with determining if the production time falls above 140 seconds. You know your mean is 150, your standard deviation is 30, and you want to know if it falls above 140 seconds. Again, you're trying to find out if that time is between 140 and 170. You subtract the 150 from 140, which gives you a value of -10. Then you divide that -10 by 30, the standard deviation. This gives you a z-value of -0.33. Now that only tells you if it's greater than or equal to 140. Now you need to look at the other half of that to see if it's less than or equal to 170. So you still have a mean of 150 and a standard deviation of 30. You subtract 150 from 170, which gives you a value of 20. Then you divide that 20 by 30, the standard deviation. This gives you a z-value of 0.67. Now, let's find that probability distribution. Now you're going to find the probabilities from the z-scores of the -0.33 and 0.67. To do this, you have to find the positive equivalent of the z-score for the negative value. Since you have a negative value of 0.33, you find the value is 0.62930, You subtract that from 1, and that gives you the value of 0.3707. Since your 0.67 value is positive, you're going to pull the value directly from the table, which was the 0.74857. And remember, you're taking the highest and subtracting the lowest, and that gives you the differences between these two values. Therefore, you end up with the chance of the manufacturing time falling between 140 and 170 seconds as 0.3779, or 37.79%. Now, you can also think of this graphically, and it's important to do this to make sure you understand exactly what you're looking for. If you recall, the mean of your process is 0, and you're looking at the difference between the negative 0.33 and 0.67, because that equates to your 140 seconds and the 170 seconds. Therefore, that shaded area between that is the probability of your time falling between 140 and 170 seconds. And in this case, that's equivalent to 37.79%. This topic will explore binomial distributions, which are used when you only have two possible outcomes. For example, it could be that the product is defective or not defective, or it could be a yes or a no type answer. Binomial distributions are used to help determine the probability of a number of successes over a given number of trials, and it's used for discrete data. Examples are whether a product is good or bad, whether the answer is yes or no, or the number is a 0 or a 1. Because of this, binomial distributions are used to determine the occurrence or probability of an event, but not its magnitude. For example, it could tell you if a prototype will work or not, but it's not going to tell you how long it will continue to function. It is important to understand that these elements should be independent and that there should be no overlap. Now, let's explore some examples of how to apply the binomial distribution. It could be used to count the number of defective or non-defective items in a sample. It could also be used to determine or investigate the process yield. It's very useful in sampling for attributes in acceptance sampling. It's also commonly used to determine the number of units that would fail under warranty. And it also could be used to estimate the number of people that will respond to a survey. Now let's talk about the actual binomial distribution formula. In order to calculate the binomial distribution, you'll need the number of trials, which is your sample size, or n, the probability of a success in any one trial, or p, and the number of successes that are desired, which is your x value. When you go to calculate the mean within your process, you multiply the sample size times the rate of the event in that population. Your standard deviation is the square root of the sample size times the rate of the equivalent multiplied by 1 minus p. The overall formulation for the binomial distribution is calculated as n factorial divided by x factorial times n minus x factorial, multiplied times the p, the rate of the event raised to the power of x, multiplied by 1 minus p, raised to the power of n minus x. Now, while you can calculate the distribution based on that formulation, the binomial table is a more efficient way to determine the distribution. If you know the value of x, which you would need for the formula anyways, the x value is your desired number of successes. On the left-hand side of the column is where you can look up your value of x. Then, if you know your value for p, which is the probability of success for any one trial, that is provided at the top of the table. Therefore, if you know you have a value of x of 3 and your p-value is 6, you can use that to determine the probability is 0.346. This topic will explore Poisson distributions. Poisson distributions are used when you have occurrences within a unit of space or time. It's also used for a fixed observation period. Poisson distributions considers events that occur at a constant rate, but that are also independent. For example, you could be modeling defect counts per unit, or failures over time, or traffic flow, or arrival times. The Poisson distribution is most commonly used for modeling rare events because it's ideal for the situation. Now, let's take a quick minute to compare the Poisson distribution to binomial distribution. Unlike the binomial distribution, The Poisson distribution is unbounded, and that means that it deals with counting an event sequence that does not have a discernible or definable end. One of the other key differences is that the binomial distribution looks at cases of either success or failure, or in other words, whether something has a defect or does not have a defect, whereas Poisson distribution only looks at defective cases. Now, let's examine the Poisson distribution formula. With the formulation, the lambda is equal to the mean and the variance of the Poisson distribution. X is your number of defects, and E is the base of the natural log. It's important to note that the mean and the variance is equal to the squared value of the standard deviation. They're both equal to lambda for the Poisson distribution, and therefore the only parameter that you would need to determine the probability of an event in a Poisson distribution. The standard deviation of a Poisson distribution can be approximated by taking the square root of the mean. This gives you an idea of the dispersion of the values. Because of this, for the Poisson distribution, if you know the standard deviation, you can identify the mean and vice versa, which means you can calculate either or, depending on which variable you know. Now, let's walk through an example of the Poisson distribution calculation to give you a better feel for the formula. Let's assume that you work for an auto parts manufacturer. The number of defects in fuel injectors produced by one of the company's factories averages 3.5 per day. If you assume an equal daily production, you want to find the Poisson probability of getting exactly 6 defects on a given day in the factory. Therefore, you could use the equation to determine the probability that X will be equal to the probability of 6 defects, since you're trying to understand the probability that there will be exactly 6 defects. You can set up a formulation where the probability of 6 is equal to E to the negative 3.5, and the 3.5 comes from the average of 3.5 defects per day multiplied by 3.5 raised to the power of 6, since you're solving for 6 defects divided by 6 factorial. Therefore, the probability of having exactly 6 defects is equal to 0.077, or 7.7%. Distributions such as the chi-square, F, and student's T addresses a sample to find the cumulative probability of the observed data. They help make decisions, test hypotheses, and construct confidence interviews. This topic will examine chi-square distributions. The chi-square distribution and its sample statistic are used to investigate whether distributions differ from one another. Sample data can then be generalized to more complex situations, as when desired information from one production line can apply to the whole factory. This also helps you test how close your actual data fits or follows a normal distribution. It may pass or fail the confidence test based on the chi-square value. Now, let's talk a little bit about the chi-square distribution and how it relates to the normal distribution. Z is the standard nominal distribution. The chi-square distribution begins at 0 and it continues to positive infinity, so that you can have no negative results. Let's explore how by increasing the value of k, or the degrees of freedom, the chi-square distribution approaches more of a normal distribution. In this example, you have degrees of freedom 3, 6, or 12. If you look at the degrees of freedom for 12, that has the dashed green line. It starts becoming more of a normal distribution as the degrees of freedom grow. The distribution with a low degree of freedom has a right skewedness, which tends to decrease as the degrees of freedom increases. The mean and variance, which is your mu and your sigma squared, increase too with the increase in the degrees of freedom, which is evident if you look at the 12 degrees of freedom curve, which appears on the graphic as the green dashed line. If you look at the line with the 12 degrees of freedom curve, it is much more centered and flattened and looks more like a bell curve. Mu for chi-square distribution equals k, or the degrees of freedom. Sigma squared, which is your variance for chi-square distribution, equals 2 times k, or it's twice the degrees of freedom. Paying closer attention to this, it's a little bit more obvious that as both mu and sigma depend on k, the degrees of freedom, this is the parameter that determines the shape of the chi-square distribution. So now, let's take a minute to explore the formula for the chi-square distribution. You have sigma, which is the standard deviation of the new population, and sigma sub 0, which is the standard deviation of the original population, and S is your sample standard deviation for the new population. Now let's go through an example to explain the calculations. Let's suppose you are reviewing an online insurance company's claims process. You believe with 95% confidence that the improved process should reflect a standard deviation of 15 minutes. To test this theory, you sample 10 claims. You calculate the standard deviation of 9 minutes. You want to then determine the chi-squared statistic for the sample data to test your theory. Therefore, your sample size is 10. The sampled standard deviation is 9, and the standard deviation of the population is 15. You can plug these values into your formulation. You start with your original calculation. You have a standard deviation of 9 minutes. You have a sample size of 10. And then, when you calculate the standard deviation of the population, it's 15. When you fill these into the formula, you get a chi-square value of 3.24. Then you can use the chi-square distribution table to find the probability associated with this chi-square statistic. This topic will cover the student's t-distribution. The student's t-test, or t-distribution, is typically used to determine if two sets of data are significantly different from each other, and is commonly used when the test statistic would follow a normal distribution. When you look at the student's t-distribution, it's similar to the chi-square distribution in terms of how the shape of the distribution is affected by the degrees of freedom. A specific t-distribution is defined by its degrees of freedom. The shape of the distribution is similar to the state or normal distribution, but there's greater spread due to the uncertainty about the standard deviation. As the degrees of freedom, which is your n-1, increase, the distribution gets closer and closer to the normal distribution. This can be explained by the central limit theorem. If you think about the student's t-distribution and consider the z-distribution, or the standard normal distribution, it can be used to find confidence intervals in situations where a sample size is large. But when the sample size is small, usually less than 30 samples, this is where the student's t-distribution is used. The student's t-distribution is typically used for hypothesis testing, to determine if there are two datasets that are significantly different from each other. It can also be used to construct confidence intervals around the mean of a process. It's also used instead of the chi-squared distribution when the sample sizes are small, typically less than 30. It's also used when the standard deviation or the population is unknown. If you explore t-distribution, as your sample size gets larger, your degrees of freedom increase, and the curve begins to reach the normal distribution. Now let's take a minute to talk about calculating the value of t. The t-value is the t-test statistic. X is the sample mean. Mu is the population mean. S is the sample standard deviation, and n is your sample size. There are 4 steps to using the t-distribution table to find the t-critical value. First, you determine the value of degrees of freedom, which can be found in the first column of the table. Next, you determine if the test is one-tailed or two-tailed. Then, determine the desired significance level for the test. And finally, you find the t-critical value at the intersection of the DF row and significance columns for your tail test. This topic will explore F distribution. The F distribution is typically used for testing the hypothesis of equality of variances from two normal populations. It's also used when you have continuous variables, and it's also used to model the ratio of variances. Now, let's explore the characteristics of an F distribution curve. The F distribution curve is a plot of the ratios of two independent chi-square variables. In this example, there are two variables, A and B. The curve is right-skewed and not symmetric because the sample variances cannot be negative. Therefore, F statistic takes on only positive values, and the F distribution ratio has no probability below 0. In an F density curve, the peak is near 1, and the values that are far from 1 in either direction are what you're using to provide evidence against the hypothesis of equal standard deviations. The F distribution is defined by a ratio. In order to approximate the F distribution, the distribution of a ratio of two estimated variances that are calculated for normal data is used. and therefore there are 2 degrees of freedom. The F distribution is characterized by 2 parameters, the degree of freedom of the 2 samples. Now let's talk about the F distribution formula. The calculation for the F statistic is determined by dividing one randomly obtained sample variance from the other. It involves 3 main steps, and is how you calculate your ratio value. You start by determining the population standard deviations, and this is your sigma 1 and your sigma 2 that represents your sample 1 and your sample 2. The sample 1 and sample 2 are used when you have standard deviations from samples. When you have population standard deviations, you can use sigma 1 and sigma 2 to represent the population. The second step is to select the random variables of the desired size from the 2 populations, and then determine the standard deviations, the S1 and the S2. The third and final step is to put the values into the F statistic formula, and that F statistic is the ratio of S1 divided by sigma 1 and S2 divided by sigma 2, and gives you your ratio for F distribution. An application of the concept here can be to evaluate data collected from 2 different work shifts for the same data. We would be looking for insights to population variances to see if they are homogeneous or not. As you move into the measure phase of the DMAIC cycle, you start to collect and summarize the data from your processes. It's important at this stage to understand the different types of data and measurement scales. When talking about data, what you're talking about is the information that you're collecting through your measurement systems. The data is what a Six Sigma team will use to understand the variation in your processes, and whether or not your process is meeting the intended targets to meet customer satisfaction requirements. Therefore, at this stage, it's very important to understand what that information is that you're collecting. So you need to ask several questions. First, ask yourself, what is the purpose of the data? What are you trying to gather, or what insight are you trying to get from this data? By understanding what the purpose of the data is, you can make sure you're collecting the right type or classification of data. In addition, you need to ask yourself the question, what do I need to know? By understanding what the team's objective is for collecting this data, you can make sure that you're capturing the right information. One of the main types of data that you can collect is quantitative data. Quantitative data gives you a classification in terms of numerical values, typically on a continuous scale. What that means is, if you can take that data and divide it by 2, that value is still meaningful. For example, if measuring cookies, you have 1 dozen cookies and cut that number in half, it's half a dozen, or 6 cookies, which is still meaningful. Another example you can consider, if you have a 10-ounce cup of coffee and cut that amount in half, you still have 5 ounces of coffee, which is still meaningful. What's important about quantitative data is that it gives you information on how your process is running. It doesn't tell you discrete information, whether the process is good or bad. It gives you more information than that. It tells you where your process is running within the specification limits, and therefore you're able to determine if your process is running on target. For example, if your target is to give every customer 10 ounces of coffee, then you're making sure you have 10 ounces. You can compare that to upper and lower specification limits to determine whether your process is running on target, close to the high end or upper specification limits, or toward the lower specification limits. You can use this information to adjust your processes to ensure you're achieving your target and meeting your customers' expectations. Conversely, you can also have qualitative data. If you think about the example of the cookies and coffee again, your cookies could be sweet or your coffee could be hot. Now that gives you some information about how your processes are running, but it doesn't give you quite enough information as to how you should adjust your processes to make sure you're hitting the target. So while qualitative data provides useful information, it doesn't give you that guiding direction on how to make adjustments. This topic will cover continuous and discrete types of data. Continuous data is data that spans various values. One way to tell quickly if your data is continuous data is to see if you can divide the data by half and still get a meaningful value. For example, if you're looking at time, say 20 minutes, you can divide that in half and get 10 minutes. Other examples of continuous data include things like height, weight, temperature, and cost. What's important about continuous data is that it gives you information that you can compare to the specification limits in the target, based on your customer's expectations, and as a Six Sigma team, use it to determine how your process is operating. Continuous data has some particular characteristics. First, continuous data can be measured on a scale, and it has a wide range of values that could be represented. In addition, continuous data can be broken down into smaller units. If you think about a variable such as temperature, you can break that down into 5 degrees, 10 degrees, 15 degrees. Continuous data includes different subcategories. It could be physical property data, such as actual measurements and readings, or it could be resource data, such as how often a piece of equipment is being used. Data can also be discrete. Some examples of discrete data include things like color. Something is red, or green, or blue. Or maybe it's clothing sizes. You have small, medium, large. In an exam, you could pass or you could fail. Or you can have either a yes or no option. So discrete data is not specific readings that you're taking over a scale of values. It's basically classifications. So let's explore some characteristics of discrete data. The first is that discrete data is something that describes the attribute. If you think about clothing, you could have a medium red shirt. So the attributes would be the size medium and the color red. Discrete data cannot be broken down into smaller units. If you have a medium shirt, you can't divide the size in half. It wouldn't result in a valid value. Dividing the attribute red in half doesn't give you another value either. It's also important to understand that discrete data is measured in exclusive categories. The shirt is either red or blue, or the size is small, medium, or large, and so on. They are exclusive categories. Finally, discrete data includes subcategories. It can be used for characteristic data, again, like the color of a shirt. It can be used for count data, such as how many items you have of a specific value, or it can be used for intangible data. This topic will explore choosing an appropriate type of data, whether it be continuous or discrete. Before getting into it, let's take a minute to explore the differences between continuous and discrete data. With continuous data, you're getting more specific information about the output of your process, about that measurement, and therefore it's easier to analyze because you have a very specific value. In addition, the readings provide more precise information, because it helps tell you how far off the target you are. For example, if you're drilling a bore on a part and you have upper and lower specification limits, you can take the reading of that part to determine the diameter of that inner bore. You can then compare those values for your measurement system to the specification limits and the target. That gives you much more precise information that you can then analyze to see how you need to adjust your process. But it also requires a precise measuring instrument to make sure that you're getting the right information on how your process is running. Now, in contrast, discrete information is much easier to collect and interpret. With discrete information, you're getting information such as the part is good or the part is bad. So rather than having precise measurement instruments, you might be able to have gauging systems that quickly tell you if the part is good or bad, or that an aspect of the process is good or bad, which makes it much easier to collect and interpret that information. Now, since you're only getting fairly limited information about the process, you need to make sure that you have sufficient data. Therefore, discrete data requires large sample sizes. In addition, because of the type of data you're receiving, it can be subjective. You're only getting information such as good, bad, pass, or fail. Discrete data, though, also lends itself very nicely to Six Sigma, because you can use this type of information to calculate your sigma levels. Now, let's explore an example. Say you have a manufacturing process to create rulers, and within this process, you're using both continuous and discrete data. If the metal piece for the ruler is produced and is too short, then it's defective. So knowing if it's defective or if it passes is discrete information. The employees who are collecting the data would be asked to measure the size of the pieces as they're being produced. And by collecting the exact size of each ruler, that gives you continuous data. The minimum acceptable length can be used as a discrete threshold, such that all pieces that are shorter than a specified size are considered defects. So when you examine your discrete data, you consider whether the piece is defective or not. For the continuous data, you can measure the actual length of the metal pieces. Your Six Sigma team can then use this information, based on how many defects there are, to determine the sigma level of the process. So when is it best to use discrete data? Discrete data is very useful when you're trying to create order. You can use categories to place products within a specific order, for example, based on size. Again, you could have small, medium, or large. You can also use discrete data to make comparisons on whether an item is bigger or larger than another. Discrete data is also useful because it provides the Six Sigma team with definitive answers, such as yes, no, pass, fail, or whether a product or service is defective or not defective. Essentially, you will rely on continuous data to make precision, but use discrete data to create order or to make comparisons. Now, let's take a minute to talk about how continuous and discrete data tie in with the phases of the DMAIC methodology. Within the define phase, typically you're trying to understand what portion of defects you currently have, to understand the magnitude of the problem. And this is where discrete data can be very useful to understand the percentage of defects. As you go through the measure phase, you want to understand a little bit better how your process is operating, and therefore, this is where continuous data can be very useful, to understand the process itself, and whether your current process is operating near target or towards one of the specification limits. Within the analyze phase, when you're testing your hypothesis, you might want to test continuous data to really understand what the impact is on the process. But then you could also use discrete data to really understand where the defects are coming from, and whether or not specific processes or a series of steps lead to a defect, which would be discrete data. In the improve phase, you're typically using more of the advanced statistical tools. So this is where continuous data ties in nicely with tools such as design of experiments, to understand the impact on the output of your process. Finally, in the control phase, this is where your discrete data comes into play, because you can monitor your process and determine the ratio of defects that you have. Within Six Sigma, it's important to determine the type of measurement scale that's being used. When talking about the nature of a scale, the scale needs to relate to some sort of standard. For example, if you look at temperature, you need to understand if the scale is in Fahrenheit or Celsius. If you think about someone telling you that it's 21 degrees outside, it's important to understand the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius. If you don't know the scale, then that makes a considerable difference. In the order of measurement scales, there is a hierarchy of 4 levels of measurement called NOR: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. Each of those levels includes all of the qualities of the level below it, but it adds something new. And so there is an accumulation of new characteristics as you move from the bottom of the pyramid with the nominal up through the ordinal, interval, and ratio. Within the nominal measurement scale, you have discrete variables. It's important to make sure that the different classes are mutually exclusive, and they should also be an exhaustive list. There is no relative ordering within the processes. For example, if you think about nominal variables such as race, religious affiliation, political party affiliation, college major, hair color, or birthplace, there's no relative ordering between those, and you can also assign each of those values a name, such as red, blue, etc. Next, there's the ordinal scale, which includes numbers that are used to represent a rank order. This rank order is typically used to compare results. For example, you could rank things first, second, third, or light, darker, or darkest, and that gives you a comparison amongst the different groups. However, there is no indication of the distance between each of these ranks. It's still represented with different classifications. The next type of measurement scale is the interval scale. The difference between the ordinal and interval is that the difference between the values is equal, so you understand the distance between those different values. With interval, you're looking at scale variables. For example, you could rank something from 1 to 10, and you could use that to assign a number, to understand what those equal differences between the values are. In addition, you could look at the scale of temperature. That would be a scale variable, and the difference between each value would be equal. The other characteristic of an interval measurement scale is that there is no absolute zero. Finally, there's the ratio scale. The values in this scale have a fixed 0 point. For example, if you're talking about height or length, there is a fixed 0 point. You can compare these values using percentages or multiples because of the type of variables you have. For example, time, mass, length, height, weight, or energy. If you compare interval versus ratio with a ratio variable, 200 pounds is twice as heavy as 100 pounds. Whereas when you talk about interval measurement scales, if you look at 10 degrees versus 20 degrees, 20 degrees is not twice as hot as 10 degrees. Data sampling is an important concept in Six Sigma projects. If you're trying to improve a specific characteristic about a product and you measure 100% of the products, then you would have accurate information about the population. However, it's typically not feasible to measure 100% of your products due to cost and time constraints. Therefore, it's important that you understand how to data sample. A sample means taking a reduced set of your population and using data from that sample set to make inferences about your whole population. Using data sampling as a tool will save you time and will also be more cost-effective for your projects. Sampling is effective when it's done with some best practices in mind. So the first thing that you want to ensure is that your sample is free from bias. You're aiming to get samples that are unbiased. If there is bias with that one specific reading, then that's going to impact how you make your inferences from the sample towards the full population. In addition, it's important to have samples that are large enough to allow you to detect trends that are happening within your products and services. A small sample will not be accurate enough to detect the trends that are occurring. Finally, you need to ensure that your sample represents the entire population that you're studying. To do that, you want to create a sampling plan ahead of time, keeping in mind that you need to get a representative, large enough sample, and avoid bias in your sampling practices. There are two key terms you need to understand in data sampling: homogeneity and heterogeneity. When you refer to homogeneous samples, you're trying to understand how subjects are the same. When you refer to heterogeneous samples, you're looking at how subjects are different. Because the goal is to get a representative sample and avoid any type of bias, you'll want to try to minimize the heterogeneity in your sample as much as possible. This will help increase the accuracy of your results within your sampling. One way to do this would be, for example, to collect data at the same time every day, so that you're not introducing another factor into your samples. Within Six Sigma, it's important to understand the different types of sampling methods and their corresponding characteristics. This topic will explore simple random, stratified, systemic, and rational sampling methods. With simple random sampling, it's important to note that each unit in that population has an equal probability of being selected in the sample. Random sampling is useful because it helps protect against bias being introduced within the sampling process, and it helps ensure that you're obtaining a representative sample. Stratified sampling is typically used when you have a population that has different groups, and those different groups are typically referred to as strata. Because you have two different groups, it's important within Six Sigma to make sure that each of those groups is represented equally within the sample. Therefore, you would take independent samples from each of the different groups of that population. Then, the size of each sample will be proportional to the relative size of each group. That way, the team can make sure that they're getting representative samples from each of the groups that are also representative of each group within the total population. Systematic sampling is typically used when the Six Sigma team is collecting data in real time during a process operation. With systematic sampling, the Six Sigma team would take samples according to a systematic rule. For example, the team could be taking a sample every fifth item. Systematic sampling is very useful when you're running at full production, or when your process is in operation, so that you have the frequency for sampling that could be set up ahead of time. Finally, there's rational sampling, which is used when you're able to put measurements into different groups and you want to understand the sources of variation. For example, let's say you've got two production lines, and in each production line you've got a running operator, Operator A and Operator B. Within these two parallel production lines, you can collect samples and then compare the differences between them. Now, similar to systematic sampling, Rational sampling is also commonly used to collect real-time data during process operations. Because you're gathering data on two or more different subgroups, you're able to better understand any sources of variation within and between those groups. This is where rational subgroups are very helpful for calculating estimates for standard deviation, and they can also be very useful as a basis for effective control charts. This topic will explore simple random sampling in more detail and the advantages of using this technique. Simple random sampling is set up so that each unit in the population has an equal probability of being selected in the sampling, and therefore it provides the purest form of sampling. In addition, it's the most cost-effective. Random samples are set up by assigning a number to each unit within that population, and then typically, a random number table or generator is used to pull a sampling list. That's what makes it very cost-effective, because it doesn't require expensive technology. Because this form of sampling provides a representative sample, it's the best form of sampling to avoid bias within your sample. Finally, simple random samplings works the best when you have an accurate database of the population, because you can use that information to understand your system, and then ensure that you're selecting an accurate random number table to get a representative sample. There are several considerations for the Six Sigma team when collecting those random samples. It's important to avoid sampling error. You want to make sure that you have a homogeneous sample. With that in mind, there are several ways to gather the sample. You can use systems like a random number function or a random number table. There are also several software packages available that can be used to generate that sample list, and that help you ensure that you're getting a representative sample that is truly random. Conversely, there are also times when you should not use simple random sampling. The first case is when your population is highly varied, because that random sample may not take into account that variation within your process. In addition, if you do not have a list available of the entire population, it may be hard to determine what the appropriate sampling should be when you go into your random number table or a random number generator. Also, if interviews are required, then the sampling would truly not be random because you would have to target who your interviews would be with, and they would have to agree to conduct the interview with you. Another aspect to consider is process changes. If you have process changes over time, random sampling would then pull values within those, and it might be difficult to distinguish when the process changes have occurred, which might impact your results. Finally, if your process is well understood, then there may not be a need to perform random sampling, as you might already have enough data for your process. Stratified sampling is a useful sampling approach that offers several benefits. First, it's more precise than simple random sampling because you're taking into account different groupings. Stratified sampling is used for heterogeneous populations. What this means is, within your population, you have multiple groups, and by using stratified sampling, you're taking into account each of those groups within your heterogeneous population. When using stratified sampling, you use a proportion of the groupings within your sampling practices, which helps ensure that you're reflecting each of those various groupings. In addition, the subgroups are developed so that they're homogeneous within the subgroup, more than they are within the main population. Stratified sampling offers a better control of the sample composition, because you're taking into account the different groups within the population. In addition, because you're capturing data from each of the various groups, you can also use a smaller sample size, because you're able to capture representative differences. Now, there are several key considerations that the Six Sigma team needs to take into account when using stratified sampling. First, it's important for the team to select the correct strata. What this means is that they need to make sure they're choosing the correct group for sampling. Each of those groups or strata must be mutually exclusive and exhaustive so as to have a homogeneous subgroup of each of your subgroups, and there should be no overlap between the subgroups. It's also important to capture the maximum differences between each strata, because you'll want to make sure there is no confusion between the different groups. Within stratified sampling, there are two approaches. The first one is a proportionate allocation. As a Six Sigma team, you'll want to understand what each of the groups are. In this example, you have a purple group, a blue group, and a green group. Based on these groups, you can understand how many are in each category, and then you can make sure that you allocate your sampling so that it's proportional to how each group is represented in the total population. Then you would sample accordingly to make sure you're getting a representative sample. The other approach is a disproportionate allocation, and with this type of allocation, you would take larger samples from the strata with the greatest variability, for example. That way, you're able to capture information on the strata that has a key factor that you're looking for, which is variability. By doing this, you're actually getting a higher precision in your results. Disproportionate allocation is typically used when your sampling costs vary across the strata. Each of the different strata might have a different cost for actually sampling those. You would want to capture the strata that has the highest variability or variation, and sample more from that to help reduce your cost, which will give you increased precision in your results. Within the measure phase, as you start to collect data, you need to understand some of the key aspects and considerations within data collection. First, you want to ensure that the data you're collecting is relevant, consistent, and accurate. Data collection can be a very time-consuming and possibly expensive task, but it also provides valuable information on your processes, so you want to ensure that you're collecting the right data. In addition, you need to train the collection team properly, because when you collect data, you'll want to make sure that your team is capturing accurate information. Finally, it's also important to choose the appropriate data collection method. So, how do you collect data? Well, there's two types of data collection methodologies: manual data collection and automated data collection. There are several advantages and disadvantages to manual data collection. Manual data collection typically occurs when you're collecting information within the process, and this is where the operator or the employee is writing down the readings or the data. In terms of advantages, manual data collection is very simple to do because you're getting the operators involved and they're writing down the information, so it does not require a considerable amount of expensive equipment. Manual data collection can be put in place very quickly, and it also uses very simple tools. For example, it's typically a spreadsheet where operators or employees write down a value in a specific location, or a check sheet where they're writing down the information. However, while it's very simple to do, there are several disadvantages to manual data collection. First, because you have people writing down values or recording the data, there might be some human error. People could transpose different numbers, or they could write the information in such a way that it's difficult to read when you go back to gather the information. This collection system is also very labor-intensive and time-consuming. While collecting the data, the operator or employee is not able to do any other work. The other form of data collection is automated data collection. This is where information would be automatically uploaded into a system or capture mechanism. Now, with this, there are several key advantages. This method is more accurate and typically free of bias because you don't have the opportunity for human error. Automated data collection is also very useful when you have large complex data because the data is automatically uploaded. This makes this system to be less time-consuming, and automatic methods are able to handle larger, more complex data versus a simple spreadsheet, which would not capture everything. Automated data collection is very fast because you're not relying on people to input the information. It also provides very objective information because it's automatically uploaded and you're not relying on an individual to provide the reading. In addition, automated data collection is repeatable because it's set up to automatically upload. And finally, it can also be accessed by multiple sources simultaneously. Examples of automatic data collection include video recording, self-recording test equipment, computers with verifications and cross-checking, scanning devices, radio frequency identification or RFID, barcodes, and magnetic strips. These are all ways to automatically collect data without that manual intervention. Automated data collection has several functions. You can use it to error-proof a measurement process to help ensure you're getting repeatable results. In addition, it's used for sorting acceptable from defective units, and for detecting flaws or surface defects. It can also be used to perform high-speed inspections, verifying and inspecting packaging, and assessing any relevant physical properties that need to be measured. Within Six Sigma, there are proven best practices for data collection. This topic will cover about 9 of those key best practices. The first 2 best practices focus on protecting the accuracy of the data, In order to protect the accuracy of the data, one of the key steps that you need to take is to avoid unnecessary rounding. Particularly when you're running a production line where you have a high volume of output, trying to collect data and then also dealing with rounding errors adds to the complication, as you can easily make mistakes. Another key step is to avoid discounting outliers. Commonly, when you have outliers within your data, they are good pieces of information that help you understand what's happening within your process. So rather than discounting these, take into account how they're causing variation within your process. There are also several best practices that are related to recording data collection information. The first is to record the order of data capture. Sometimes it's important to have order of information to understand what happened first, second, or third. That can provide information to the Six Sigma team about what's happening within the process. So capturing that order gives the Six Sigma team another piece of the puzzle, another aspect of the data. In addition, the Six Sigma team should record before and after measurements for variables that are changing over time. This will help the team pinpoint where there was a change and the impact of that change on the system that you're trying to improve. You also want to record all important classification identification information. You should do this during the data collection itself, because oftentimes as you're collecting a large amount of data, if you don't capture that classification information initially, it's very difficult to go back and add that aspect into the data collection after the fact. It's much easier to set up the recording of classification identification information ahead of time, so that you're capturing that information from the start. Now, there are also several best practices that relate to protecting against sampling errors. First, you want to ensure that the people involved in the data collection process are provided with complete instruction and training. Also, make sure that people are up to date with what's happening within your process. You should also maintain data collection equipment and tools. By maintaining your calibration on your measurement systems tools through methods such as repeatability and reproducibility, or R&R studies, you help ensure your data collection equipment is accurate and precise. It's also important that you regularly screen your data for any entry errors. You'll want to catch errors as soon as possible to prevent any future errors from happening. Finally, it's important to use an appropriate error correction system. You would use this for any data that's transmitted or stored digitally to make sure that you're capturing the errors and when they are happening. This will allow you to correct the errors in a timely and appropriate way. Information technology is a huge aspect in any area, and Six Sigma is no exception. Beyond general data collection practices, IT for data collection is an area for consideration. As you start to collect data, if you're using automated data collection, it's important to have your IT department involved in the data collection setup to make sure that you have the right procedures and structure in place. There are 3 common information technology methods used for data collection: data warehousing, online analytical processing or OLAP, and data mining. Data warehousing is a useful method for data collection and storage. It typically starts with your source systems, which are out on the production line or wherever you're collecting data. That data is collected as metadata that's uploaded and that can be used to provide operational feedback back to your source or your process to understand what's happening. That information can also be driven to your data transport, which takes your data and puts it in the departmental data warehouses, so that the information is stored over a specific period of time, and then it's available to the appropriate end users. Another IT method for data collection is online analytical processing, or OLAP. This is a very useful data collection method that allows you to analyze your data in multiple ways. Within OLAP, you have a relational database that looks at the information from multiple aspects, and as a user, you're able to decipher it based on several different aspects. For example, you could have equipment, material, and utilities that tie into your process. But you also want to be able to look at how each of those aspects varies over time. So OLAP would allow you to include monthly data so that you can look for trends over time. You could also include variables such as sales amounts, costs, and quantities. All of this data is collected using OLAP, creating a relational database from which you can retrieve the data in combinations to analyze different aspects of your processes. Finally, the third common IT method for data collection is data mining. Let's say you've got access to a relational database, and you want to use that information to discover different patterns in your large datasets. The goal of data mining is to extract that information from your dataset and then transform it in such a way that your Six Sigma team can use this information for process improvement, and also so that the team can understand the data. Data mining is a technique that includes 7 steps. The first 4 include goal definition, data selection, data preparation, and pattern discovery. Step 5, pattern deployment, is where you use tools such as business intelligence, data scoring, and decision support systems to really start drawing out more information from those patterns and trends within your data. The next step of the data mining process is pattern validity monitoring. In this step, you validate that the patterns are truly what is represented by the data, and you also validate the data against your current processes. The final data mining step is alarm monitoring. You can use these patterns and trends within your data to develop a feedback loop, to set up alarms or notifications back to your process when something is going wrong. Prior to starting any data collection effort, it's essential for the Six Sigma team to develop a data collection plan. The purpose of the plan is to make sure that you have timely, current, defined, relevant, legible, and complete data. Because data collection can become very time-consuming and expensive, it's important to put enough upfront work into making sure that you have the adequate data collection plan prior to beginning any data collection efforts. Data collection plans will vary from initiative to initiative, but there are several key elements that you should always consider. The first is the purpose and goals of your data collection efforts. You should identify why you're collecting data and what you want to accomplish by collecting this data. Having a clear purpose and goals can help drive data collection efforts and keep them on track with collecting the right data at the right location in the right way. You should also include your data sources in the plan. This includes identifying where within a process you plan on collecting the data to ensure the most accurate and appropriate data is gained. Your data collection tools should also be considered. What procedures will you use? How will your procedures work? You also need to consider the methods you're going to use, such as, are you going to collect the data manually, automatically, or a combination of the two? Another consideration is the people involved. Who is responsible for data collection activities? For example, this could be operators out on the manufacturing shop floor, or it could be agents within a process, like a service provider at a rental car agency. By identifying who is collecting the data, who is uploading the data, and who is analyzing the data, you're outlining the team for the data collection effort. It's important to make sure everyone involved in the team understands the overall purpose and goals of the data collection effort. Another aspect to consider is that you are collecting the right data. This is where the sampling strategies come in, to make sure that you're collecting the appropriate amount and kind of data, and also that your data can be linked back to your purpose and goals and is collected on a timely basis. Check sheets are one of the most commonly used forms for data collection. This topic will explore what a check sheet is in detail. First, the check sheet is a simple method of data collection that's provided in a form, and it's typically for operators or those directly involved with the process or service that's being produced. It's used to gather up-to-date and timely information as the product or service is being produced, and is used during manual data collection. One of the benefits of using a check sheet is that it typically requires no experience and little to no training. The information that's collected on a check sheet is very useful when you're conducting simple analysis such as Pareto charts, histograms, or run charts. Check sheets are commonly used within production to capture information such as the number of defects that are occurring in each step within a process. There are 5 common types of check sheets: basic, frequency plot, traveler, location, and confirmation. A basic check sheet is used to capture instances of a problem over time, so you can use it to track or count those instances. For example, in this basic check sheet, there are 4 different weeks in which data is being collected on 4 different defects: chipped, dented, scratched, and missing parts. If you start with week 1, you would capture and record the number of defects that are occurring, as they occur, and you could simply do this as a tally. For example, as you're running the production line, if you have one chipped part and then later in the day you have a scratched part, the The next day, you might have 2 dented parts, and the next day you might have a missing part, and then the next day you could have 3 chip parts. By tallying the information, you can have a good idea of what's happening and the kinds of defects that are observed over time. The next type of check sheet is a frequency plot check sheet. This kind of check sheet is used to detect unusual patterns and provide some sense of average and range without too much analysis. It can also be used for further analysis. This example provides a call center resolution rate for the month of June. You're capturing the number of unresolved calls that occur on specific days of the week, 7 days a week. By looking at the unresolved calls, you can see that the highest 2 days with unresolved calls are Saturdays and Sundays. The next type of check sheet is a traveler check sheet. The traveler check sheet typically accompanies the part or the batch of parts from one step in the process to another step in the process. In this example, you have the model number to be tracked, and you have the process steps, 3 steps in this case. You capture the date that each step was completed on the traveler check sheet, and then you capture the number of defects found. For example, process step 1 was completed on October 6th, and there were 3 defects found. This helps you capture the timing and then also the number of the defects, so that you can look at that for more information on the type of variation of that step of the process. The next type of check sheet is a location check sheet. The location check sheet typically provides a schematic in the form of an image, a drawing, or a diagram of a part or step of the process that's under investigation. This type of check sheet is useful for identifying where in the process or a product a defect is occurring. The data collectors would mark on the image where the defects are occurring to pinpoint the problem areas. Each of those areas will be given 1 mark on that step of the process. In this example, you have a fuel tank that has pumps, valves, the combustion chamber, and a nozzle. Each time there is a defect, a mark is added to the schematic. In this example, the majority of the defects are occurring in the combustion chambers. Location check sheets are sometimes called measles charts due to the cluster of dots that mark the result. The final type of check sheet is a confirmation check sheet. Confirmation check sheets are used to make sure that each step of the process is occurring, and that as each step of the process occurs, a check mark is placed on the check sheet to indicate that the step was complete. Confirmation check sheets are useful, for example, to track machine maintenance, or to ensure that all parts of a multitask process have been completed. A useful tool within data collection is data coding. It's one of the best practices to help ensure that you don't have errors within your data collection process, and to make the process a little bit simpler. Data coding is a way to change how the data is actually collected and reported by using coding values rather than the actual readings. Because of this, it makes data collection much easier and more accurate. For example, coding can be the transformation of data into a form understandable by computer software, such as creating a code for different forms of a similar response to a question in a survey. Data coding also helps to avoid some of the issues with transcription errors. In addition, it helps to reduce the sensitivity to rounding by using codings rather than full values. For example, a code value of 1 to 10 could encompass the incremental measurement variations found on a part, versus capturing the exact measurements to 3 decimal places, if that degree of precision is not needed. When you're dealing with data collection where there are large numbers that the operator is handling, data coding also helps to reduce error, particularly when you look at values with several decimal places. And by using data coding, you can reduce the quantity of the data you have to deal with, making it much easier to manage. There are several methods for data coding. The first is to add or subtract a constant. For example, if you have an original value of x, if you subtract the value of 1, your coded value would be x minus 1. That means that if you have an original value of 11, your coded value would be 10, and likewise if you have an original value of 100,001. By subtracting the 1, your coded value would be 100,000. So you could subtract a constant, which in this case would be a value of 1, and record that number as your coded value. You can also multiply or divide for a factor. If you're dealing with large numbers, you might be able to divide by a factor. For example, if your original values are multiples of 100, then your coded value could be that value divided by 100. In the case of a value of 300, the coded value would be 3. In the case of 500, the coded value would then be 5. Conversely, if you're dealing with very small numbers, such as 10,000ths of an inch from a target value, you can record the value in a whole number. In the case of the number 5, this would be divided by 10,000 to get to the precise measurement. Another data coding method is substitution. You could have your original value, and your coded value could be a multiple of a value. For example, if you look at your x equals 15, when you have an original value of 15, your coded value would be x. When you have an original value of 45, your coded value would be 3x, or 3 times 15, which is 45. The last method of data coding is coding by truncation. If you have values where the first set of numbers are the same, you could truncate those values, and then only capture the end value. Therefore, your coded value would be 333,333.0x. Your coded value would be where you capture your x, and that would give you an x value of 1, an x value of 2, and in the last example, an x value of 9. This would help you save the operator significant time by reducing those truncated values where the operator would have to write these values each time. The operator would only have to capture the last value by truncating the beginning portion of the values. This topic will explore descriptive and inferential statistics. Population and sample data are key concepts in statistics. The goal is to know everything there is to know about a population. If you consider a group of products, this would mean capturing data on every single product in the group. Samples are a small subset of the overall population. When you gather information on your samples, you need to make sure that you have representative samples, because your samples are what you're going to use to make inferences about the population. Before you start gathering data for your process improvement projects, you need to understand how you're going to analyze that data. There are specific parameters for a population. There are also specific statistics for a sample. Typically, the data characteristics you're looking for, the most commonly used ones, are the mean, which is the arithmetic average, the standard deviation, and variance. Standard deviation and variance are used to describe the amount of variation there is within a process. There are subtle differences between population and sample statistic parameters. For population, the mean is represented as mu. For standard deviation, you use sigma, and for variance, you use sigma squared. In contrast, for sample statistic parameters, mean is represented as x bar, standard deviation is s, and variance is s squared. It's important to distinguish between descriptive and inferential statistics. Descriptive statistics are used to describe the process itself. It's good to give descriptions about the process in terms of statistics. One of the most commonly used tools in descriptive statistics is the histogram, which provides a considerable amount of information about the data and can be used to communicate how the process is operating. It's also used for decision-making. In a histogram, you can examine the curve of the data to identify how much variation there is within the process. You can also identify the centering of the process by looking at the mean of the data. So in descriptive statistics, tools like histograms provide a description of how your process is operating. Now, with inferential statistics, you're taking samples from your population and making inferences from that sample data about your population. For example, let's say you have 30 data points. With these 30 data points, you can calculate the mean, the standard deviation, and the standard error around the mean. Using this information, you can calculate confidence intervals and other information. While in most cases, more data is better, it is possible to learn a lot of directional information about a process with as little as 30 data points. Now, let's explore the differences between descriptive and inferential statistics in greater detail. In descriptive statistics, the approach is more inductive, so you're trying to induce information. The goal of descriptive statistics is to present or summarize data to make decisions about the present situation, about your current process. Common tools and techniques in descriptive statistics are histograms, interrelationship diagrams, process maps, and fishbone diagrams. Finally, descriptive statistics are fairly straightforward. The amount of information needed and difficulty in creating these are not complex. and what is learned from them is very instructive to lead the Six Sigma team's analysis efforts. In inferential statistics, the approach is deductive. You're trying to deduce information. The goal is to infer population characteristics from the sample data points to predict future outcomes. Since you're trying to predict future outcomes, you will typically be using more advanced, more complex statistical tools such as chi-square, binomial, Poisson distributions, hypothesis testing, confidence intervals, correlations, or regression analysis. This topic will present the central limit theorem, how it's linked to the normal distribution, and its significance in inferential statistics. Before delving into the central limit theorem, it's important to understand normal distribution. In normal distribution, most of the values in the dataset are close to the average of the data. Therefore, the standard deviation for the normal distribution is small. The normal distribution also allows for easy inference about the population based on a sample. Within normal distribution, you can use the data from your samples to make inferences about the total population. Normal distribution is also commonly known as the bell-shaped curve because it looks like a bell shape. If you examine a process with standard deviation, 68.26% of your data falls within plus or minus 1 standard deviation, or sigma level. With plus or minus 2 standard deviations, you're capturing 95.44% of your distribution. Within plus or minus 3 standard deviations, you're capturing 99.74% of your distribution. This concept is known as the 68, 95, 99.7% rule. With normal distribution, you can sample from within these values and make an inference about your total population. So how does this relate to the central limit theorem? Well, the basic tenets of the central limit theorem state that the sampling distribution of the mean approaches a normal distribution as the sample size n increases. If you explore an example where you have a sample size of 100, you start to see a little bit more of a curve within your distribution. When you increase the sample size to 500, your peak increases and you start seeing more of a normal distribution. Finally, when you increase your sample size to 1000, you have a normal distribution. So as you increase the number of samples, the curve gets closer and closer to a perfect bell curve. Now, there are several considerations to keep in mind about the central limit theorem and the implications on sample size. Our n is the sample size for the sample mean, and when n equals 4, you're able to get a near normal sampling distribution. When n equals 30, which is typically regarded as a statistically significant number of samples, the distribution is approximately normal. As your sample size increases, you can apply statistical inferences and analysis to sample data as to whether or not the population is normally distributed. There are several commonly used tools for inferential statistics, including confidence intervals, hypothesis testing, and control charts. Confidence intervals are used to state some level of confidence that the mean of your population falls within a certain range. To determine your confidence levels, you would collect data from samples. You would use that information to determine the mean and the standard deviation of your process. From this information, then you'd be able to make an inference about your total population. In this example, you're able to state that mu, the mean of your process, falls between 9.1 and 9.3. Another tool that can be used in inferential statistics is hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing is used to test a null hypothesis. A null hypothesis is some state of nature for which you don't necessarily know the true outcome, but which you would want to test with a certain level of confidence. Your null hypothesis, or H0, is typically set up to test if two values are equal. One is less than or equal to, or one is greater than or equal to. This can be used to compare the means of a process or the standard deviations of a process. The alternative hypothesis, H sub A, is the alternate of the null hypothesis. Therefore, you would be stating that the two values are not equal, or that one value is greater than or less than the other value. Within hypothesis testing, you would be using data from a sample to infer the true state of the population. Another tool commonly used in inferential statistics is a control chart. With a control chart, you're typically plotting data that you're pulling at some rate. and with that data, you're pooling samples. On your x-axis, you capture values. In this example, you have 20 values. You could be pooling 5 parts every hour and then plotting the mean of those 5 parts. So you're using sample data to make an inference about how the population of this process is running. With a control chart, you're able to capture your center line, which is the mean of your process. Based on the sample data, you calculate upper and lower control limits, which are statistically calculated based on the mean and the variation within your data. You're using this information, again, to infer information from the sample about the entire population. As you start your data collection, it's important to understand the various measures of central tendency. Central tendency refers to whether or not the center of your process falls close to your target. So with central tendency, you're really looking at the centering of your process. Another concept you should know is dispersion. With dispersion, you're trying to understand how much variation you have within your process. These concepts are important because with Six Sigma, what you're trying to do is have on-target performance, so the center of your process is equal to the target of your process. The goal is to do this with as little variation as possible. By reducing the variation, you're providing consistent output to your customer, and also consistently meeting their expectations. So you really need both measures. You need to look at the central tendency and dispersion when you're depicting your dataset. Now let's consider two datasets that have an identical mean, but their respective data points may be spread around the mean in different ways. If you examine the dispersion of your data, it will be different. If you only looked at the mean of your data, you would think that the two datasets are equal. Now let's explore another dataset with the same spread of data, so the dispersion is the same. Now let's explore two additional datasets that have the same spread of data so that the dispersion is the same, however, the center of their process is not equal, and so there's a different mean, a different central tendency. This is why you need to look at both the measures for central tendency and dispersion to truly understand your dataset. There are three key measures within central tendency: mean, median, and mode. When you talk about the mode of your process, that's the value that occurs most frequently. The median value is your middle value based on the ordering of all of your different values, and the mean value is your arithmetic average. Now let's talk about how each of these are calculated. When you calculate the mean, since it's your arithmetic average, you add up all of the values or samples and divide that by the number of values you have. The median is calculated by taking the number of samples you have plus 1 and then dividing that sum by 2. The mode is the most common value. It's the value that appears the most. You find that value over your range of values that are put in order from smallest to largest. Let's explore an example of how you calculate the measures of central tendency. You have sample data for the diameters of 7 randomly selected bearings for a morning shift in a manufacturing facility. The values are 7.52, 7.36, 7.54, 7.41, 7.52, 7.30, and 7.36. Now, in order to calculate the mean for these samples, you're going to add up all of the values and divide that by the number of samples. So your mean, or x bar, is equal to 7.52 plus 7.36 plus 7.54 plus 7.41 plus 7.52 plus 7.30 plus 7.36. And that is divided by 7 since you have 7 samples. And that gives you an average of 7.43. The next thing you want to calculate is your median. In order to calculate your median, you first have to put your numbers in ascending order. Therefore, for your median calculation, you're going to take those 7 values and put them in order, starting with 7.30, then 7.36, then 7.36, then 7.41, 7.52, 7.52, and then 7.54. Then, to calculate the median, you're going to use the formula of n plus 1 divided by 2, which will be equal to 7 plus 1 divided by 2, which is 4. And therefore, you're going to use the fourth data point, which will be the 7.41 since it's the fourth number over, with 1, 2, 3, 4. Now finally, for the mode. The mode is the most repeated value. Of your 7 data points, there are 2 values that have a frequency of 2, and those values are 7.36 and 7.52. Because the mode is the most repeated value, you can have more than one mode. And since you have 2 different modes, this means it's a bimodal distribution. This topic will explore dispersion. There are 3 main measures of dispersion, and those include range, standard deviation, and variance. The first measure of dispersion is range, and range is calculated by subtracting the minimum value from the maximum value. Measuring dispersion is helpful to us in the practice of Six Sigma to compare one process to another. We use it to understand how the data behaves for each, and which process is more tightly grouped around the mean as compared to another. In this example, there are 15 data points. To calculate the range, you would first start by finding the minimum value, which in this case is 11, and then finding the maximum value, which is 21. So to calculate the range, you would subtract 11, the minimum value, from 21, the maximum value, giving you a range of 10. It's useful to understand this value for comparative purposes to another dataset for a process, to understand differences in dispersion. Now, while range provides you with some information about the dispersion, standard deviation gives you a little bit more information about how much each data point varies from the mean of your process. In order to calculate standard deviation, you look at the distance from each data point to the mean of the process, and use that value to calculate how much variation there is within your process. Now, it's important to note that the standard deviation values on the normal curve are also known as your sigma values. Let's take a minute to talk about how standard deviation is calculated. The standard deviation is calculated by looking at the difference from each individual value, each data point, which in this case is x sub I. That's a score in the distribution, and you're subtracting the sample mean from each data point. That difference is squared, and all of the data points, and all of the values for each data point to the mean, those squared values, are all summed together. The capital sigma is equal to the sum of those values. That summation is then divided by n minus 1. N minus 1 is used when you're talking about a sample because this represents the degrees of freedom. Finally, you find the square root of that value, and that gives you your sample standard deviation, or S. Now, let's explore an example of how this calculation works. Let's say you have 5 data points, 13, 18, 14, 28, and 23. In order to start the calculation, you have to determine your mean, which is the summation of those 5 values divided by 5, since you have 5 data points. The sum of that is 96. We divide that by 5, the number of samples. That gives you a mean of 19.2. Then you need to calculate your sample standard deviation of S. That value is equal to each data point minus the mean. So 13 minus 19.2 equals negative 6.2, and that squared is 38.44, plus 18 minus 19.2 equals minus 1.2, and that squared is 1.44, plus 14 minus 19.2 equals minus 5.2, and that squared is 27.04, plus 28 minus 19.2 equals 8.8, and that squared is 77.44, plus 23 minus 19.2 equals 3.8, and that squared is 14.44. We get a total of 158.8 for the sum of squared values. Then you divide that by n minus 1. N is your number of samples. In this case, it would be 5 minus 1, or 4. 158.8 divided by 4 equals 39.7. The last step is to take the square root of that value, which will give you the S value, which equals the square root of 39.7. So your S value is 6.3. This value tells you how much variation you have in your process, because S is your standard deviation, which is a calculation for the variation. You're examining the distance from each data point to the mean of your process. So you're getting a measure of dispersion based on how far each data point is from the mean. Ideally, the smaller the number, the lesser the amount of variation you have within your process. Now you can explore variance. Variance is a measure of the dispersion, and it's very useful when you're trying to understand how much variation there is within your process. With variance, since you're not taking the square root, it's not expressed in the units of data. For example, if you're calculating the variances in your time, variance would give you minutes squared or seconds squared. However, with standard deviation, by taking the square root, you're able to get a value that's expressed in the original units, and therefore you would have a value of minutes or seconds. Variance is central to projects since one of your key goals within Six Sigma is to reduce the variation around the mean. This topic will explore frequency distribution tables. Frequency distribution tables are another way you can look at the dispersion of your data. Typically, data that's used for frequency distribution tables is collected with a check sheet. A frequency distribution table could be used, for example, for determining how often a park is visited over a period of time. In this example, you have the number of park visitors over a period of 30 days, and the different categories or classes that each of these could fall into. You could have a tally for each day as people showed up. That would give it your frequency information. Now you could take that information and also show it in a variety of different ways. You could use a simple pie chart to display the frequency data, or you could use a histogram to show the breakdown of the classes by day. The histogram is probably the most frequently used way to show frequency distribution information. So now let's explore the steps required to build a frequency distribution data. The first step is to organize the data into class intervals. In this example, your intervals are 0 to 9, 10 to 19, 20 to 29, and so on. It's important to note that each of these intervals is mutually exclusive. It's important to make sure that your intervals are set up in such a way that a data point could not fall into multiple categories. The second step of the process, then, is to record the data in the tally column. As you're collecting the data, you would typically use this as a check sheet to record what the values are and then capture that information. The final step is to calculate the frequency. So based on the total number of tallies, you would go through and determine how frequent each interval appears out of the total number. Let's explore some of the tips for determining the class intervals. First, the class intervals, or the number of classes, should be based on the number of data points. Typically, if you have less than 100, you'll have 5 to 10 classes. If you have over 100, you would typically use 10 to 25 classes. A common rule of thumb is that you could take the square root of the number of data points to determine the number of classes. To determine the class interval, you take the range of your data, which is your maximum value minus your minimum value, and you divide the resulting value by the number of classes. When you set up your class intervals, make sure that they're mutually exclusive. You should not have any overlapping class values. Every data point should fall specifically in one interval. It's important to make sure you're also accommodating all the data points. This is one of the reasons why you're looking at the range of values when you determine your class intervals. The range makes sure that you take into account your maximum value all the way through to your minimum value. So you should be able to accommodate all of your data points. This topic will explore cumulative frequency distribution. The cumulative frequency distribution builds off of the frequency distribution table, but it provides information on the cumulative frequency. Cumulative frequency is used to determine the number of observations that lie above or below a particular value in a dataset, and can be helpful in understanding the behavior of the data. It's very useful then if you want to understand what a certain percentage of values fall beneath. The frequency distribution table adds in additional columns to provide for the cumulative frequency and the cumulative percentage. When you're examining the frequency within your data, you can use that information from the cumulative frequency, which is calculated by adding up all of the values up until that point. Here, you've got a frequency values of 1, 3, 7, and 7 that you add together to get to a value of 18. That gives your cumulative frequency up to that point. you have a total of 30 data points when you get to your cumulative frequency. When you add in all of your values, a quick check should be that your cumulative frequency tally should also be equal to 30. And that will help ensure that you've captured all of the values and that you're covering all of the ranges. Then, by using the information you've collected, you can calculate the cumulative percentage. The cumulative percentage is calculated by taking the cumulative frequency column and then dividing it by the total number of values in the dataset, which in this case is 30. Then that value is multiplied by 100 to give you. Scatter diagrams are a way to graphically understand if there is a relationship between two different variables. The causal or independent variable is expressed on the x-axis, and the result or the dependent variable is expressed on the y-axis. You're plotting variables where each variable is your xy coordinate, and then you're going to try to understand whether or not there is a relationship between each of these variables as they're plotted. You're also trying to determine if there is a common pattern. So when you use a scatter diagram, you're trying to calculate and understand what that relationship is. You can also use a scatter diagram to calculate a relationship equation. You could predict your output variable based on your process input. For example, if your process input variable could be something such as press temperature, and you want to be able to predict what your tensile strength would be based on that process input. You could test your hypothesis by plotting these two variables in a scatter diagram to determine if there is a high correlation, which is represented by a straight line. The straight line is determined by calculating the best fit line, where you are reducing the distance between each data point and that line. Then, based on the slope of the line, you're able to calculate whether those variables are correlated or not correlated. When you have two variables that are highly correlated, this is called a high positive. This happens when you have closely grouped points. That line is calculated by finding the best fit line between each data point and that line. A high positive is when that line is ascending from left to right. This indicates that there's a strong relationship. And what that means is that when you increase this process parameter, you're also increasing your output characteristic. Now, a high negative would be represented by the reverse direction of your line. You still have closely grouped points, but your line is descending from left to right. You can still tell that you have a strong relationship based on that tightly grouped set of data points, and your line that is a best fit line from each of those points. As you increase your process, in this case, then you're decreasing your output characteristic. Now, it's also important to note, since you're determining relationships between variables, that you can also have low or no correlations. When you have low correlation, you have data points that are widely scattered, so the distance between each data point and the line is very large. The line is flat, or has a mildly increasing or decreasing character to it. This means that it has a weak relationship, and you can't predict the impact of the process on the output based on that process parameter. In addition, you could also have an instance where there's no correlation. In this instance, you would have uniformly scattered plots, so there's no discernible line that you could draw between each of the data points. There's essentially no relationship that tells you there's no impact of the process parameter on that output characteristic. You also could have instances where you have a nonlinear correlation. If it's high but a nonlinear correlation, you would still have closely grouped points, but the line would be ascending or descending over time based on that best fit. This would tell you that you have a strong relationship, and you can predict the impact at given points based on that process parameter. However, that prediction equation would be nonlinear. While developing your scatter diagram, you may also encounter instances where you might have points that are very far away from the cluster, and those would be known as outliers. Outliers are any of those data points that are well outside of that cluster. These would require a little bit more information to understand, such as whether they are data recording errors or inaccurate measurement systems. However, typically these are chance exceptions, and oftentimes you'll want to remove them, because it was information that was not accurately collected. A probability plot is a graphical way of comparing two datasets based on empirical observations or data collected. When you're using your probability plot, you're using information that was typically collected from your scatter plot and building off of that to create your normal probability plots. When you create your probability plots, what you're trying to understand is whether or not you have a normal distribution. This is important because as you move forward with some of your advanced statistical techniques, you need to understand if your data is normal. If it's not normal, in some of these instances, you're going to have to transform the data or use more advanced statistical techniques. The probability plot is beneficial over other graphical techniques because it can use small samples and is also very easy to implement. When you look at the probability plot on your x-axis, this is the value that you're trying to understand. Is this data normal or not normal? Then, on the y-axis, you're looking at the probabilities. They come from the cumulative probabilities that you calculated with your cumulative frequency functions. Let's go through the process of creating a probability plot. In this example, you have 8 days where you've calculated the number of complaints per day. For each day, you've gotten your frequency and calculated your cumulative frequency. This is performed by adding each value to the value just before it. For example, you get to a value of 12 by adding up the 1, 2, 3, 3, and 3 from days 1 through 5. You have your cumulative probability, which is taken by dividing the cumulative frequency by the total number of data points. Then, on your probability plot, you've captured the day on the x-axis and the cumulative probability on your y-axis. For example, if you look at day 1, your value is 0.03, and if you look at day 6, your value is 0.53. You're trying to determine if these values provide a straight line. If they do, that will tell you that you have a normal distribution. Let's take a minute to explore how to interpret a probability plot diagram. On the x-axis, you would have your variable, and on your y-axis, you're plotting your cumulative probability. The line is determined by finding the best fit line, which is that minimum distance between each data point and the line, and any deviation signifying a difference from that line. If a plotted point deviates significantly from the straight line, especially at the ends, then the data does not fit the normal distribution, which is typically what you're trying to prove. When you set up a probability plot diagram, you're hypothesizing that you have a normal distribution. A histogram is a way to graphically display information from your frequency distribution. It provides useful information on whether or not the frequency is normal, so it will show whether there's been a change in place. If something has happened to your process, you'll be able to see a change within the data. Histograms are also used to compare outputs from two different processes. Your x-axis depicts your mutually exclusive variable. This is what you're trying to understand. In this example, you're examining a 10-day process, so you'll have a mutually exclusive grouping based on days. This could be an interval, if you're looking at whether or not your data falls within a specific interval, for example, with the inner diameter of a bore. The y-axis is what your frequency values are. In this example, you're looking at a 10-day period and the number of calls dropped per day at a help desk. So let's now explore how you would construct this histogram. Now, remember, your x-axis could be either intervals from the frequency distribution or a specified value. In this example, an operator is capturing the frequency of defective parts over a 10-day period. You could set this up where you're actually using this as a check sheet. As values fall within a certain point, you could put an X, or you could fill in a circle. This tells you that frequency, which you could tally. When you're finalizing your histogram, you simply replace this group of X's or dots with a bar at the same height, and that gives you your histogram. Now let's take a minute to talk about how you would interpret a histogram. In this example, you have a histogram that portrays a normal distribution, so this tells you good information about your process. You can also use this data to determine the dispersion or spread of your data, and you can also see if you had changes in the data. For example, is there another extended bar off to the left or right? You might have a second distribution. So you can understand if you've got a single distribution that's normal, or you could start looking for bimodal distributions. The histogram also gives you information on the central tendency and dispersion of your data. Interpreting a histogram also involves examining the mean, mode, range, and outliers for basic patterns. You can determine your mode by looking for the tallest peak of the distribution. You should also examine your histogram to determine if there is one peak or multiple peaks, and also where the peaks are located. In this example, since there's one peak, you have a unimodal distribution. If you had two peaks, you would have a bimodal distribution. And more than that, you would have a multimodal distribution. The mean is determined by examining the horizontal axis of your histogram. If you place a straight line on the graph, which column would appear to act as a pivot point? That would provide you with a considerable amount of information. That point represents the approximate location of the mean. Finally, the histogram also gives you information on the range of your data and any outliers that might be present in your dataset. If you have a value that was way off to the left or right, then that might be one of your outliers. If you had a value that was outside of most of the values within the histogram, that would also be considered an outlier. Stem and leaf plots are a useful way to look at the distribution or dispersion of data, and they're very similar to a histogram. When you create a stem and leaf plot, you take your dataset and you break it down into groups. The stem is referred to as the initial part of your data. In this instance, since you're dealing with data in the hundreds range, your stem is the first two digits, and then the leaf is the last or final data point. For example, if you use the first data point of 453, your stem is 45, and your leaf is the 3. Another example would be 506. You would take the 5 and the 0 as a stem, and the 6 would be the leaf. Stem and leaf plots are useful because you take this data, and by looking at that leaf portion, you're able to see the relative frequency. By listing just that final number, you're able to look at the distribution of your data. Now, stem and leaf plots can also be used to compare different distributions. In this example, you have two different test scores, one from January 16th and one from January 23rd. Each of these math test scores were out of 50 points. The test was taken by the same 10 students a week apart, and you want to look to see if there's a difference between the two. In the first one, there is clustering that falls mainly in the values of the 30 range. When you examine the second test score from January 23rd, your distribution falls more on the high range. The second test scores are clustered nearer to the 4, and that indicates an improvement in performance. Now let's compare some of the limitations and benefits of stem and leaf plots. One of the key benefits of stem and leaf plots is that they allow for a very quick overview of the data. They also help you to highlight any outliers that might be in your data. Stem and leaf plots are very useful for many types of data and can be used for variable and categorical data. Now, some of the limitations of the stem and leaf plot is that they're not good for small data sets. When you have small data sets, a stem and leaf plot will not make it easy to see a pattern clearly stand out. In addition, they're not good for very large data sets either, because there might be too much data in the plot to see the pattern very well. In order to have a very effective stem and leaf plot, you'll want a mid-range data set. This will allow you to really understand and get a quick overview of whether or not your data is falling within normal distribution. The box and whiskers diagram is a useful way to summarize and compare data. It's also referred to as the box plot, but it's referred to as a box and whiskers because it has the box that captures the middle 50% of the data, and then it has the lines to the side that look like whiskers. It's very useful in showing how much variation you have within your data, because it captures the lower 25% of your data, the range of the middle 50% of the data, and then your upper 25% in the upper whisker. It shows you how spread out your data is, and then also where the majority of your data lies. Let's examine the various elements of the box and whiskers plot and how the data is used to construct it. When you calculate your data, the first thing you'll want to determine is the median of your data. The median falls in the middle point of your data. Your lower whisker is that bottom 25% of your data. So you would calculate your median and then the median value between that median and your lower point. That gives you your first quartile. Below that is the 25% of your data. You would also then calculate the median between your overall median and your upper data point, and that would give you your third quartile. What's included in the box is the inner quartile range, and that's the middle 50% of your data. Those are the values that fall between 25% and 75%. Now, how would you interpret box and whiskers plots? Box and whiskers plots are very useful when you're comparing two different samples of data. With these two samples of data, you can compare your first data set to your second data set. In your first data set, you have a very narrow interquartile range, and that means that you have a process that's fairly centered around your median. But in your second data set, you have a much wider interquartile range. Also, in the first data set, you also have two outliers that are running on the high side of the data, while on the second data set, you have one outlier that's running to the high side of the data, and two outliers that are running to the low side of the data. So when interpreting box and whiskers plots, you're identifying the shape of your interquartile range. You're also checking for outliers. And of course, you're comparing your data sets to note the differences in these elements. A key aspect within Six Sigma is to have a good measurement system. As you're improving your processes, aiming to get the mean of your process on target and reduce variation, you need to ensure that the data you're collecting is being collected by an adequate measurement system. Now, a measurement system comprises all of the actions that are used to collect data about the process, the product, and the service. Each measurement system contains very diverse elements. These elements include people, standards, devices, elements, instruments, and methods that together make up the process used to obtain measurements. For example, if you're trying to improve a manufacturing process where you're having issues with the bore being out of round, you need to make sure that your measurement system is adequate, reliable, and correct before you start collecting data. In your Six Sigma project, you want to avoid wasting time, money, and effort in collecting data if you don't have a good measurement system, because any decisions you would make based on that data would be incorrect. Finally, you want to use your measurement system analysis to determine what percentage of variability is caused by measurement errors. The goal of a measurement system is to give consistent and correct data, because your decisions through your Six Sigma projects will be based on what you're getting from your measurement systems. So the goal is to ensure that the data collected reflects the actual variation in the process, product, or service. This is typically called part-to-part variation that's being measured. Additionally, you want to make sure that your measurement system is not adding any variation to the process. So having a consistent or precise measurement means that you're making sure that the system is capturing the right data. You want to make sure that you're getting an accurate measurement, that you're getting a correct measurement of the variable, and that you're trying to avoid or reduce measurement system variation. Just like everything else in life, there are times when things can go wrong. Six Sigma is no exception. There are several causes of measurement system errors that can cause the systems to become inadequate. It could be a machine, whether it's faulty measurement tools, or devices, or gauges. It could be methods, or also operator error. It could be Mother Nature, or poor procedures, or poor understanding of the processes and procedures themselves. You can expect some surprises in the future from unexpected sources. Devices can prove to be inaccurate despite our vendors' assurances. Environmental conditions like temperature and humidity can unexpectedly disrupt our measurement systems, and there's no end to the sources of human-induced variations in any process. There are two key attributes of a measurement system: accuracy and precision. Accuracy is the ability of a gauge or measurement system tool to measure the true value, while precision is the amount of variation in the measurement system when repeated measurements of the same variable of interest for a process, or product, or parts themselves are taken using the same device. When talking about accuracy, you're trying to make sure you have the correct data. Accuracy is an attribute of the measurement tool or the gauge itself. You're trying to capture that true value of the variable, and you're looking at an average of all of the variables. With precision, you want to make sure that you're getting consistent data with minimal variation. Precision is an attribute of the measurement system itself. You're collecting information on the same variable with the same device, and you should get those repeated measurements. Now, let's examine precision and accuracy in more detail, and use a bullseye with a dartboard as an example. If you're throwing darts and those darts are landing all over the place, this means your system is not accurate, or it's not precise. If you're throwing darts and they're getting a group around the bullseye, that means your accuracy has improved. However, it's not precise because the grouping of darts are still scattered. Now, you can also have a situation where the darts are grouped closer together and therefore it's precise, but the grouping is not near the bullseye and therefore it's not accurate. What you want to achieve is the tight grouping around the bullseye. That will indicate you have a system that's precise and accurate. Now, let's examine how the measurement system analysis breaks down. Measurement system analysis has two key components: the analysis of the precision and the analysis of the accuracy. There are two measures within precision: the measure of repeatability and the measure of reproducibility. Repeatability refers to the ability to repeat the same results over and over again. Reproducibility refers to having multiple individuals being able to reproduce the same results. Accuracy is made up of bias and linearity. Bias is the difference between the value you're getting from the reading of your gauge from a known standard, and linearity is a measure over the full range of the gauge specifications. This topic will cover measurement correlation. Measurement correlation is used with your measurement systems analysis to compare values from different measurement systems. Using your measurement correlation, you can assess a few different things. First, you could use it to assess the values that you're getting from your gauges themselves compared to a known standard. You can also use it to compare two different measurement devices against each other. Finally, you can also use measurement system correlation to compare if there are differences between operators. By understanding each of these areas, you will be able to understand how good your measurement system is and how you can better improve the accuracy and the precision of your gauges. The first type of assessment you can do involves comparing the values from your gauges to a known standard. This is typically performed during your calibration. Oftentimes, you bring your gauges into a temperature and humidity controlled environment in order to calibrate them against a known standard. This is typically done with calibrated gauge blocks that have been calibrated by an outside source. Then you're using these calibrated gauge blocks to further calibrate your gauges to make sure they give you correct readings based on those known standards. By using these devices, you're able to measure those known items to reveal what that error within your device is. For example, you could use a scale to weigh a gold coin. With your measurement system correlation, you can also look at comparing one device versus another device. This is considered your proficiency testing. You're going to use this method when you have known reference standards. This way, you can compare one device against another device to see what the difference is. For example, if you have different machines that are used to test the same chemical composition of a product, there may not be a calibrated known standard, but you can take the values from each of those machines and compare them against each other with your proficiency testing to see if there's a difference between the two. With your measurement correlation, you can also compare different operators. This is used to assess the human element. What's useful about this aspect is that it can help pinpoint where variations are coming from in your measurement systems, from the people or operators that are using the gauges. Having this information will help you determine when you need to implement further measurement training for your operators. Measurement correlation is also used to establish a degree of agreement between those two measurers. You can also compare the measurements of one operator against another, or even the measurements of the same operator over time. Measurement system errors caused by a lack of accuracy and lack of precision. This topic will explore precision, which relates to variation. Total measured variation stems from a process variation, which is a part-to-part variation, and also your measurement system variation. Your measurement system variation is caused by a repeatability variation, which is the gauge of the measuring device itself and those differences. Reproducibility variation is the differences from operator to operator. When you talk about repeatability, this is based on the same operator. When you talk about reproducibility variation, you're looking at comparing different operators. So let's talk about these concepts as expressed as variance equations. You need to remember that the goal is to remove or reduce the measurement system variability so that you can focus on reducing the process variability. You want to be able to understand the variation within your product itself. When you look at the total variation is the summation of the variation from the process and the variation of the measurement system, and you're trying to reduce the variation caused from the measurement system. Our sigma squared is the variance, your variation in the process. When you look at your measurement system variation, it's equal to the sum of the variation from repeatability and the variation from your reproducibility. Now let's explore the attributes of repeatability and reproducibility variation types. Repeatability is also typically called equipment variation because you're using the same operator, you have the same part, you're also using the same device, and you're measuring multiple times. You do this because you can get a different viewing angle and tools sometimes wear out, but you should be able to perform a measurement using the same operator, part, and device and get the same results. You should be able to repeat the same results within that same operator. Reproducibility, on the other hand, is also known as a Praiser variation because you're using different operators. You've got the same part and the same device, and it's being measured multiple times. The key difference between repeatability and reproducibility is that in reproducibility you're using different operators, whereas in repeatability you have the same operator. You do this because you're able to capture when there is different training given to different operators, or there are different procedures being followed. So when your variation comes from reproducibility, it's typically a sign that you need to improve your training or the procedures for your gauging. There are three main goals for conducting a gauge repeatability and reproducibility study. The first main goal is to assess the precision of the measurement system. The second goal is to determine the percentage of variation that's caused by the measurement system in the overall variation that's been observed. The third and final goal is to determine the focus for minimizing the measurement system variation. A gauge R&R study has 4 key steps. The first step is to prepare. In this step, you ensure that the gauge or device is calibrated or standardized, and you duplicate production conditions for this study. You also want to make sure that the gauge is capable and making accurate readings. The second step in a gauge R&R study is to collect the resources. This involves getting all of the resources that are needed for the study, including the number of operators, the number of parts to test, and the number of repeated readings to take. These are also known as the trials. The third key step is to collect the data. During the data collection exercise, you want to ensure consistency and avoid any bias among the operators and recordings. The fourth and final step is to calculate repeatability and reproducibility. These calculations are typically performed using computer software, but they can also be calculated manually. The results on how they're presented may vary slightly depending on the software program that you've used, and in manual calculations, depending on the rounding standards that you followed. Whatever method you choose, make sure that it's consistently applied. So, let's now explore an example of a gauge R&R study. In this example, you have the weight of 10 steel pins that are measured 3 times by each of the 3 operators using the same measurement device. The 10 parts are recorded, you have your 3 operators, and then each operator has 3 trials. When you look at the 10 parts in your 3 different trials, that means each operator is measuring the total of 30 parts, and then the 3 operators are measuring a total of 90 readings, but each time they're measuring the same part. The results in centimeters are recorded in the table. For each operator or measurer, the table provides room to record values for each part that's being measured in each of the trials. The average measure per part per trial is calculated and recorded, and the range per part and the average range per trial R bar is also calculated. Then, for each operator, the X double bar is calculated, which is the grand average of all the averages, and the R bar is calculated, which is the average of all ranges per operator. This example indicates that we do have some variation between our operators, with the R bar value ranging from 1.31 to 1.49. Depending on how significant that is, it might trigger an effort to implement the means to reduce that range in the future. The standard deviation for repeatability is calculated by dividing your R double bar value by D2, which is a value that comes from the standard D2 table, where your sigma repeatability is a standard deviation for repeatability, your R double bar is the mean of the range averages, and D2 is that constant based on the sampling or subgroup size. When you calculate repeatability and reproducibility, you will need to refer to the D2 table to determine the appropriate D value to use. Now, the mean of the range averages, or R double bar, is calculated by adding all of the mean ranges from the R bar subscript 1 to R bar subscript n, and dividing by the mean of the ranges, which is n. In this case, R double bar is equal to 1.49 plus 1.31 plus 1.33 divided by 3, which is the number of samples. This gives you a value of 1.38. Our D2 value of 1.693 is found using the D-value table. With this table, you want to choose the value that corresponds to the number of readings taken by each operator as a sample size, which is n. In this case, your D2 value corresponds to the sample size of 3, which equals to 1.693, since each operator is reading the same part 3 times. Your sigma repeatability is then equal to the mean of the average ranges, which is 1.38 divided by your D2 value of 1.693. This gives you a value of 0.82 for your standard deviation of repeatability. The next calculation is a standard deviation for reproducibility, by calculating the difference between the largest and smallest operator averages. The total range of the values then is equal to the largest operator average, which is 6.07, minus the smallest operator average, which is 5.94. When you complete the subtraction, you get a value of 0.13. After calculating the R sub x bar, you determine the value of D2 using the table. The sample size for the steel pin study is 3, so the value for D sub 2 is again 1.693. The sigma reproducibility is calculated by using the R sub x bar value and the D sub 2 value. In this case, 0.13 divided by 1.693, which gives you the reproducibility value of 0.077. By comparing two values, you're able to determine which one is larger and, consequently, which is the larger source of variation. This helps you focus your improvement efforts. When you look at the steel pin gauge R&R study example, the repeatability has a value of 0.82, which is larger than the reproducibility value of 0.077. Since repeatability contributes more variation, it should receive the priority. The final step in calculating the gauge repeatability and reproducibility value is to determine the overall amount of measurement system variation. This is done by combining the values for repeatability and reproducibility. By doing that, you need to convert the values from standard deviations to variances, which is done by squaring each of the values. Therefore, the calculation is 0.6724 plus 0.0059, which gives you a measurement system value of 0.6783. By taking the square root of this variance, you get the measurement system standard deviation of 0.824. These two analytical methods allow you to analyze and interpret the measurement system capability. They both rely on the overall standard deviation. In addition, both methods express measurement system variation ratios, which include precision of total ratio and precision to tolerance ratio. Your total observed variation is comprised of your part-to-part variation, which is the variation from your parts, and your measurement system variation. The measurement system variation is further broken down into your repeatability and your reproducibility. Part-to-part variation is the variation that happens normally within your processes. When you're performing your gauge repeatability and reproducibility study, you want to make sure that the parts that you're using for your study are representative of your entire specification limits. You also want to ensure that you have parts outside the specification limits, because these will help ensure that your measurement system is capable of picking up that wide range of possible values. The total variation is equal to the sum of the part-to-part, repeatability, and reproducibility variations. Now, let's examine some output from Minitab from a dataset. There are some important numbers that are included in the table. The first is the contribution of various errors, which includes the information from your repeatability and reproducibility based on your total variation. It is important to notice that the extremely high contribution of the measurement system's variation of reproducibility to part variation. Now let's examine another summary of data. This data shows how much the total gauge R&R contributes to your variation. You can also look at the reproducibility and repeatability to see how they contribute to the total variation. In this example, only 18% of the variation comes from your part-to-part variation. So when you break down your equation to look at your total variation, your part-to-part variation is 18%, your repeatability is 33%, your operator variation is 0%, and your operator-to-part variation is 49%. This indicates that the highest percentage of variation comes from your reproducibility. Let's examine another example output from Minitab. This output gives you several key pieces of information. The first table looks at the components of variation, and it tells you how much variation comes from your repeatability, your reproducibility, and your part-to-part variation. You can also look at the range chart by operator, which looks at operator 1 versus operator 2 versus operator 3. You can see how much of a difference there is in the variation, the range from each operator. You can also look at the average mean by each operator, the weight by part, the weight by operator, and using the box and whiskers plot, you can see how much variation there is per operator. You can also gain information about your part by operator interaction. The Automotive Industry Action Group, or AIAG, has provided guidelines for the percentage of acceptable study variation. If your gauge R&R study variance is 10% or less, then you can say that your system is acceptable. If it's between 10 and 30%, you're saying that your measurement system is marginal. If your gauge R&R value is 30% or greater, then your measurement system would be considered unacceptable. You will need to go through and understand where your variation is coming from and try to correct it with your current measurement system. If you're not able to correct it with your current measurement system, you will need to find a new measurement system. There are two analytical methods that allow you to analyze and interpret measurement system capability. The first is the precision to total ratio, which is equal to the variation from your measurement divided by the total variation. The second method is the precision to tolerance ratio. As part of these calculations, you need to understand your tolerance, and the tolerance of your process is equal to the upper specification limit minus the lower specification limit. That provides the range for your tolerance. Now, your specification limit should be set by your customer, based on what their expectations are for your product or service. By looking at the difference between your upper and lower specification limits, you can determine the allowable tolerance based on your customer expectations. The precision to tolerance ratio formula is equal to 6 times your estimated measurement error divided by your total tolerance, where again your total tolerance is the upper specification limit minus your lower specification limit. The equation is also equal to the measurement variability divided by the sum of the variations. In other words, this is equal to the precision divided by the total tolerance. If the value you obtain from this is less than 10% of the tolerance interval, the system is considered capable. A value between 10 and 30% is considered marginally acceptable. Any value greater than 30% is considered not capable. For instance, if you have an upper and lower specification limit of a process that's plus or minus 3, you'll find that 6 times the standard deviation of 0.824 divided by 6 from your tolerance limit of plus or minus 3 gives a value of 0.824 or 82.4%. That value exceeds the maximum of 30%, and therefore, this measurement system would be considered not capable. The Automotive Industry Action Group, AIG, has guidelines for the percentage of tolerance. If the percentage of tolerance is less than 10%, the system is considered acceptable. If the percent of tolerance for a measurement system is between 10 and 30%, your system is marginally acceptable. If it's greater than 30%, the measurement system is considered unacceptable. While gauge repeatability and reproducibility studies measure the precision or variation related to the aspects of a measurement system, a bias and linearity study is used to assess the accuracy of the measurement system. This topic will explore gauge linearity and gauge bias. In a bias and linearity study, you're assessing the accuracy of a measurement system by comparing the measurements made by the gauge or the measurement tool to a set of known reference values. The difference here is that you're using the known reference tables instead of the gauge repeatability and reproducibility values that you were using to measure actual production parts. And then you're comparing these values to the total variation. When talking about bias, you're talking about the difference between a known reference value and the average measurement from your gauge system. The bias, then, is equal to the average measured value minus that reference value. If you consider a digital caliper that's used to measure the width of a stainless steel part, for example, you could take the caliper and you would measure a reference gauge. You'd be able to calculate that average measurement by multiplying that reference value multiple times, and then you could compare the average measurement readings to the true known reference value to get the bias. The difference between bias and accuracy and precision is that bias is inversely proportional to accuracy. However, bias does not affect precision because you're getting the same repeated values over and over again. When you conduct a bias study, there are 4 main steps that you need to follow. The first step is to choose a set of parts or variables of interest for the study. The parts should be chosen in a way that minimizes process variation, and ideally, you want to choose parts that are created close together in the same production run. This will minimize bias that may be due to process variation. The second step is to choose the operator. You want to choose an operator or appraiser who is experienced with the measurement instrument and trained in the standard operating procedure for measuring the part. This reduces the risk of bias caused by the operator rather than the gauge itself. The third step is to monitor the study and record the measurements. You also need to randomize the parts and make sure that the operator measures them from a minimum of 10 to 12 times. Then you read the gauge yourself and hide the operator's readings from the operator to minimize the risk that he or she will bias any subsequent measurement. The fourth and final step is to calculate the bias. You calculate the amount by which the measurement is off from the reference value or standard. So you take the average measurement minus the reference value to calculate your bias value. Bias is calculated by summing up all of the individual readings and dividing by n, which is the number of times a standard is measured. Then you subtract t, which is the value of your standard or reference. Once you calculate the average, you are ready to calculate your bias. Bias equals to the average measurement minus the reference value. So if you look at a data set, then you can calculate what the bias is. Let's explore an example. You work at a manufacturing company that specializes in producing screws. You have a standard, which is a screw, and you have the known value of 10 millimeters that's checked 10 times by an inspector using a dial caliper. If you wanted to find the bias, you would add together the 10 measurements to find their sum, which is equal to 100.04. The average would then be to divide that by 10, since there's 10 values. That would give you an average of 10.004. Finally, you complete the calculation for bias by subtracting your average value minus the 10 millimeters, since it is the known value. You get a bias value of 0.004 millimeters. Now, when you look at your bias, you could have a negative or a positive bias. A negative bias means that your measurements are less than your reference value. On the other hand, a positive bias means that your measurements are greater than your reference value. If you go back to the example of the screw manufacturing company, the average measurement was 10.004 millimeters, which was larger than the reference value of 10 millimeters. Therefore, the measurement device in that example has a positive bias. Now, bias can be expressed as a percentage of the total process variation or as a percentage of the tolerance set for the process. When you examine your calculation, you can express it as a percentage of your process variation by taking your bias, dividing that by your total process variation, and multiplying by 100. If you go back to the example of the screw manufacturing company, the bias you obtained from the calculation was 0.004. If your total process variation is 0.5 millimeters, and you multiply that number times 100, you get a total process variation of 0.8%. Now you can also determine the statistical significance of your bias. You can do this by using a one-sample t-test for significance. Essentially, what you're doing with significance is comparing your value to the alpha value, because you want to have a level of confidence of 95%. Your alpha value will be 1 minus that, which gives you 0.05. If you know historically that your bias is 1%, then the p-value for bias for this sample would be 0.41. If you want to compare that to your alpha value of 0.5, so that you could be 95% confident, since your p-value is 0.41 is greater than or equal to your alpha value of 0.5, then that means the measured bias is not statistically significant. It's important to examine your measurement systems for linearity. Linearity means that there's a change in the bias over the operating range of your measurement device. Your system should be equally accurate for all measuring levels. For example, it wouldn't be appropriate if you have a measuring device that might be accurate measuring smaller parts of toys out of an assembly line, but not the larger ones, or a thermometer that measures high values of the oven temperature without any bias, but fails to do so at the lower temperatures. You're checking linearity to make sure that you're getting those accurate readings for all levels of your measurement devices. One way to do this is to measure 10 parts 5 times each to see the difference. A gauge that's nonlinear might require calibration or replacement. Linearity is denoted by the symbol L, and it's equal to the slope times the process variation, which uses the symbol V sub p. For example, if you have a slope of 0.0094 and you're multiplying that times your process variation of 0.05, that produces a linearity value of 0.00047. Using this information, you should check the statistical significance of the slope, which would tell you whether or not there's linearity. Unacceptable linearity values mean that you have an improper calibration. There are issues at the upper and lower end of the range with your measurement values. It could also mean there's an error in the value of x when you're reading at the minimum or maximum range. It could also mean that you have an inappropriate or worn measurement system that's causing these errors in linearity. Finally, this could potentially point to internal design problems with the measurement instrument. This topic will explore how to calculate linearity and interpret a linearity plot. Linearity is denoted by the symbol L, and it's equal to the slope times the process variation, which uses the symbol V sub p. Now, let's explore an example of how you would calculate linearity. Let's suppose that you work for a machine tools manufacturer. As part of a Six Sigma project, you'll want to know if the measurement system responsible for weighing various parts is linear. You have electronic weighing machines that are used to measure the weights of parts in grams. You take 5 readings of 7 components that span the entire operating range of the weighing machine, and you know the exact weights of the parts, so these are known. Your reference values are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35 grams. For each reference value, the reference parts are measured 5 times, and the average readings are determined for each component, from which you determine your bias. Suppose the readings found for the reference value of 25 are 24.98, 25.02, 25.13, 24.99, and 25.11. Your average reading would then be 25.05. To find the bias, you would subtract the reference value from the average reading, and that would give you a bias of 0.05. Similarly, you can find the values and biases for each reference value and complete the table by calculating the biases, the average reading minus the reference table. Now you could plot the bias on the y-axis of a graph and the reference values of the x-axis of the graph. Once this is done, you draw the best fit line representing the linearity of the scatter plot. You need the slope of the plotted line to calculate linearity. In this case, the slope is 0.0094. You can use a software application to derive the values for this calculation. Assuming the process variation is 0.05, you get the equation of the fitted line as y equals to negative 0.2004 plus 0.0094x. The software that you would use to plot your data points should also be able to calculate this equation. Using these values, you can then determine the linearity of the measurement instrument. Since you have a slope of 0.0094 and you're multiplying that times your process variation of 0.05, that produces a linearity value of 0.00047. Using this information, you should check the statistical significance of the slope, which would tell you whether or not there's linearity. To do this, you should set up your hypothesis test, where your null hypothesis would be that the slope, which is b, is equal to 0, and your alternative hypothesis would be that your slope is not equal to 0. Based on this information, you would determine if your p-value is greater than 0.05, which would mean that the slope is not statistically significant. So what happens when you have linearity values other than 0? What do those indicate? There are several reasons why this would happen. Unacceptable linearity values mean that you have an improper calibration. There are issues at the upper and lower end of the range with your measurement values. It could also mean there's an error in the value of x when you're reading at the minimum or maximum range. It could also mean that you have an inappropriate or worn measurement system that's causing these errors in linearity. Finally, this could potentially point to internal design problems with the measurement instrument. This topic will explore percent agreement analysis and situations where you could use percent agreement to assess a measurement system. Measurement systems and measurement devices are good for continuous data. However, you don't always have that continuous data. Sometimes you need to be able to measure attributes or discrete data. You would do this by percent agreement analysis. In the case of attributes or discrete data, where percent agreement is used, the appraisers do not use an instrument to measure parts or variables, but they assign their own rating values. For example, you could have a gauge that's used to tell if the part is simply good or bad, or if it's oversized or undersized, and based on that, you would only have attribute data. By using percent agreement analysis, you can see how good your system still is in terms of actual variables themselves, the values themselves. So let's explore what attribute or discrete data is. There are three basic types of attribute data, which include physical, property, and resources. For example, you could have color. You could have sizes of small, medium, or large. Gender, male or female. You could have a test that's pass or fail. Or you could ask a question that would require a yes or no answer. Now, discrete value could also be binary, nominal, or ordinal data. When you talk about binary data, you're talking about yes or no type data. It either is or isn't. If you have three different appraisers, you could be asking them specific questions, and seeing then what the response is, if it's a yes or a no. You could also have nominal data. Nominal data gives you a more categorical type of information. For example, you could have the reasons for account cancellation, and the appraiser rating could be the APR, the finance charge, or a late fee. Finally, you could have ordinal data. Ordinal data gives you information on a rating scale. You could have appraisers that rate the quality on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is poor and 5 which is excellent. It's important to understand when it's best to use percent agreement analysis. You could use it to evaluate the consistency of individual appraiser ratings and those measurements. What this would mean is that you would have the same appraiser responding to the same question differently over a course of time, to see how consistent that is. The second use for percent agreement analysis is to evaluate consistency ratings across all appraisers. For example, you might have one measurement that determines that 90 out of 100 items pass inspection, while another measure determines that only 85 out of 100 items pass inspection. If you have a total of 75 of the objects passed, you're passed by both measures, and the agreement between the measures could be 75%. Finally, you can use percent agreement analysis to compare appraiser ratings to the reference or the true value. For example, if you have a team that uses its measuring device to measure an object with a known standard weight of 5.98 grams, if the team obtains a value of 5.9 grams in 85 out of the 100 measurements, the agreement with a reference standard would be 85%. This topic will explore how to determine your percent agreement. Let's use a scenario where you've got customer representatives at a contact center. You're asking them to respond to the same standard questions. The first step of this process is to record the results to determine whether each appraiser consistently provides the same rating on the same measurement scale. In the table, there are 3 customer representatives, Rob, Debbie, and Sam, and they responded to the same standard yes, no questions. You have binary data, and you're asking them to do this a few times over a period of time. You do that so that the appraisers do not remember the earlier responses. In this table, you're asking your customer representatives the 10 customer queries indicated on the table, and you're assessing their responses. You have 3 instances of the same question response sets recorded, and you also have the true responses to those questions recorded in your first column, which serves as the standard. You can use the information collected and input it into software, such as Minitab, to assess the agreement. You can examine the consistency and accuracy between your appraisers and compare that against standard values. The first chart compares the agreement within appraisers, shows each value, and the accuracy of each value to that true known standard. The second chart compares each appraiser versus the standard. In this case, you can see that Debbie has a 90% accuracy, Rob has a 70% accuracy, and Sam has 80% accuracy. You also get this data in a tabulated format. Each of the appraisers inspected 10 parts, and you know how many times they matched that standard, and therefore, you can calculate the percent agreement. From this information, you can see that Debbie had the highest accuracy at 90%, and Bob had the lowest percent agreement at 70%. You want to consider this agreement first, because if the responses of each appraiser are not consistent, then other agreements will not make sense. Now, you can also analyze the consistency among all the appraisers. In this case, you had 10 questions that were inspected. You know how many times they all matched each other. All of the customer representatives agreed on only 70% of the questions, and that's concerning. It's also an indicator that this is going to require measurements to bring more precision and consistency among these 3 different appraisers, which could include providing training, standardized material, or other method. You could also explore the accuracy by comparing each of the responses against standard or true values. You can identify how many times each appraiser answered a question correctly. Now, in this case, each of the appraisers answered 10 questions. You know how many times they matched, and their percent agreement then is calculated based on that. At this point, you can draw conclusions on whether or not these levels of agreements are acceptable. There are really no specific guidelines for that acceptable level of agreement for all organizations for binary responses. However, you could use this information to present your analysis and suggest potential measures to fix the accuracy and consistency issues within the measurement systems. When you analyze a total of all the appraisers versus a standard, you had 30 different inspections or questions. 25 of them matched, and therefore your percentage agreement was 83.33%. This topic will explore process performance and process capability. It's important to understand where measuring process performance and capability is performed within the DMAIC cycle. When you look at the measure phase, this is where you need to understand the baseline of your process. By doing this, you'll be able to determine the current state of your projects as well as where you need to make improvements. Once you understand your baseline, you can determine what improvements you need to make. And as you make those improvements, you're going to use your process performance to see if you have a positive or negative impact based on the changes to your system. Finally, you also measure your process performance in your control phase. This is where you monitor your process improvements to make sure that you've been able to sustain them over time. Now, it's important to understand what the performance of your current process is and what that means in terms of natural process limits in Six Sigma. Your natural process limits are based on the natural variation that occurs within your process, and it comes from the voice of the process. You're using the statistical data from your process to determine your process limits. and then also to determine your natural process spread. For example, you could look at how many calls a customer service representative can answer, on average, in an hour. From a manufacturing standpoint, you could look at the average tensile strength of a cast iron part. Based on the readings from the actual process, you can determine the natural process limits and your natural process spread. It's important to understand that this is different than your specification limits. The specification limits come from the voice of your customer, and your specification limits provide an upper and a lower specification limit. These don't necessarily match with your process limits, because your process limits come from the process, the voice of the process itself, where your specification limits come from your customer. For example, in the case of the customer call center, if you consider how your process spread matches up with your specification limits, your process spread could be the average number of calls a customer representative could take in an hour. Your specification limit could be based on what your customers expect you to answer per hour. If you think about your tensile strength, your process spread would be the actual data where your process is running, and your specification limits would be the actual tensile strength that your customers require. When you look at process capability, you're comparing the specifications to your process performance. This is the cornerstone of many improvement initiatives within Six Sigma. It's how capable your process is of meeting your specification limits. So it's important to understand and realize why you want your process to be capable, and what the cost of the process is when it's not capable. By analyzing your process capability, you're comparing a specification width to the process width. There are three main components of process capability: the specification limits, the process spread, and the process limits. The specification limits are those customer expectations or business design specifications determined by a company, a person, or your customer. The process spread shows the extent of the process variation that results from both special and common cause variation. The process limits, which represent a natural process variation, are determined by the process itself. Now, when examining a Six Sigma process, what you're trying to do is fit in 6 standard deviations between the mean of your process and your closest specification limit. By doing that, you're reducing your process spread and having on-target performance so that you can fit the distribution of your process within your limits comfortably. A Six Sigma process means you're running at 99.9997% defect-free, or at a rate of 3.4 defects per million. You're able to reach those aggressive targets because your goal of Six Sigma is to have on-target performance, where your mean and your target are equal or close to equal. You have very little variation within your process, so that you can fit those 6 standard deviations between the mean of your process and your closest specification limit. This topic will examine different performance metrics and how to categorize them. It's important to understand in which stages of the DMAIC methodology you use performance metrics. During the define phase, you start to understand what's going on with your process, and that you need to make improvements. This would all be based on data-driven decisions to define your problem statement. In the measure phase, you would use your performance metrics to gather more information about the baseline to understand where your process is currently operating. In the analyze phase, you would look for variables of factors within your process that impact the mean or the variation around these performance metrics. It's useful to use these performance metrics to help track the current process performance and to analyze issues within your process, product, or service. There are 2 ways you can measure process performance, and both of these ways result in a sigma value. The first method is to measure the variability. To do this, you would use continuous data. This would provide a predictive measure of your process performance, and because you're using continuous data, you could calculate a capability index. Measuring variability is also useful for designing, evaluating, and optimizing your performance. Since you have continuous data, continuous variables, you can use that information to move the mean of your process closer to the target and also reduce your variation. The second method for measuring process performance is to count defects. This method provides an outcome measure since you're using discrete data. The product is either good or bad. You're not having to use any complex calculation. So this is very useful for attribute or discrete data. Now there are several types of performance metrics that are used in Six Sigma. The performance metric you choose will depend on whether you need to count defects or use continuous data to measure the variability of the process. Some of the key metrics that relate to counting defects include defects per unit, rolled throughput yield, parts per million, and defects per million opportunities. Metrics that are based on the variability of your process and that are directly related to your process capability indices include CP or CPK. Another key performance metric is the cost of poor quality. This topic will explore the purpose of a process capability study and the steps that are involved in a process capability study. A process capability study is performed so that you can measure the ability of the process you're trying to improve to meet customer requirements. It also provides a baseline for process improvement by allowing you to determine if your process is currently capable or not, and how your current process meets those customer specifications. By performing a capability study, you will be able to understand whether your process is on target or has too much variation. In addition, once you have that baseline, you will be able to apply the resources within your organization to make sure that you're successful from a short-term and a long-term perspective. You will also be able to ensure meeting your customer satisfaction requirements. Now, there are 5 key steps in performing a process capability study. The first step is to determine what the specifications are. These are the characteristics that you're going to measure for the process capability study.
The second step is to gather data. You want to get a representative data sample. To do this, you should develop a sampling plan ahead of time so that you get that representative sample. The third step is to verify assumptions. With your process capability study, you want to test that your data is stable and normal. So, you're verifying the assumptions that your process is stable and normal before moving forward.
The fourth step is to calculate your capability. This is where you'll perform the calculation to determine your process capability and also your sigma levels. Then, during the fifth and final step, based on whether or not your process is capable, you'll make recommendations. If your process is capable, then no further action will be needed. If your process is not capable, you will need to take appropriate corrective action to further improve your process. Let's take a minute and explore step 1 in more detail, identifying your specifications and some best practices for doing so. You should be establishing your tolerances based on the requirements set forth by your customers and also what's happening in your market. There might be other requirements that are set forth by industry standards or their regulatory requirements. In addition, your organization might have their own organizational requirements that you need to meet. In addition, specifications need to be an ideal measure. They need to be something that's important to the customer, so they relate back to your customer's expectations. It's important, though, that your specification be realistic. If your specifications are too tight or unrealistic, many potentially acceptable outputs could be rejected. You'll want to make sure that you're setting up your organization for success based on what your customers' expectations are. This topic will cover how to determine the stability of a process. Stability is an important assumption before you start collecting data and calculating your process capability. The process needs to be stable and fit a normal distribution over time. So an unstable process would have points that are outside of the control limit, which means that you don't have a consistent mean and variation over time. A stable process would have values that fall between the upper and lower control limits, providing that stable process, which means again, consistent mean and consistent variation over time. In order to determine stability, first you need to check the stability of the data using a control chart. A control chart is a more advanced run chart that uses statistically determined upper and lower control limits.
There are different types of control charts that can identify different process conditions and define the capability of the process.
But essentially, a control chart takes the target, which is the mean of your process, your center line, and the upper and lower control limits are the mean plus or minus 3 standard deviations. This provides a voice of the process to understand if you have that consistency over time. It's important to understand that your control limits are based off the process itself, the voice of the process, and the control limits are based off how much variation there is within the process in relation to the center line. When you have data points outside of your control limits, those indicate that your process is not in control. Your process needs to be in control before you can calculate your process capability. Now let's explore 4 different process conditions to see why they're unstable processes. When you think about the normal variation within a process, you expect some variation within your processes, but you would not expect an ever-increasing upward or downward trend. You would expect the data to be somewhat cyclical. You would have several data points maybe going up and then one data point coming down, but to have multiple data points in a row trending upward or downward would be a sign that something is happening within your process. In addition, if you have spikes in your process, that's an indicator that something is happening within your process, causing it to be unstable. You wouldn't want to always have an upward or downward trend. You would not expect your process to cycle up and down, up and down, and up and down. You would expect some data points in a row to be moving in the same direction. Finally, there are times where you might see a shift in your data, indicating that something is happening. Oftentimes, that's a signal that something has changed within the process. One of the most commonly used control charts is the X-bar and R chart. The X-bar chart shows the average. It's used when you're collecting subgroup samples at some time interval of 2 or 9 subgroup samples, and then the average of those subgroup samples are plotted. The R-bar chart represents the range of the subgroup of those samples that are collected at each interval. This provides information on the overall average of the process and how the average performance is running. Also, this indicates how the range of the spread of your data is occurring over your subgroup sample sizes. This topic will explore how to verify the normality assumption. It's important to make sure that you check for the assumption of normality, that your process follows a normal distribution, because if your process isn't normal, then your capability study can produce undesirable results. For example, you could have misinterpretation of your control charts, or you could misinterpret special cause patterns on your control charts. You can also have misleading assessment of your process capability due to incorrect statistical results for the yields in your CP, CPK, and sigma levels. You also could have an incorrect assessment of the alpha and beta risks that are associated with the confidence intervals, acceptance sampling plans, and hypothesis tests. Finally, you could also have misidentification of process parameters as important or unimportant for your desired results. Normal distribution has some special characteristics. The normal distribution has a bell-shaped curve, and the curve has a single peak at the very top. Normal distribution is also called unimodal because it has that single peak, and the data is centered around the mean. A normal distribution can be described by 2 parameters, mu for your mean and sigma for variation. The distribution is symmetric on both sides around the mean, meaning that 50% of the values are less than the mean and 50% of the values are greater than the mean. Approximately 2/3 of your data, 68% of your data, falls between plus or minus 1 standard deviation on either side of the mean. Also, the mean lies at the center of all the distribution, and the 2 tails of the distribution extend into infinity and do not touch on the horizontal axis. There are 3 key methods for assessing normality, typically done by visual inspection. The first method is the histogram. This is where you look at the distribution of the data on the histogram to see if it follows a normal distribution. The second visual method is the normal probability plot, where you compare the data points to see if they follow a linear path with the line. The third and final method is a fat pencil test. Similar to the normal probability plot, what you do with the fat pencil test is you place your pencil over the dots on the normal probability plot. If they cover the dots, that means that it follows a normal distribution. You can also compare your data with characteristics of the normal curve. The first method for doing that is to capture the mean, the median, and the mode. If the mean, median, and mode of your data are equal to each other, then your data is likely normal. You can also divide the interquartile range by the population standard deviation. You start by calculating the interquartile range, or IQR, for the data, and you divide it by the population standard deviation, or if the sample is large, by the sample standard deviation. The interquartile range is the distance between the 25th and 75th percentile. If the result is approximately 1.33, then your data is likely normal. Finally, you can compare the range to the normal distribution. Approximately 68.27% of your data should fall within plus or minus 1 standard deviation. In addition, 95.45% should fall within plus or minus 2 standard deviations from the mean. And also, 99.73% should fall within plus or minus 3 standard deviations of the mean. The goodness of fit hypothesis test is another method for checking normality, and the most common type is the Anderson-Darling test. The Anderson-Darling test is especially effective in detecting the departures from normality that occur in the tails of the distribution. This hypothesis testing is normally done with statistical software, because it uses more advanced calculations such as p-value statistics, which represent the probability that you might be wrong to reject the assumption of normality about the dataset. So you would compare the p-value with a predetermined risk level or your alpha value, which is typically set at 0.05, to determine whether or not you reject the assumption of normality. Once you've validated the assumptions of process stability and normality, you can calculate and use process capability indices such as CP and CPK. These indexes will help you to assess and compare your process limits with your specification limits. This topic will explore how to calculate CP. CP and CPK, or short-term process capability indices, both are used to measure process spread in ratio to the process tolerance or specifications, although the calculations are slightly different. The Process Capability Index of CP is calculated by determining your specification width by subtracting your lower specification limit from your upper specification limit, and then dividing by 6 times your standard deviation. Your sigma value or standard deviation is an estimate of the population standard deviation that's calculated from a sample of process data. Now, it's important to note that with CP, you're looking at the specification limits divided by the process width. At this point, the calculation does not take into account the centering of the process. You're simply taking a ratio of your specification limits and your process width. While there is no standard for a good CP value, when you have a CP value of 1.33 or greater, this value signifies that the process comfortably meets the specification limits. Most organizations require a CP value of 1.33 or above. This corresponds to 0.0064% or 64 parts per million out of the specification. In order to have a Six Sigma level process, you need to have a CP value of 2. When you have a CP value between 1.0 and 1.33, that means that your process is capable with tight control. When a process has a spread that's about equal to the specification width, which means the CP value is close to 1, any slight movement off the mean off-center means that significant portions of your process may drift outside of your specification limits, with the tails of your distributions. Therefore, you need to closely monitor your process. A process with a CP value of less than 1 is not capable of producing a product or service that meets your customer specifications. That means that your process width is greater than your specification width. Now, it's important to note that CP does not take into account process centering. You're looking at a ratio of your specification limits and your process width, and you're not taking into account the mean of your process. So if you have an uncentered process, you could still have a high CP value because you might have a narrow distribution with little variation in your process. Also, because CP doesn't consider the center of the process, even though the CP value might indicate that a process is capable, you might be failing to meet your customer specifications. This topic will explore how to calculate CPK. CPK takes into account the mean of the process within the calculations. Therefore, it takes into account the centering of the process. CPK is calculated by taking the minimum of 2 values, the upper specification limit minus the mean divided by 3 standard deviations, or the mean minus the lower specification limit divided by 3 standard deviations. Now, it's important to note that when you're calculating CPK, you're using the minimum value between the mean and lower specification limit and the mean and the upper specification limit, because CPK focuses on the point at which the specification is closest to the process mean. By measuring the distance from the mean to the closest specification limit and calculating it as a proportion of the spread, this produces a more accurate picture of your process capability. You're dividing by 3 standard deviations on each half of the calculation, because this accounts for half of the total 6 standard deviations that you previously used in determining the CP calculation. So let's explore the CPK calculation using an example. Suppose you work for a chainsaw manufacturer, and you want to evaluate the performance of the company's saws with regards to the power output. The horsepower specification is 1.25 plus or minus 0.10. The mean for the current process is 1.255, and the standard deviation from the data is 0.025. You know that the upper and lower specification limits are 1.15 and 1.35 respectively, because the specification limits are 1.25 plus or minus 0.10. So the first step in the process is to subtract the mean from the upper specification limit, and to subtract the lower specification limit from the mean. Then each of these values are divided by 3 standard deviations. This gives you the results of 1.267 and 1.40. The lowest value is the 1.267, so this would be your CPK value. This result allows you to focus on the point at which the specification is closest to the overall average. With the knowledge of your CPK, you can now focus on centering the data to pinpoint the process capability issues and reduce your variance. Traditionally, a CPK of 1.00 has been considered capable. That means the process limits lie within the specification limits. However, over recent years, the quality requirements have really tightened up, and many organizations require a CPK value of 1.33, 1.67, or even 2. Based on the customer requirements. As your CPK value increases, your process variation is reduced. It's important to note that even though the process variation has been reduced, since your process mean is not at the center of your process, your CPK value is only 1.2, because you're taking into account the centering now, and the mean of your process is closer to your lower specification limit. This topic will examine how to apply CP and CPK, and what you do with these concepts if your process is not capable of meeting your specification limits. The first step involves determining why they're not meeting your specification limits. So let's explore a few scenarios to see how this applies. You could have a process that's on target, meaning that your process mean overlaps with your target value, and your process is within specification limits. You could also have a process that's on target, so your mean and your target are equal. However, you have too much variation and you're running outside of your specification limits. You could also have a process where you're within specification limits. However, you're off target. Your target and your mean are not equal, and in this example, you're running closer to your upper specification limits. Finally, you could have a process that's off target, so your mean and your target are not equal. You're also running outside of your specification limits because the distribution of your process is outside of your specification limits. Now let's explore this in a slightly different way to compare your CP and your CPK. The cars represent different processes in a parking lot with the same specification limits and centering to show what a high and low CP and CPK values mean, and how you can compare them. If you take a process that's centered with little variation, that means you have a high CP and a high CPK. If you take a process that has a narrow distribution but it's not centered, that means you have a high CP and a low CPK. You can also have a centered process, however you have too much variation, and therefore you could have a low CP and a low CPK. Now it's important to note that the CP and CPK calculations are very similar. CPK takes into account centering when you're subtracting using the mean of the process, and you're taking into account that you're centering it by dividing by 3 standard deviations on either half of the equation. Because of these calculations, your CP should always be greater than or equal to your CPK. If your CP and CPK values are equal to each other, that means your process is centered. Since your goal is to reach a Six Sigma level of quality, that means your CP has to be greater than or equal to 2. Your CPK has to be greater than or equal to 1.5, and your defects per million opportunities has to be less than or equal to 3.4. Because CP and CPK values are ratios, they have no units. As a result, they can be used for comparing capabilities of different processes in different departments across an organization. For example, you could compare the processes of an on-site retail operation, monthly auto loan sales, and customer service. You could have data on customer wait time, revenue, and customer satisfaction scores. You would be able to compare the CPK values for these 3 different data sets, because these are unit-less ratios, and you would be able to determine which one has the highest process capability. This topic will explore the capability indices of PP and PPK, and how they're different from CP and CPK. CP and CPK focus on within-group variation. However, PP and PPK take into account overall variation. Since PP and PPK include all kinds of variation, they're more reliable indices for assessing your long-term process performance as well as your actual process performance. The only mathematical difference between calculating the 2 sets is how the sigma value is estimated. With CP and CPK, you're using the group standard deviations. However, with PP and PPK, you're using an overall estimate of your standard deviation because your PP and PPK take into account the overall sigma, which includes both within and between subgrouping variation, where you're pooling all of the samples. PP, or Process Performance Index, is calculated the same way as CP, except for the value of the standard deviation, which reflects the long-term sigma rather than the short-term sigma. To calculate PP, you start by subtracting the lower specification limit from the upper specification limit. Then you divide the difference by 6 times the long-term standard deviation. To determine the long-term sigma, you calculate the population standard deviation using the same formula. You take the square root of the sum of the squared differences of the observed values from the mean, and you divide this by the number of samples minus 1. This value is then multiplied by 6 to produce the denominator for the PP calculation. This topic will explore how to calculate the value of PPK. Similar to CP, PP does not take centering into account. However, the process performance capability of CP and now PPK does take centering into account. The formula for PPK looks very similar to the formula for CPK. However, in the denominator, you use the long-term standard deviation to get a more accurate depiction of how your process is operating. Now let's explore how you would calculate PPK using an example. Let's consider a sewing implements company that determines that the proper needle weight is 310 milligrams, plus or minus 0.10. You start by determining the long-term standard deviation based on the actual data from that, and you get a value of 1.128446. You also get a mean for your data of 309.998. Now, the first step in the process is to subtract the mean from the upper specification limit, and then subtract the lower specification limit from the mean. Then you divide by 3 times your standard deviation. The lowest value in your PPK is 1.1484. With the knowledge of PPK, you can determine that you need to center the data to pinpoint the process parameter issues and reduce the variation within your process. So let's now explore PP and PPK and their significance, and what you can say about the process by comparing these 2 values. The higher the value for the PP and PPK, the more stable your process is. If your PP value equals your PPK value, then your process is centered. However, if your PP is greater than your PPK, then your process is off-center. In order to be at a level of Six Sigma, your PPK value has to be greater than or equal to 1.5. This topic will examine the capability ratio and CPM. The capability ratio is the inverse of the CP. In other words, it's calculated by multiplying 6 times your standard deviation, and then dividing that value by your upper specification limit, minus your lower specification limit. There are several rules of thumb of how to interpret the capability ratio. If your capability ratio is less than 0.75, then your process is capable. If your capability ratio is between 0.75 and 1, that means that the process is capable with tight control. Finally, if your capability ratio is greater than 1.0, that means your process is not capable. Let's explore the second capability index, CPM, and how it relates to the Taguchi loss function. The Taguchi loss function demonstrates why you should strive to continuously improve your conformance to the target, as opposed to conformance to specification. Essentially, Taguchi stated that as you move away from the target of your process, there's a loss from your process, and there's a loss to society. What you want with your process is to provide on-target, consistent performance to your customers. Because this measure is more sensitive to the target, when your process is not on target, and the target is not in the middle of your specification limits, your CPM will be less than your CPK, which is already less than your CP. You use the CPM index to assess the ability of a process to center around a target rather than around the process average. So let's explore the formulation for CPM. The calculation for CPM is somewhat similar to CP and CPK, in that you're using the upper specifications minus the lower specification in the numerator of the equation. Now, since you want to focus on the difference between your process mean and your target value, the big difference with this equation is in the denominator. You take your mean minus your target value, you square that difference, and you add the process standard deviation value, which is squared, or it's your variance. Then you take the square root of that summation and multiply it times 6 in your denominator. So let's explore an example of how you would calculate your CPM value. Let's assume you're working on a Six Sigma team at a smoke detection manufacturer. You determine that the sensor manufacturing process is very capable, with a high CP value. However, the process owner wants a highly sensitive product with a quicker response time, and therefore, he wants to determine the capability of the process around the target, which is 0.16, as opposed to the process average, which is 0.18. The upper and lower specification limits are 0.25 and 0.05 respectively. You know that the standard deviation of the process is 0.02. Since your process owner wants to adhere to the best-in-class target of 0.16, you'll need to calculate your CPM value using the basic equation. You'll start by filling in your upper specification limits minus your lower specification limits, which gives you a value of 0.20. In the next step of the equation, you'll fill in the value for the mean of your process, the target of your process, and your standard deviation. This will give you a value of 1.18. Since your CPM value is greater than 1, that means your process is capable. So, what does it mean to have an ideal CPM value? You want a CPM value between 1.0 and 1.5, a desirable value for a capable process. You can use the information you gather from your CPM, your capability ratio, or C sub R, and your CP and CPK values to really understand your process and how it's centered around both the target and the mean of your process. This will give you a better understanding of how you should move forward with improving your process. Your process sigma level and your capability indices are linked to each other. You can use your sigma level as a metric for studying your process performance. Essentially, what you're trying to understand with your performance is how many standard deviations you can fit between the mean of your process and the closest specification limit. Your sigma level can be determined from the defect and capability indices using various data tables, using manual calculations, or using software such as Minitab. It's important to understand the relationship between the yield of your process and your sigma values, and how to use the z-distribution table to find the corresponding sigma value. Let's explore an example to illustrate how your yield and sigma level are related to each other. Suppose you have a yield of 90.49%. By subtracting 90.49% from 1, you get the probability of a defect of 0.951. You find this value on your z-distribution table, and by taking it over to the z-column, you can see that the z-value relates to 1.3, and by taking it up, it relates to 0.01. That tells you that you have a z-value of 1.31, which also means that you have a sigma value of 1.31. Now, there are tables that already have quite a bit of this information already worked out. In this example, you can have information on the yield of your process, the defects per million opportunities, and what that relates to as your sigma level. For example, if you have a process that's running at a 93.3% yield, that means your defects per a million opportunities is 66,800 and your sigma level is 3.0. If you have a process where your yield is 99.98, your defects per million opportunities is 320 and your sigma level is 5.0. Your capability and your sigma values are linked. For example, if you know your process is stable and is normally distributed, you can use your z-distribution table to convert values such as your CPK value into your z-value, which gives you your ppm and your sigma level. For instance, based on a CPK of 1.33, you can figure out that you have a z-value of 4, a parts per million value of 63, and a sigma value of 4. If you have a CPK value of 1.67, that means that you have a z-value of 5, a parts per million of 0.57, and a sigma level of 5. In order to achieve Six Sigma, you need to have a CP value that's equal to or greater than 2, a CPK greater than or equal to 1.5, and a defects per million opportunities that are less than or equal to 3.4. So let's consider another example to illustrate how you would analyze and interpret your indices. Suppose that you're helping an insurance group examine its claim process. Based on customer input, the specification is 30 days plus or minus 2 days for the payment process. After collecting data samples, you calculate the capability and performance indices and arrive at a CP value equal to 0.557, a CPK value of 0.5518, CPM of 0.9639, PP of 0.5412, PPK of 0.5358, and a short-term sigma value of 1.75. So the CP value of less than 1 means that the process is not capable. And since your CPK value is also less than 1, it means your process is not centered on the process mean. Also, since your CPM is less than 1, that means the process is not centered on the target. Next, you examine the variability within the process. So you analyze the value of PP, and since this value is less than 1, the process has more variability than it's allowed. If PPK and PP are approximately equal, you know that the process is centered. Since the PPK value is less than the PP value, you verify that your process is off target. Lastly, the sigma value is equal to 1.75. This confirms that your process has a lot of room for improvement. This topic will explore what you would do based on your process capability indices and your sigma levels. There are a couple of different options when you decide what you want to do or what you need to do. You can do nothing, change your specifications, center the process, reduce variability, or accept the losses. Let's explore each option in more detail. First, you could do nothing. If you do nothing, then you'll have indices within your range and your limits. You'll be making product outside of the specification limits. You could also change your specifications, though your specification limits depend on the customer. They are set by your customer, so you might be able to negotiate with your customer on how you could loosen up the specification limits to allow for more variation within your process. However, it is up to the customer to make that decision. Another option would be to center your process. What you're trying to do is get your mean equal to your target so that your indices are within the range and limits. For example, suppose you're a manufacturer conducting a capability study on glass that's used for your welder's goggles. The glass might have the right amount of tint to protect the welder's eyes. If there's too much tint and the welders can't see what they're doing, they may burn themselves. If you have too little tint, then the welder's eyes could get damaged. In this case, centering on the target of the right amount of tint is really critical. Using data that you've gathered from 100 samples, you can calculate the indices. A CP value of 1.5 would indicate the process is adequate as long as it's centered on target.
However, the manufacturer's CPK is 0.34 and the CPM is 1.02.
That tells you that the process is not centered on the target. As a manufacturer, you're producing glass within specification limits, but you're consistently below the target. The glass allows a little more light in rather than being a bit darker. In this situation, you would recommend centering the process to bring it back in line with the target and the specification limits. Another possible decision you can take is to reduce variability. However, this would typically be the most costly scenario because oftentimes you don't know what's causing the variability within your processes. So it's not a simple fix that might involve changing some settings on a piece of equipment. It would probably mean going through a Six Sigma project to understand what is causing the variation within your process, and then using tools such as experimental designs or long-term studies to truly understand what's happening within your process. The last option is to accept the losses. This would be opting to do nothing. This option is typically used when the problem is just too expensive to fix. So rather than fixing it, you decide that you're going to accept the losses and the costs that go along with this. However, before making this type of decision, you would need to go through and do a thorough cost-benefit analysis to make sure it makes sense to go ahead and accept those losses. It's important to understand the difference between short-term and long-term process capability, and what the impact is on how you're approximating long-term process capability when short-term data is used. Short-term data is what you typically use to calculate your process capability. You collect data over a period of hours, days, and maybe weeks, but you use that short-term data to make inferences about your long-term process capability. However, over time, variation tends to creep in. It may come from things like wear on the machines, change in operators, change in raw materials, or environmental changes, and all these factors can cause your process to shift. The shift from your short-term sigma to your long-term sigma was first noticed by the teams at Motorola, and they came up with a way to quantify it. It's called a long-term dynamic mean variation. The variation, or shift in the typical mean variation, is between 1.4 and 1.6 sigma, and is typically referred to as a 1.5 sigma shift over time. In order to calculate the long-term capability, you subtract 1.5 from your short-term sigma, and your 3.4 defects per million opportunities actually corresponds to 4.5 sigma in the long term. There are conversion tables that actually take into account the process sigma short-term and the process sigma long-term. They take into account that 1.5 sigma shift and is built in. So, true Six Sigma capability would actually translate to about 2 defects per billion opportunities. It's the 3.4 defects per million opportunities that really corresponds to a long-term process sigma of 4.5, because you have that 1.5 sigma shift built in. Usually, when a process is reported as reaching 6 sigma levels, it's 6 sigma in the short term and 4.5 sigma in the long term. As an example, for a process to have 3 defects per million opportunities over long term, the process must be more capable than 4.5 sigma in order to accommodate that instability or the natural process shift. Multivariate analysis is a tool that's used within statistical analysis, and it involves observation and analysis of more than one statistical outcome variable at a time. It's particularly useful within Six Sigma when you have multiple input factors, and you're trying to understand how they impact the outcome of your process. Particularly within the analyze phase of Six Sigma, multivariate analysis is used to further explore those different input variables, your X's, and understand how they impact the output of whichever process you're trying to improve for your customer. The X's that you'll analyze are the X's that were identified during the measure phases. Multivariate analysis is also sometimes called multivariate analysis. It's used as a graphical technique because it provides a way to view and analyze the effects. For example, let's say you're trying to identify where the variation is coming from within 2 samples. And graphically, by looking at the two samples, you can see which one has the most variation between the two. And what's very useful with multivariate analysis, and what makes it different from other tools, is that it can be used to determine where the variation is coming from. There are three key ways in which multivariate analysis helps with Six Sigma and process improvement. The first is how it displays the pattern of variation. The multivariate chart is very useful for showing these patterns of variation, which helps to identify various trends within your data. As a Six Sigma team, you can start to identify relationships and gain insight on where the variation is coming from. The second way multivariate analysis helps is by identifying the sources of variation. As a Six Sigma team, it's useful to start identifying which X's are the key sources of variation, and the multivariate chart helps you identify those sources by allowing you to examine the key factors to see which one has the most variation within the process that you're trying to improve. By identifying those variables that have the biggest impact, you can help drive that process improvement. The third aspect is with reducing variation. Multivariate charts help you to understand where you need to reduce or eliminate variation during the next step of the DMAIC methodology, the improve phase. They help offer insight about what type of variation exists, when and where the variation occurs, and that helps to provide the knowledge for the Six Sigma team to reduce or eliminate variation in the next stage of the DMAIC methodology. There are 4 key steps in a multivariate analysis. The first step is to determine the variation, and this is accomplished by observing the process and examining the X's or input variables, so you can start to understand what those key variables are. As part of a Six Sigma team, you'd use this information to determine the types of variation you're seeing that are an input to your process. The next step of a multivariate analysis is to create a sampling plan. You want to make sure when you create your sampling plan that you're setting it up so you're getting a representative sample, and that you're capturing all of the necessary information about your process. You also collect the data you need. Once you've collected the data, you move on to the third step, which is to analyze the data. In this step, you plot the data so you can examine it graphically to look for trends within your processes, and, as a Six Sigma team, identify which of your X's have the most variation. So you could use the data that has been plotted to analyze the data, and then interpret the various charts. And finally, the fourth step in multivariate analysis is to interpret results. So you want to verify what the chart is showing you, and that you've collected the right data. So you interpret the results, and then based on the results, determine if you need to repeat the multivariate analysis to understand the next set of variables that also induce variation into the process. A key aspect of multivariate analysis is to set up sampling plans. The sampling plan captures how to go about collecting your data as a Six Sigma team. Sampling plans are very useful in helping to identify causes of variation, and they're important because you're testing to see where the variation comes from. As you set up your sampling plans, it's critical to ensure you're getting the representative data. When it comes to representative data, you need to look at the process itself. Are you running the process over multiple shifts? If so, then you need to collect data from each shift. And in terms of the process, you need to make sure that you're getting information that accurately represents the process itself, too. Think about a pane of glass. You wouldn't take just one measurement on the pane of glass. You might want to consider it in terms of how the glass has different quadrants. Say it's 4 quadrants. You would want to make sure that you're getting samples from each of those quadrants, or multiple points on that piece of glass. That provides more information about where the variation is occurring as well. And if the glass is produced over 3 shifts, by collecting information on each of the shifts, you get data from those time periods as well as how things are occurring. With that in mind, there are several guidelines for creating a sampling plan. The first is to make sure that you're using a sampling method that is normal for the process. You don't want to induce any additional variation by changing how you're collecting the data. You want to look at the process itself and how it normally operates. Next, make sure you're not interrupting the process to collect your data. That way you'll get more accurate information. Then make sure you're sampling the process on a structured basis. That means you've got a regular set frequency that provides enough information that's representative of the process itself. For example, if you're running 4 days a week, you want to capture information on each day of the week. Or if you're running a 6-day-a-week operation, you'd collect information on each day of the week and over each shift. Next, make sure that you're using new data rather than using historical data. If you use historical data, you're more likely to try to make it fit. Go through and develop a sampling plan that represents your current process, and collect new data to make sure you're collecting the right information. The next guideline is to make sure you're selecting at least 2 positions per part. When you collect data only on one point in the part, you're getting limited information. If you think about a process such as extruding a plastic component, there might be subtle differences between the far right and the far left versus the middle of the part, so you'd want to be able to see any positional type data. Next, it's important to select at least 3 consecutive parts for each time period. That provides information on the average output during that time and gives you a way to verify that you're getting accurate readings. And finally, make sure that you're selecting at least 20 predetermined time periods. This allows you to see what's happening over time and really examine and analyze those trends. There are 4 steps in creating a sampling plan. Step 1 is to determine the scope. You want to understand your process and how it operates, and make sure you're accurately representing the scope of the process as you set up your sampling plan. Once you've determined the scope, in Step 2 you need to set your time frame. By setting a time frame, you can determine how often you need to select the parts to make sure you have sufficient data. Step 3 is to plan the actual data collection. This involves determining the best way to collect the data so that you're not interrupting the process and inducing variation into it. And finally, in Step 4, you look at some of the initial samples and start evaluating them to verify you're getting accurate information. Once you've verified that, you can collect the rest of the data and evaluate it. Within Six Sigma, it's important to study and understand your data to determine the type of variation that's present. There are 3 key types of variation, and in this topic we'll explore each of them. The first type of variation is positional variation. Positional variation is also known as within-part variation, because it typically occurs across the same part. Let's use an example to understand more of what positional variation means. Suppose you're on a Six Sigma team at a glass manufacturer. You've found the finished sheets of glass are varying slightly in width from one end to the other. When you look at your product, the sheet of glass, within every piece of glass the bottom measurement is always 0.08 inches less than the top measurement. This is an indicator that it's positional variation because the variation always occurs within the part. The next type of variation is cyclical variation, also known as part-to-part variation, because the variation occurs between multiple parts, or it varies from piece to piece or from unit to unit. It also could be variation from one operator to another, or from machine to machine. Continuing with the example of the glass manufacturer, let's suppose that the investigation then found that the variation occurred only in the glass produced by the night shift operators. That's an indicator of a difference based on cyclical variation, because the variation is greater between the glass produced per operator and not within each piece of glass. The third type of variation is temporal variation, which is also known as shift-to-shift variation, or variation that's occurring over time. It's different from piece-to-piece, part-to-part, or within-part variation because it occurs over a specific time. Let's suppose at this time of the investigation it reveals that the variation increases at specific times of the day. Further investigation by the Six Sigma team shows that these times are toward the end of the worker's shift. This indicates the temporal variation is a factor because something time-related is occurring and it's causing the variation. Now, let's quickly talk about what a multivary chart is and how it's used to measure during a multivary study. On a multivary chart, the x-axis is capturing the time or the sequence, and the y-axis is providing the measurement scale. It captures variation over time, using long lines to indicate where the variation is occurring. It provides a nice quick visual, based on the length of the line and where most of the variation is coming from. You can use this information to compare the variation among multiple sequences or times that are under consideration. Multivary charts capture information on positional variation, cyclical variation, or temporal variation. Positional variation allows you to see where the greatest variation is by the length of the vertical lines. For instance, if the first line is the longest, it has the most variation. In terms of cyclical variation, you look for the greatest variation and position of the vertical lines on the y-axis. You're using more information about the location of the lines. For temporal variation, you're looking for where there is greatest variation over time. For example, you can compare the differences between first shift and second shift to see where there is the greatest amount of variation. Each of three types of variation, positional, cyclical, and temporal, allows us to understand more of where variation is coming from. When you're using multivariate charts, it's important that you're able to interpret the results of the variation. So in this topic, we're going to explore how to do that. So let's consider an example of a glass manufacturer who is having problems with variation. The finished sheets of glass are varying slightly from one end to the other. The thickness specification is 5/8 of an inch. The Six Sigma team doesn't understand where the variation is coming from. They're having trouble identifying the source of the largest variation. So they gathered samples and plotted them on multivariate charts to further understand where the variation is coming from. The first way that the team identified and graphically represented the variation was using positional variation. Within the sheet of glass, the glass has 4 different quadrants, and they were noticing a difference in the variation between each of the quadrants. Using that information from these 4 quadrants, they were able to plot the thickness from a data point within each of those. They used information from the left-hand lower quadrant, the left-hand top quadrant, the right-hand lower quadrant, and the right-hand top quadrant. By looking at it graphically, you can see that the 2 locations on the sheet of glass that have the highest variation are from the left lower and the right-hand top. So this gives information to the Six Sigma team on where to start looking more into the variation in those 2 quadrants. Next, the team focused on cyclical variation. They wanted to understand the variation that was occurring between part-to-part variation versus each sheet variation that they were able to identify from positional variation. From the cyclical variation, they took consecutive samples over time to see how much variation there was within each sample. From this, they learned that there are several points that are higher than the target of 5/8 of an inch, and that's where most of the variation occurs within the process, as well as the frequency at which it's occurring. Finally, the team wanted to examine any temporal variation, so they set up their sample strategy in such a way that they were pulling samples at certain frequencies over time. They pulled samples at 10 o'clock a.m., 11 o'clock a.m., noon, and 1 o'clock p.m. And at each of those sampling times, they pulled 4 samples. They measured the variation between those as it related to the target value of 5/8 of an inch. By using that information, they were able to identify that at 10 o'clock a.m., most of the parts that were pulled, the 4 parts, had values that were well above the target goal of 5/8 of an inch. So you're able to again identify in detail where some of the variation is coming from. In Six Sigma, it's important to understand what's happening within your process and how different factors impact your output. One key element to understand is correlation, and a key technique in Six Sigma is correlation analysis. Correlation analysis allows you to determine the relationships between the x's and the y's, or the inputs and the outputs. You can use this information to determine quantitatively if there's a relationship between your x's and y's, and if there is one, just how strong that relationship is. In addition, you can figure out which of your x's or inputs have significant relationships with your y's, and that can help you determine what those key variables are, those key factors that you'll want to investigate further. It's important to note that correlation analysis determines only if there is a relationship. It does not look for a cause and effect. So correlation does not mean there is causation. It simply means there is a relationship between the 2 variables. Let's examine when correlation analysis is most appropriate. The first application is when you're trying to relate your x's or inputs to continuous y's or outputs. Once you know if there is a relationship, you can determine what your key input variables, your key x's, are based on the strength of the relationship between your input and output variables. Correlation analysis can also be used if you want to understand if there's a relationship between 2 input variables, 2 x's. That's part of your Six Sigma project. You might have a relationship between two variables where if you change one factor, it impacts the other factor. At this point of your Six Sigma project, it's important to understand and quantify those relationships. Correlation analysis is useful in all types of industries. For example, let's say you're examining a manufacturing process, and you're trying to increase or improve the surface finish of a bore that you're drilling. You may want to see if there's a correlation between the speed or feed rates of your equipment, your machines, and the surface of the finished bore. Within service industries, an example may be that you think there's a correlation between price or communication and the customer's measured service quality, or the customer's perception of the level of quality. One of the key tools that's used within correlation analysis is a scatter diagram. It's used to interpret the correlation or relationships between two factors. A scatter diagram is used with bivariate data, meaning that you've got two different types of data. It's typically represented as X and Y for the data, because there's a variable on the X-axis and you're trying to understand that there's a relationship with that Y variable. You're measuring the relationship based on the best fit line between each data point from the X and Y and that line. And then, based on the slope of the line, you can really see if there's a relationship between X and Y. When analyzing a scatter diagram, you're looking for three specific characteristics: direction, form, and strength. Direction is important because it shows the positive or negative correlations. If the best fit line rises from the left to the right, that means that there's a positive correlation. However, if the line is falling from right to left, it means a negative correlation. Correlation refers to a value between -1 and 1. When the correlation is positive or negative, it doesn't impact the output much, because you can tell if there's a relationship or not. Direction gives us information on how that relationship works. For example, with a negative relationship, as X increases, that means Y is decreasing, and so understanding the relationships between those two variables is very important. The second aspect you need to consider is whether the form is linear or nonlinear. Linear means there is a straight line relationship between the two variables. A linear relationship is much more straightforward than a nonlinear relationship, which requires a more advanced mathematical equation to represent the relationship between X and Y. The third aspect of correlation analysis is to understand the strength, or determine what is that best fit line between X and Y. When these two variables are not related, then there's no way to really draw a line between those two variables. You have a plot that's scattered, and there's no good way to really draw that line, that connection. When there is a strong relationship, it's very easy to draw that best fit line between those variables, and you have a clear line that's moving upwards. If you think about that in terms of a relationship, if the slope equals to 1, then you have a direct relationship. A 1-to-1 relationship between your X and your Y. If you have a weak relationship, then your slope is minimal, and it tells you that there is a weak relationship between your X and Y. Scatter plots can be used to show the relationship between two continuous variables. When analyzing correlation, one method you can use to determine your correlation is the Pearson's coefficient. In this case, you're solving for the value of R, which is your correlation coefficient. Keep in mind that with correlation, you have bivariate data. You're examining if there's a relationship between X and Y, your paired data set. In the formula, R represents the strength of the relationship. In order to calculate R, you need information on each of the individual values. So the first variable are the X's, and the second variable are the Y's. N represents the number of pairs of data in the data set. When you solve for R is a ratio, and it should be between -1 and 1. While this seems like a bit of a messy formula, let's work through an example and calculate each piece of this equation. When you examine your paired data set, you can create a table that solves all the information you'll need to plug back into your Pearson's correlation calculation. In this example, there are values for X and Y in 10 data pairs. The X squared value is determined by squaring each of the value of X, so 60 squared is 3,600. The Y squared variable is determined by squaring each Y value, so 67 squared is 4,489. The last part you need for this equation is x times y, or 60 times 67 in the first data pair, which equals 4,020. This completes the columns that you'll need. Next, you need the sums of your calculations. In this case, each of these values has been summed. For example, the sum of x equals 470, the sum of y equals 639, and so on. Each of those sums are values that you're going to use as part of your equation. So, using that information, go back to the equation for the r value, which is sum xi yi minus the sum of sum xi times sum yi divided by n, the number of data samples. This is then divided by the square root of the sum of sum xi squared minus the sum of sum xi squared divided by n, times the number of sum yi squared minus sum yi squared divided by n. So then, pulling in the values from the table, we solve for the r value. On top, you have the sum of 30,805 minus the sum of 470 times 639, that is divided by 10. And all of that is divided by the square root of the sum of 23,220 minus the sum of 470 times 470 divided by 10, times the sum of 41,529 minus the sum of 639 times 639 divided by 10. That gives an r equal to the sum of 30,805 minus 30,033 over the square root of the sum of 23,220 minus 22,090 times the sum of 41,529 minus 40,832.1. And that gives an r value of 0.86. There's a general rule of thumb that if an r value is greater than 0.7, it means there's a strong relationship between those two variables. So in this case, since the r value is 0.86, there is a strong relationship here. Once you calculate your correlation coefficient, it's important to understand what that means, and some of the considerations to take into account for different r values. Let's first examine some of the different correlations. It's critical to understand the context. When you talk about your r value, it's anywhere between 1 and -1. The difference is, with the value of 1, the slope is sloping upward to the right. With the value of -1, the slope is sloping downward to the right. And in the middle you have 0, and 0 means there's really no relationship between the two values. So how do you know if a relationship is strong or not? That really ties into the context. You need to understand your specific problem and what you're analyzing. If, for example, you analyze something that's maybe medical related, depending again on the context, you might want to know that there's a strong relationship when there's a value of 0.9 or higher, or -0.9 or lower. It's also important to understand that the Pearson's correlation coefficient only works for a linear relationship. It does not apply with nonlinear relationships. And the final key aspect to understand is that the correlation coefficient is highly sensitive to outliers or extreme values within the data. If you have an outlier, you need to determine if it's a true accurate number. If not, remove that number to get a more accurate depiction of any relationship. In Six Sigma and correlation analysis, it's important to understand the difference between correlation and causation, because these are really commonly confused with each other. In causation, what you're trying to understand is which x's, or which of your input variables, cause the y's, your output variables, to happen. When you have a high correlation, that just means that you have a relationship between the two variables. But correlation does not equal causation. It doesn't mean that one variable causes the other one. So let's explore a bit more about some of the considerations regarding causation. Causation is asymmetrical, and it does not imply causation. And what this means is that if x correlated with y, that is the same as saying y is correlated to x. While correlation is symmetrical, causation is asymmetrical or directional. It's one way or the other. In addition, causation is not reversible. One item causes another item to happen, or in other words, x causes y. it flows in one direction. For example, let's say a hurricane causes the phone lines to go down. You can't reverse it and say Y causes X. The phone line going down doesn't cause a hurricane. Now, with that in mind, causation can be difficult to determine. There might be a third unknown variable, and that unknown variable could be the actual cause. Situations and variable relationships are often very complex and require more analysis. Correlation, though, can help point to causation, and so determining if there's a strong correlation is a good place to start. Correlation can help point to where there is causation. In finding strong correlations between variables, you'll also rule out data that's unrelated. And that helps the Six Sigma team to focus on the relationship that's mainly determining what the causation is. With causation, there are some common mistakes to keep in mind. First, genuine causation exists when there is clear and uncomplicated data that supports the proposal that X causes Y. For example, the percentage of moisture present relating to the viscosity of fudge. Second, a common response to an unknown variable occurs when both X and Y react the same way to an unforeseen variable. For example, ambient vibration in the environment when taking a measurement. And then finally, confounding is when the effect of one variable X on the other variable Y is mixed up with the effects of another explanatory variable on Y. An example could be airborne solvents affecting two components in a plastic formulation. Multivariate and correlation analysis may narrow the number of inputs and provide insight into the correlation between variables. But before moving forward with any action to reduce variation, you need to know you're focusing on the right variables. It's important that you test the statistical significance, or the p-value, of a correlation coefficient to interpret that correlation in terms of your statistical significance. You want to make sure that your Six Sigma team is focused on the right variables, rather than spending time and money and effort on variables that are not statistically significant in terms of correlation. It's also important to note that there are some correlation coefficients that are subject to chance. You can use statistical significance to test that. This is why it's important as a Six Sigma team that you go through and determine that significance. So what exactly is the statistical significance and the p-value? What you want to do is provide a statistical evidence of the relationship between these variables. And one way to do that is looking at your p-value. For example, if your p-value is less than 0.05 and your alpha value equals 0.05, then you can determine that there is a significance. What you're trying to do is answer two key questions by determining the statistical significance of your correlation coefficient. The first key question is you want to determine if the correlation is by chance or accident. For example, if you have a statistical significance, your p-value of 0.05, and it indicates the negative correlation of negative 0.70 between a call center agent's experience and the call length, that has a probability of less than 5% of occurring by chance. The other question that you want to answer is, what are the chances of finding your correlation value other than the one estimated in the sample? This is important for Six Sigma teams because you could answer questions such as, what is the chance of finding a value other than negative 0.70 in any sample when the correlation is different in the population? And this can be determined by the Six Sigma team once the statistical significance is known. In this topic, we'll explore linear regression. Linear regression is a methodology that's used to model the relationship between two variables. It's very important in Six Sigma and data analysis because it helps give us a quantifiable or mathematical relationship between two variables. With simple linear regression, what you're looking for is that line of best fit between each data point and that relationship between your x and y variable. Then, based on this line and the slope of the line, you're able to get a formula that provides predictions based on that equation. Essentially, you're looking at the relationship with one y value for one x value, based on those paired values. With simple linear regression, you're looking for that one output variable with multiple linear regressions. In other words, multiple y's or multiple outputs. For example, you could look at height versus weight, which is simple. But height, age, gender versus weight would be multiple linear regressions. So let's examine the simple linear regression formula. There are several elements to the formula for calculating simple linear regression. These elements include the beta sub 0, which is the y-intercept when x equals 0, and then beta sub 1 is the slope of your line, and then e is your error term. When you are calculating simple linear regression, you square the residuals and add them up to see which line has the least amount of residuals, and that comes from finding the best fit line. There is a potential for multiple lines that are drawn within a scatter diagram, and it's very cumbersome to find the best fit one. So there's a way to find the best fit line using least squares when this happens. It's called the linear least squares regression. The elements of this equation are fairly similar to that of the simple linear regression formula. Beta sub 0 hat and beta sub 1 hat represent the estimates of the true beta sub 0 hat and beta sub 1 hat. Beta sub 0 hat is the value of the y-intercept, and beta sub 1 hat is the value of the slope. The key difference here is that we've taken out the error term. In this topic, we'll explore hypothesis testing for regression statistics. Hypothesis testing is a valuable tool in Six Sigma, and it's particularly useful for regression analysis to determine whether or not there is a significant linear relationship between two variables. The goal is to determine and analyze the slope of the line between your two data sets, your two data points, your x values, and your y values that you're using. So what's the significance of this? Well, if you find that you have essentially a slope of 0, meaning that there is no relationship, then you can conclude there is no significant relationship between the independent and dependent variables. However, if your slope, your beta sub 1 hat, is not equal to 0, then that means based on this relationship between your independent variable, your x's, and your dependent variable, your y, if it's significantly different from the 0, you can conclude that there is a significant relationship between the independent and dependent variables. There are several conditions that must exist before you carry out hypothesis testing on regression statistics, and it's important to keep these in mind. The first condition is that the distribution of your y values, your dependent variables, must be normal. Second, the distribution of your y values must have constant variance. And the third condition for hypothesis testing is using the regression statistics is that your y values must be random and independent. Let's say you quantified the relationship between two variables, and you've tested the accuracy of the independent variable as a good predictor of the dependent variable's response by applying the linear equation to a data set. With the inputs that are key sources of variation identified with your regression models, and by knowing the correlation between these inputs and the output being verified, you can now focus on establishing that least squares line in determining where there is variation. And once you can identify those sources of variation, you can focus your efforts with Lean and Six Sigma to reduce or eliminate those sources of variation. You can use the simple least squares linear regression model to help model or predict your future outcomes. You can also look at various values of x based on past performance results and predict that future performance. In addition, you can use the method of least squares and the different variables within your formula from your simple least squares regression in order to determine your y value, which is your output that you're trying to predict, and then use your x's with your input variables. Using this information, you can calculate r, which is your regression coefficient and your y-intercept.